It can do a very similar.
Yo! JT, let me know how the audience balance is. Let me know how the audience balance is, JT. You showed up like instantly, man. That's awesome. It took me so long to get the modified stream setup going, and then make sure I had my shinies to give away, just in case anybody is interested in that. So, can't hear Pokemon stream at all? Alright, 1 second. Working. At all. Okay. Working on it. Working on it. Perfect. Glad to hear that you can hear me.
Even more damage, and there's just so much potential that can come through from this very bulky Pokemon.
Is this helping at all? I'm adjusting things. I'm adjusting things.
That can deal out a formidable amount of damage.
On my end, it should be.
I think having that kind of
it's like doubling in my ears because I can tell it's coming out.
Allows Kyogre to have a moment.
Okay.
It does. I think that there's
let me know where the volume needs to be.
Room that could be carved out for Kyogre.
I can drop it down if it needs to be
adjusted. We
adjusted.
haven't gotten a chance to see it just yet, and we're not going to see it in this matchup either. But you know what? A girl can dream. Let's jump into our Swiss round number 10 matchup between Antonio Sanchez and Diego Ferreira. You can see the Ice Rider
that's okay?
on both sides, but
maybe drop
Antonio
down just
Sanchez,
a tad. We can hear it now. Okay. Oop.
Consider more of the meta Ice Rider Calyrex at the moment.
Okay, let's try this. You never know with these GD streams, man. This stuff can be a mess.
Hard Trick Room.
Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the closed captions. Ratsy, I like how you dropped in with the O. Yeah, I guess I don't know how much you were aware of this, but this is the plan for today.
Amazing.
I'm really excited to watch Worlds. I've been keeping up with it. It's obviously in the Discord. It's been blowing up. Okay, just check. Oh.
The cornerstone Ogerpon Pokemon.
I like that.
Was a little bit,
all right, let me get chat up.
To see doing so well. One that you've had as a favorite from day dot, but I forgot that you existed, Ogerpon.
Window
I'm so
capture.
sorry, but you're here, and it can apply so much
there
pressure to a lot of those fire-type Pokemon with its rock-type Ivy.
Hopefully this isn't annoying to have my voice over their voices. My voice should be dominant, that's for sure.
Good capability on here though as well. When we consider that we're going into a Trick Room matchup here.
Okay, Calyrex mirror. So there's actually only 2 rounds left for today's stream, or for today's broadcast. Yeah, their stream. Okay, sweet. Thanks, JT.
I love
Much
that
appreciated,
there is an
man.
opportunity to bring in the Farigarath. I think it also has an opportunity to be able to operate in this matchup. You have that
this is so sweet. I'm freaking out, dude. That Wolf match was great. He blew that guy out of the water.
Coverage of Hyper Voice and Shadow Ball, but when you take a look
the
at the
Gallade,
what makes it so
making it
tricky
this
is the fact
far.
that because it is
Jesus.
such a hard Trick Room mode, you actually have Trick Room on
super hard Trick Room mode.
The Indeedee female and the
Man, I did not think Gallade was as goated as this guy did, but here we are. Using Wide Guard and Psycho Cut in Trick Room, or in Psychic Drain. That's wicked.
On 3 different Pokemon, it's going to be a tried and tested combination. But if you're Antonio here, how are you going to be able to work around that and be flexible?
Maybe the first team I've seen without a traditional Fire, Water, Grass core. I swear to God. JT, has there been a Cali on every stream? I think it's been Cali in every stream match.
Being a little bit more frail, just trying to break that focus sash, being able to hit it with the Glacial Lance is really, really nice. But I also really like to see the high horsepower on there on Calyrex's side.
He's the only one? Dude, it's his year! I'm so excited! I want to see that man finally claim himself as the undisputed GOAT.
There's no protect. So this Ice Rider Calyrex is going to be very vulnerable on Diego's
let's start the match. Follow me Trick Room option.
Like this
huge Ogerpon pressure.
To use something with redirection like Follow Me that's available here.
Shield Dog versus Terra Apagos. Yeah, I might have not caught that one.
But for Antonio, the Ice Rider Calyrex nowhere to be seen as of yet. Instead, the Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon cornerstone.
I still think it's going to be interesting to see like the final top 8. I'm so curious to see who makes it to the very, very, very end.
In play. It also has the formidable
God, I gotta pay attention. I don't want to miss these moves.
You can see Antonio hesitating over that, wanting to deal as much damage as possible.
Just going straight for the Ivy Cudgel. Could be Follow Me away.
Very disruptive with that Follow Me, and it's such a reasonably bulky Pokemon.
I love watching these players flick back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
With the Ivy Cudgel, you want to try and eliminate it from play. I do not think Antonio has a utility to stop Trick Room at this point. It's gonna go up, so now you just
very interesting to watch this just be probably a Follow Me Trick Room setup immediately. I mean, if you're playing hard Trick Room like Diego is, you kind of have to go for it. I mean, unless you're making a really, really bold, see, he can make a really bold read and just protect and then just go for damage on Ogerpon. But yeah, this makes sense, obviously.
That can use the Follow Me. It's gonna have
oh! The crit just ripping that thing. Nice graphics. Huge T-Bolt now. Wow, chunked that thing. Antonio's sitting there with a smug look on his face like, we planned that crit. That crit was planned.
Yes, Trick Room has gone up now. That means the speed will be in Diego's favor, but at what cost, Rosemary?
There is at least a free switch here for Diego.
Okay.
The Ice Rider Calyrex.
So who do you bring in at this point?
It's going to be one of the
gotta be the I would have assumed Ursaluna, but I guess this guy just wants to keep up the Indeedee Follow Me stuff. I guess that makes sense when your Calyrex's HP is so low.
These priority attacks such as the Thunderclap.
Oh yeah. Great point. Thunderclap is no longer an option now.
Yes, Follow Me once again providing that redirection.
Yeah, because with the Psychic Train up, this Raging Bolt can't go for Thunderclap anymore.
Damage on the board. Raging Bolt having dropped its Dragon typing, not going to worry about those too much at this point, particularly as Grimnay is not coming through. There is a protect option on both of these Pokemon, though.
Just gonna rip the Draco right off the bat and try and chunk through this Indeedee.
Me first, and the Glacial Lance to follow.
I mean, this Indeedee needs to live so much right now. Jesus, though. Crit for crit, I guess.
Next attack, and also be able to deliver another blow.
How much is this gonna do, you wonder?
Is gonna get redirected away. The Indeedee not gonna be knocked out quite yet.
And then the Ogerpon now, Ivy Cudgel, yeah.
Instrumental in this matchup so far.
I mean, now you gotta chunk your way through a Thunderclap, but I suppose you make it just long enough that if you have like an Ursaluna or something in the back, right? Yeah, there it is.
Really, really nice damage on the board. Now we are going to see one of the titans of Trick Room, the Ursaluna, coming into play. The issue that you've got
so now you're able to knock out this Raging Bolt.
Are going to start coming through, and if Antonio wants
protect,
to play around
so it's got to be protect from the Calyrex right now.
I feel like if you're Diego, though, you need to go again for this Glacial Lance, get some damage on the board. You can, I believe, easily get the 2-hit KO here,
right?
On both Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon. So that could then get you.
You can't just give up your Cali right now.
It could. The only problem is that, as you mentioned, for some of those defensive plays, Antonio does have the option.
Yeah, I know, dude. Diego is just, it's like turn 2, and he's already down to 1.5 Mons. It's so crazy to see the team compositions that are making it this far into the tournament.
Has the opportunity to go for Earthquake, and so when you talk about
JT, do you know what top cut is? Is it 8 or 16?
You try to give the KOs over to your Ice Rider
double protect.
Or just
right.
To try to
wow!
And prison here, how interesting. Just making sure that you're going to be able to go for something here. But with the Earthquake
is he knocking out his own Calyrex right now?
Excuse me. Actually, just
was that Earthquake?
In general.
Well, I really like this coming through. Actually, you know, you do get a little bit of damage onto your partner.
Yeah, I just needed to let Kelly go down and get Trick Room. So here's the thing, he now outed that protect. So now you can't, because he thought he could just protect and then spam Thunderclap the following turn, but now the Calyrex can protect again. And then just get a Earthquake off. How many turns of Trick Room are left? Like 1 though?
The Imprison, I think that's
I don't know, man. I don't think that Diego gets his way out of this. With Rillaboom in the back.
Trick Room option
Span Thunderclap. Here comes the Protect from Calyrex now, and then another Earthquake.
You actually saw in the back there, no Calyrex, no Farigiraf. So very interesting adjustment here.
Running Earthquake in a meta where Rillaboom is everywhere.
Once again on kind of a similar strategy.
Here we go. Rillaboom comes out, weakens the Earthquake damage. Thunderclap can now go off successfully. Jeez, Antonio is sort of just dominating this game.
In this previous turn, one way to disrupt that, you have the grassy terrain on your side. But with the Thunderclaps, Calyrex just goes down without a fight.
That's one way to get around the speed.
I mean, I suppose the win con here is like facade into that. Rillaboom! Oh my god, just like that.
The Headland Rush comes through. Oh no, that was
holy!
Coming through from the Ursaluna to remove the Pokemon from play.
No way, you don't win your way out of this though.
But now
I don't think there's enough turns of Trick Room left.
In from the back and start slowing things down once again. You can go for some more protects, just stall through these remaining Trick Room turns.
Oh.
No, he's still got his Cali in the back. What am I thinking? The Restricted hasn't even hit the board.
Raging Bull's neck was a little bit of a hazard there.
That's the power of Ursaluna, JT.
And again, Ogerpon in a position where it can go for some, potential redirect with the following.
Bronze Owl.
Forcing, I suppose, the Ursaluna to go for its only spread move here in the form of the Earthquake to try and get some damage on the board.
Storm VGC.
Not too much
just call me out, eh?
For this Ursaluna to try to get.
Man, I can only imagine what it would be like to be on stream at Worlds.
When you're going to see the double protect from this Raging Bolt and the Ogerpon. It's going to
stalling out this Trick Room. Bronze Owl, we're watching Worlds, man. This is round 10 of 12, and then we go into the top 16. Fan favorite Wolf Glick is undefeated still. Hasn't dropped a single game out of all of his best of 3 matches. Just on a complete tear. The only player left to do that.
So many Pokemon on the opposing side, it makes it very, very difficult in the
Fear the Storm
Pokemon matchup for Ursaluna.
Oh, thank you, Ratsy. Did you throw an announcement in?
Back into Ogerpon's favor. It can always just try and
thanks, Smelly. I ain't playing today. I'm just spectating, but go ahead and fear me anyways.
Raging Bolt can kind of do its thing. Obviously, it doesn't want to go for any of these electric type moves, and Draco Meteor will be able to do some good damage.
Well, you saw the coverage there. It was just to make sure that you could cover for the Terra option. You don't need it though because
announcements.
Is plenty to knock out this Ursaluna. And so Antonio,
Ratsy, how much do I owe you for this month, huh? You need to be paid.
What I really liked about Antonio's play was the fact that Calyrex Ice Rider was hidden in the back until later. It didn't just come
Discord
out
summoning jutsu.
Trick Room is going to go up, so I need to play defensively. You have your very
I'm here from the Discord announcement.
That's able to take a lot of attacks.
All right,
you drop the dragon
let me get my wallet out. I gotta pay my mod. I have to pay my mod.
Sturdy ability, giving you that flexibility to be able to hang on after one big attack.
Speaking of hanging off attacks,
Ogerpon can also deal them out. These Ivy Cudgels were ferocious. Big damage with that critical hit, and I think you needed the critical hit to be able to get the KO there.
Yeah, if not, I mean, this Calyrex goes into those Trick Room turns.
I'll Venmo you.
Much more healthy.
Yeah.
All right.
Off those Glacial Lances, potentially even get a boost with that Chilling Neigh.
So I think,
really just,
I mean, at this point, the only that's probably a bit like what's the word? That means obsessed with your own society. I don't really know whether or not the other regions have their own storylines that are increasingly as tense as Wolf's, but yeah, man, right now I think Wolf's the only. Oh no.
I would almost like to see from Diego's side the Trick Room being set up by a Pokemon.
What the heck is the other? Who was the 2023 World Champ?
Full HP bar intact, enabling you to have that bolt, maybe take an attack.
This guy's still here. Shohei Kimura.
Now, Indeedee was brought to that match. Maybe Indeedee could have the potential.
So Bronze Owl, the thing about this game is that it's just so hard to be consistent in this game that Wolf, like the last 2 years, got out on day 1. So this is day 2, which means he qualified through last year. But he has the most regional and national titles, I believe, of anyone. He's won like a regional 12 times. You know, that's like an 800-person tournament. He's won nationals multiple times, and he's won worlds before. Right now, the general conversation is that if anybody wins worlds twice in this modern era, they will be undisputably the best. So he's sort of chasing that title like a bloodhound. And right now, again, he's gone, I guess this is round 10, so he's gone 9 rounds without losing a single game. And at this point, he's guaranteed top cut. He could lose twice now, and it doesn't matter. He's already in top cut. So he's not quite yet undebatably the best in the world. There's a few other people that sort of get thrown around, maybe one other person. But if he wins this tournament, undeniably the best. Okay, I'm not... What's going on? What's going on? The next game started. Let's see if Diego can come back. Diego just got himself bodied. Same leads again.
So maybe that is going to be a repeat here as Antonio.
Yeah, Bronzal, me too. It inspires me so much to watch like a champion do their thing. Just to watch somebody so skilled just play their game. It's extremely rewarding. Now the question is, does Diego this time call it and rip the protect? And what can he even do about it? If so, go for a water Ivy Cudgel into the rock type? I don't know. So Wolf isn't playing right now, obviously, but he'll be back on stream maybe today, but there's only 2 rounds. It's this round and another round. So maybe it'll just be tomorrow for Top Cut. I can't remember. No, they do Top Cut today, and then tomorrow is Championship Sunday. So there's going to be a lot of battles today still. Wolf will be on stream for sure.
So while you do have to sacrifice this Ogerpon, it is for the greater good. An opportunity.
So this time the critical hit didn't go off, which is amazing. So now it's Trick Room plus a Mon. This is a very, very different game.
Trick Room with that HP bar intact, enabling it to have that extra longevity on the field. And now the tides really have turned. You can go for these Glacial Lances, you can do a huge amount of damage and apply a lot of pressure, and you've got your Ursaluna in nice and safe. Ursaluna once again.
Yeah, so let's see who's coming in now. Oh, is it Ursaluna's already in? Okay.
Speed is kind of in your favor, and the Raging Bolt can't.
I mean, you can definitely start ripping some Earthquakes now.
Then you can go for something like
Earthquake Glacial Lances must just go crazy.
Would be nice to do that. I think the only issue here for Diego is the
how are you not just double protecting this turn, Antonio? How is Antonio not just double protecting?
So it might be a little telegraphed here that Diego would like to get that Guts boost up and running, but even in that last game, Diego was very comfortable to try to go for an attack and just let that Guts boost come up naturally.
Wants to just get a priority hit off.
It makes it less readable as well, right? If you kind of think, oh, it's going to go for protect, that's what it always does, so you're not going to target into it.
Big Terra coming out.
Just to get some damage on the board, and obviously it's not as destructive as it is.
Terra Dragon. I have not seen this on a Calyrex. Interesting. This makes this electric type super resistant.
That is one of the ways you can get around a lot of this sort of elemental damage that can be coming through. That, you know, Ice Rare Calyrex.
Oh, and the Thunderclap fails.
Too much about seeing a Will-O-Wisp across
oh my god, is he using Imprison?
Look at that.
To prevent anyone from protecting during Trick Room. Oh my god, that's so smart. It's hard to explain, but for anyone who's not aware, the strategy here is that Diego has used a move that switches the speed around. So slow Pokemon are now fast, and fast Pokemon are now slow. This typically throws everybody off. Everyone's bringing fast Pokemon, so to have the speeds flipped like that is very disorienting. Your strategy to get around that is you can protect essentially every other turn. So the strategy is protect for the first turn, then you have to take some hits. Protect for the next turn, then you take some hits. Protect for the next turn, and after that, the Trick Room, that speed swapping tricky move, it ends. But what he just did is he used a move that prevents you from protecting anymore. So now the speeds are swapped, and all you can do is just eat these hits over and over again.
Not necessarily the easiest thing to take out this Calyrex. You still have the close combat, which is going to pack a big punch. But when this
although I have to say, it doesn't really do a whole lot against both Detect and Spiky Shield.
Both of these are going to be super effective.
Actually, it doesn't do anything against Detect and Spiky Shield. For some reason, though, he just keeps taking these hits. My god, this is so much. Critical hit on the Ursh.
Or even a second Glacial Lance in the next turn.
Oh, that critical hit, that's going to make
yay, Queso's here.
Facade actually goes into this Cornerstone Ogerpon and finishing the job that this Ice Rider.
So this is the last 2 rounds of Swiss before Top Cut, low res.
But with this close combat in response, this Ursaluna is also going to get taken out of the fight. So critical survival there on
Smelly's heading to the headquarters. Smelly is heading to HQ.
Finishing blow. Diego is going to be down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yep.
And Antonio
so you couldn't knock out the Ursh and you lose your Ursaluna. Indeedee comes out.
It's going to be a little bit more vulnerable. This is another perfect
does that Indeedee have Helping Hand?
that's where you're going to shift your focus of your Diego. You can use this Calyrex
Yes,
to be
sir.
able to start
So are the
cleaning up
others.
this game. The
With a little
Rillaboom's come onto the
special
field,
surprise.
but the key thing is that Indeedee is here as well, can go for that redirection.
My brother might
Rillaboom
join
though
in stream
Trick Room,
later. He said he
not gonna
would.
enable the psychic terrain in there, so Fake Out is still a
We
potential
might see
play.
the Flying Scotsman show up in chat. Young
Young
Will wanted to watch Wolf do his thing. Yo, low res. Wolf is still undefeated in round 9. So something like 18 wins without a single loss.
But still, how do you get through this Ice Rider
Ratsy, you are
Calyrex?
coming to
Grass
headquarters
type
now.
damage.
You've been formally
you also
invited.
have the water type damage. Now you have to rely on things that are a little bit more chunky, but can this Urshifu actually tank another hit? Can you get through these Trick Room turns?
It's not even that, it's getting through the Indeedee as well, because you can go for the Follow Me, and both the Rillaboom and the
Ratsy can come
only
sit
really
right
have
here.
single target type attacks. So you
You
can
sit
try
right on the bed.
all you want to get to that Calyrex, but Indeedee's going to be the barrier
Okay,
stopping
just going
you
for
in
follow
this
me,
case.
no helping hand.
Calyrex going for the flip.
It's LG and Will and my brother and my mother are streaming on the TV. That's so
Yeah, it's
awesome.
gonna need another one to be able to get the job done, and all the while, Antonio.
Okay, this is round 10.
Own defensive capabilities.
Modding in the
against
background
Ice
of
Rider
Cam.
Calyrex.
Exactly.
And you also took a bit of chip damage from the rocket.
Man,
helmet.
Diego,
That's
come on,
something
brother.
it's
Pull
gonna
yourself
make it a
out of
little bit
this.
easier for this Urshifu to get taken out, even though we saw the critical hit take it below half. There
How many
is
turns of Trick
helping
Room
hand
left? Turn
available
Trick Room
on
is
this
4 out of
Indeedee if
5.
You just want to clean up shop.
Oh my god, 2
Exactly, 'cause I'm
turns
not sure,
around,
even
2
if
turns
Rillaboom
left, 2
and
turns
Urshifu were able
left.
to double down into that
Just gonna
Calyrex,
protect
whether
through
they
the
would be
first
able to
one.
get the job done. Urshifu
This
going really
Rillaboom is gonna go
defensive here, as
is
the Rillaboom does go for that priority grassy glide, but
Oh,
it's not enough to get
misses!
the Indeedee. It's still hanging on here. The Rocky Helmet doing
I mean,
a little
misses the
chip in
KO,
the
that's
shirt, but
crazy.
Calyrex, the lights are on you now. This is your
Glacial
moment to go for
Lance,
Glacial
pick up
Lance
the KO on this
into the
Rillaboom. I
opposing
want to see this
Rillaboom
game
here.
go to
Diego
game
grass
3.
type is going to be very vulnerable to this attack.
Yo!
Is just going to be what I would
And now it's over.
It's gone.
I think it's over now. This Indeedee just clicks follow me. The Urshifu, that bear man, needs to just smack into the little guy. Oh, wow, and going for the heal pulse. As if it needed that.
Continue to keep this Ice Rider Calyrex healthy.
Alright, so now that now we have 7 plus Will, 8 viewers here. Let me review one more time. This is day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships, which means that we are in the last couple of rounds before we head to the top cut single elimination bracket. So we have this game, and then one more game after that, and then we move on towards the top 16 players. And right now, again, I know I keep spamming it like a fanboy, but you know what? It's what I am. Wolf Glick is undefeated and is already guaranteed to be in top cut. So he's the player that we're all going to be watching expectantly. Maybe there'll be a couple other names I know that we can get some storyline. Yeah, JT, that Calyrex is Terra Dragon. I suppose it neuters Surging Strikes damage, it neuters Woodhammer damage, it neuters Thunderbolt damage, it neuters Fire type damage. It's interesting. It's kind of cool.
Thinking about, can I get through this? There is maybe
I mean, if you're not worried about I mean, he's not really worried about insane burns if you're spamming follow me from 2 different mons, right? Like, typically you're worried about your Calyrex getting burned, but you can just use follow me.
But Calyrex still has a lot of utility to be able to do damage.
I mean, how is it not over now, right?
As long as it connects,
Antonio must just be stalling to try and come up with a game plan for the next game.
And even if the Calyrex isn't able to get the job done, Indeedee providing that support, the redirection, it's going to be able to enable that. Obviously, Indeedee doesn't have the attacking moves, so you really are going to be focusing down against
doing a little stalling here. Yeah, that's what's cool. I remember doing some of that too, is like when you get to this point in a tournament match and you already know the writing is on the wall, you just take a minute, burn up all the time you have, and just start filling out a notebook with all of your observations from the game so that you can come up with a game plan for next time.
To start thinking about how to adapt, because
yeah, that's what they're talking about right now.
When it goes into this Dragon Terror, is so difficult to get through.
How do you win the love disc? Well, right now,
prison is so detrimental to Antonio's potential here.
Right now, I think what I'm going to do for shiny giveaways is anyone who's interested, I'm just going to ask a question, and then anyone who answers the question.
So far, Diego has been so successful with this hard.
Don't have Trick Room setter.
And you're absolutely
no,
right.
the Calyrex itself is the Trick Room setter.
No, surely there's not an Ice Rider Calyrex in the back here for Antonio, but it was great.
Anyways, yeah, I think I'll ask whenever we go to break time. I'm gonna ask some question to the chat, and then everyone who is interested in winning the shiny can answer, and then I'll just pick one at random.
One here, Glacial Lance, High Horsepower, Trick Room. Those are the 3 moves that you have in common. So all Calyrex can then do is protect. You can basically.
I got a couple of good shinies too.
Always focus down that partner slot.
Here, while we're waiting for the next game to load up, I think I can switch over really fast. Check it out. Here are the shinies.
Yes, you're gonna see.
Look at that. How cool is that? Chat is messed up, but so these are the giveaways. Shiny Love Disc, shiny Raichu, shiny Lechonk named Spicy Lenny, shiny Fomantis, shiny Porygon, shiny Sal, shiny Flygon, and a shiny Zard. Because why not? That thing is just so amazing. Yes. So if anyone's interested, yay Love Disc. Smelly picks out the best. Alright, let's jump back into the games.
What's locked in, then there's no room for you to maneuver here, and then you're in a very, very difficult spot. With that dragon typing as well, as you said, Rosemary, it's such a good defensive capability in a sea at the moment where
Will wants one? Yeah, I know. I tried to. I ran out of time to go hunting specifically, but I tried to pick out a couple of cool ones. All you got to do is basically tell me you want the shiny, and if multiple people want it, we'll spin a wheel, and then I'll just trade it over to whoever wins. Yeah, the Love Disc looks amazing.
There's no attack coming out. There's also not going to be a trick room of its own.
All right, here we go. Swiss round 10. This is game 3. 2 Calyrex Ice Riders against each other. Both, look how focused those guys are on the top stage. Day 2 of Worlds trying to make top cut.
Into the final round of Swiss, and look at that.
I believe.
Be a run back for Diego with
I believe the winner of this is guaranteed top cut.
But for Antonio, it's the Ogerpon next to the Fergaraf.
The Fergaraf has come to play here in this game 3, being able to provide
all right, let's see it.
bit of support with
Same.
Like
ooh, different strategy this time. Anti-trick room, it looks like.
You've also got the capability of Shadow Ball to deal some pretty good damage into the opposing Calyrex.
So the idea here is that Ice Rider, that Icy Horse guy, he's going to do that move that flips the speeds, right? He's going to set up a trick room. But the Giraffe, for Rigoraph, has the ability to also set up the trick room. And if they do it at the same time, it'll just reverse each other. So the speeds stay the same.
Good bet to be able to make. You want to make sure that you have that as a speed advantage for yourself. But
wow, I did not expect Love Disc to be this so popular.
In a very precarious position.
Does Will have his switch? LG, does Will have his switch with him? Because I can just.
It's not going to be a critical hit.
Okay. Ooh, going for the hyper voice. Wow, picks up the KO on Ogerpon, a little bit of chip. Yeah, what does Diego do? Does he just go for damage? Or does he set up the trick room?
Yeah, Fergaraf kind of setting itself up here, getting a boost to its special attack.
Okay, the speeds are switched, everyone. Slow Pokemon are now fast.
You can just go for the
alright, if he wants it, LG, just participate in the giveaway, and I'll set it aside for him.
Calyrex was just going to go on the all-out offensive there, go for a Glacial Glance and get some big damage down, but Trick Room really is the arena.
I'll set it aside for him. If he wins, I'll set it aside. We can do that too.
And this is where Calyrex maybe can go for that Imprison, allowing Ursaluna to go for the big damage on the field. The issue is there is no Raging Bolt that you're down against now, and Terrestrialization is still flexible.
Yeah, mind games for sure.
I love that, because as we talked about before, this Fergaraf does have access to that Terra Water, and that's one of the ways you could resist some of this damage from this Ice Rider Calyrex while still being able to make use of something like the Throat Spray that you have activated for yourself on that
Trick Room is up.
Ogerpon as well for Antonio.
Here comes the Terra.
Is a cornerstone, and it has the ability to go out on
neutralize some damage here. Going for that Terra Dragon. Yeah, see? It resists rock moves. I mean, it eliminates your rock weakness, resists grass moves. Okay, Terra from the other side. I don't know. At this point, I feel like if this Fergaraf doesn't get a Trick Room off, then I don't know. I think that Diego might have the upper hand right now.
Ursaluna is going to go straight
big hit.
Headlong rush. Looks like
oh my god, that did so much.
Here, but oh my goodness, that still does so much.
That was like over half. Ursaluna's a monster.
The Glacial Lance follows up.
The Glacial Lance, though, with this Water Terra, is not going to be nearly enough to get this.
The Giraffe lives!
Which means that you actually have an opportunity to get some damage down if you are Antonio. The Hyper Voice,
oh my god, he's not flipping the Trick Room. He didn't unset the speeds.
But it is going to be
he's just going for damage.
Just to make sure that Ursaluna is
I tell you what, man, these top-tier Worlds players, They absolutely know how to make the right call. I'm sitting over here obsessing about trying to turn Trick Room off, He goes, screw it, I'll play through it. So what, my Pokemon are slow. They're still going to knock yours out.
With something like a Follow Me. Both Farigiraf and Ogerpon generally will get drawn into attacks except for that Hyper Voice, and you can see how much damage it is stacking up against this Calyrex. Unless Calyrex is able to get some KOs, which I'm pretty sure it's going to be able to do looking at the very, very low HP bars on Farigiraf and Ogerpon, it can then start getting its attack boosted as well through these Chilling Nays and become very formidable.
Who's going to be a top cut competitor?
I think it's tough as well because even though we saw how much damage that Calyrex could do with that Glacial Lance, now you have
so they call this match a win-in. If you win this match, then you're guaranteed to be advancing to the next round.
They would be able to get a double
oh my god,
knockout,
so much on the line. Diego is so far behind. Now they're protecting.
That way you are at least denying one of those boosts. Let's see though. There was no helping
okay, Calyrex gets a hit off.
Lance here from
big hit.
Calyrex, but it is enough.
Must be a heal pulse from the Indeedee to give your horse a little extra HP.
Just to give that Calyrex a little bit more longevity and help it out, because it has to take a couple of those hyper
look at its boosts
well.
go up.
It's giving itself a Chilling Nay boost, boosting up its attack, and there comes through the
what a sick Calyrex archetype. Hard Trick Room with double Follow Me and heal pulse with Ursaluna. I think Diego's team's really cool. Terra Dragon, Calyrex.
Now that Diego is down to his final 2 Pokemon, the terrain control is at the very least in Antonio's favor.
Yes, and you do have
going
the
for
fake out
here
as well,
and then Power Whip onto the Indeedee probably.
Terrain, you can go for these priority attacks, and we know how much damage Rillaboom is capable of dealing, particularly when using these grass type moves to boost up its, grassy glides. But that's
predictions?
Really affect Pokemon like Indeedee.
Power Whip into the Indeedee, you gotta knock that thing out. Or Ivy Cudgel. No, you gotta imagine. Yeah. Power Whip into the Indeedee. That makes sense.
But you cannot get around the Indeedee safely.
God, getting to Worlds with an 85% accurate move could not be me.
You get the fake out into the Ice Rider Calyrex. Make sure
you
can at least stop one more turn of damage. Try to buy your time past these Trick Room turns and just hope you've got
okay,
the
fake out goes off. Didn't
Overcross
protect.
Has a lot of fight left
crazy.
In it. And with the power up, it is going to connect. So Indeedee.
Oh, the one shot.
That's going to leave this Calyrex vulnerable here for Diego as
that's crazy.
Start to expire.
Who needs the critical hit when you can use the grassy terrain to boost up your grass type?
The Rocky Helmet knocks out the Ogerpon at least. And this Rillaboom just needs to eat this Glacial Lance now. Oh, it's Ursh though. How many turns of Trick Room are left? It's a 2v1.
Really cannot do a lot of damage to it. But
2 turns left.
Calyrex does not have a supportive Pokemon by its side. Does it have enough gas in the tank to be able to hang on against both of these formidable attackers?
Well,
I think it's over.
Grassy
Glide does a nice little chunk.
Grassy Glide does not do a little bit
Glacial
more
Lance does a ton.
And response to Glacial Lance for Rillaboom, at least you get some damage down before it does get down.
No, it's over.
But this Urshifu
this thing is not taking 2 close combats. It's over.
You can put yourself in a position where a second one's going to be able to do the job.
Oh my god, this guy didn't bring his restricted.
Close combat comes through, connects, does a little bit puts it down into the orange zone, but the Calyrex looking so in control.
It's going to be close.
I spoke way too soon.
Recovery,
dude, Calyrex is busted.
Close combat once again, but now this Calyrex is going to be at +2 when it goes for a
Diego clutching this out.
Now, Urshifu is going to move first.
You've earned yourself a new fan, Diego Ferreira. Look at him pop off. He was so excited about that. See ya.
Even more, and here
boom.
Gets the knockout. Diego Ferreira victorious.
Wow. That was awesome.
And we get a chance to see if he can be victorious.
Look at him.
In that top cut.
Smiles and exhausted.
He has achieved so much greatness in this
nice work.
And to find himself at the top tables as we
haven't seen much Tailwind, JT.
Worlds, he must be feeling so stoked.
And
which is shocking to me.
Get tilted after that game 1, allowing Antonio to get the first match.
Wow, that's incredible.
You know there's no room for error here.
He's like shaking.
To win the next 2 to close out the set, and that's exactly what Diego did. Stuck with the same.
Well, he advances to top cut. I'd be freaking the heck out too. My hands would be shaking like a leaf.
Protecting that Calyrex. Love to see that dragon defensive typing on it in the terrestrialization. Just was able to show why hard Trick Room is still something that yes, you might prepared for it coming in.
Yeah, a lot of Trick Room.
It's not as easily countered as you might think.
I mean, it would just the perfect call. I think that Ice Rider Calyrex into its opposition.
Yeah.
We saw Antonio have to leave that Ice Rider of his own behind because of the threat of the Imprison.
Yeah, that's so crazy. He didn't even bring his own. He didn't bring his legendary Pokemon.
Glacial Lance as well as high horsepower.
Hello, Ree. Ratsy is such a good mod.
But fantastic stuff. Antonio
Ratsy's an amazing mod.
At the end there, you're just hoping that
check it out.
close combat, it could get
Boom.
that critical hit at the very end. It would have sealed the deal here
Hyper
for
voice.
Antonio to have that record as well.
I just can't imagine that.
I mean, it's fantastic
It's
stuff.
crazy to me how hard it is to
in
see.
general,
Whimsicott
in
has
this tournament
16%
has caught a
usage, and that's the
lot of
highest
people
percent.
off guard.
No
It's
Torn in
not
top
something
12.
that you
Yeah,
really
why
have
is
to
there no
prepare
Whimsicott
for
or Torn?
when you know that the
I
rest of the
paid Ree
balance
to
is
say
very-
that.
The rest of the meta is very balanced.
All right, I want my piece then.
I feel like Antonio
I
had
said
to
it for
make
free.
so many adjustments in his
Oh, look
team
at that.
composition as we went through this set.
It's crazy how much, how hard it is to see into the future while you're playing.
Raging Bolt in favor of this Farigiraf
You
as
know?
well, because knowing how much damage that headlong rush
Like,
can
from
do,
the beginning,
even
these players
outside
had
of the
game
Guts boost,
plans
just
that
when the
they're
Raging Bolt
only
was not safe in the
hoping are
field.
going to work.
And I feel like if you brought the Raging Bolt, you had to terrestrialize it because of those glacial lances. You had to get rid of the dragon
Good
typing,
God.
and that then left you so incredibly vulnerable to the headlong rush. You can see kind of the energy
Big
and
pop
emotion
off.
from our trainers here. This means so much to them on the world stage, but the glacial
Yeah.
lances were just too much to bear for
This
Antonio.
definitely does.
Yeah, I mean, Rillaboom, it's just so tough, right? Because does it actually get a chance to survive that attack? Sometimes I think we're trained to be just a bit more bulky, but you know, you can see that final close combat. Antonio's still, though,
Man, that
with his
close
head
combat
held
at the end
high.
was crazy.
He
I thought that
is
was going to
a
do
regional
way
champion
more.
from this year. He's also just had so many top cut performances, and I think that even
Look at that,
going
he
into
almost
this final
cried.
round, still has a great shot to be able to win and see Diego again.
Oh,
Yeah.
definitely. Two incredible players. And at the end of the
Yeah,
day,
so
World
the thing
Championship,
here
every
is,
single
I'm
player
gonna mute
has earned their place to be here.
these
and will
ladies
give
for a
us
second. So the thing is that, oh, actually, we're about to do an interview, I think.
seeing Wellspring Ogerpon as well.
Okay, not yet. There's going to be an interview from that player. They're just waiting. But so the thing is that the Diego who just won automatically qualifies for top cut now, because even if he loses again, there's not enough rounds left for him to lose enough to get knocked out. He's in top cut now. The player who just lost is now at 2 losses for the whole tournament, and there's 1 round left. He needs to win the next round to show up again. So we might see more of Antonio, was it Sanchez versus Diego Ferreira? So we'll see. So neither of these players, Diego's going forward. Antonio's not all the way out. We'll see what happens. Let's hear him. It's so cool to listen to these interviews. Let's check out and see how they feel.
All right, thank you very much, Rose and Lou. We are here with our winner, Diego. Congratulations. That was about as close of a set as it can get, coming down to the close combat in the end. How
Let's
are
turn it
you
up a little
feeling
bit.
right now?
I'm super happy, but I'm a bit shaky still because it was so close. Yes.
Yeah, so let's talk about this team. I think it's fascinating.
I want to be there so bad.
And you're kind of using different variants of some popular Pokemon. You have Ogerpon, Wellspring, when many others use Hearthflame or Cornerstone. You've got the Ursaluna regular form instead of the Blood Moon. You Terra Dragon on Calyrex when many use Water
Wolf
or
lost
Fire.
his first
How
match.
did you come up with this team composition?
I don't know. I think
It doesn't matter.
I've
He
always,
also can't
like,
be out of
think
top cut.
different. Since I started playing in 2016, I always liked to play anti-meta. So yes, I don't know. It's just like the way it works for me, because when I play meta, I think that unless you are the best playing the meta, you won't win, because people is gonna prepare for it, you know. So I rather just go for like a north composition that maybe can give me an advantage because they don't know how to face.
Right, I think you're definitely catching people off guard with some of your Pokemon,
Smart.
like Indeedee and Ursaluna.
It's a cool way to
and some of
team
the
build.
options. So how have your games gone throughout the entire weekend? Are a lot of them maybe only you set up Trick Room turn 1 and the GG, or are they long drawn out games? Like, how has this team performed?
No, definitely we're not like easy games. Like people here in World,
We're these
they're
easy
really
games.
high level, and some of them were not that close, because they had good matchups, but other ones were like really, really close. Like last turn was defining the game or not, if I win or not. Yeah.
Yeah, and then talking about that Terra Dragon on Calyrex, it was just so crucial. What's the inspiration behind going with Terra Dragon compared to some of the other conventional Terra types for Calyrex?
So Terra Dragon is good against grass, fire, water. So that's why I chose it. And you get
that's
weak
so
to
cool.
ice, so the mirror will be difficult, but I'm playing in prison. So Yeah.
Okay, and how do you use the Ursaluna? I know it's a really strong Pokemon, especially after it gets a Flame Orb boost to it, Guts ability, but there's no flyer.
I love this interviewer too. Joe Brown is great.
So you kind of have to use those single target attacks. So how difficult has it been maneuvering Ursaluna under Trick Room?
I do have Wider though, so there may be a scenario in which I have Gallade and Ursaluna. I can just Wider Earthquake, and my Torkoal as well is Terra Grass. Sometimes I can just Earthquake besides it as well and attack with both.
Yeah, he's all the way up there with
Cool.
Torkoal.
So do you
It's
have
crazy.
any shouts? We have a lot of fans here rooting you on, right, in the front of the crowd. So what would you like to say to fans rooting on and friends and family at home?
I'll be talking to you guys one day right here.
So my friends, my Chilean friends.
I'll say thank you, people of the cloud.
My friend that is watching me as well, and he always supports me. The Australian community as well, because I live in Australia now. They are my Chilean friends, but I have some friends in Australia as well. Especially shout out to Chris.
He's so sick.
Prepare, and then as well my friend Neme.
All right, well, congratulations on that win. Best of luck in the last round of Swiss, and hope the best for you going into Top Cut.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, so we're going to be right back here with our last and final round of Swiss on day 2 coverage here, the Pokemon World Championships. We'll be right back after this break.
All right, they're going to take a short break. So usually they have a couple of cool in-between videos. Man, look how happy he is. So they'll have a couple of cool in-between videos and interviews and stuff, but I'm excited to try and do this Love Disc giveaway. Let's do a Love Disc giveaway. What do you think? There it is, Honolulu 2024. Let's switch over to gaming really fast. We'll see some of these cool little cute videos. Well, let's watch this first. This is cute. We gotta at least see this. Right? Look at this weeb. That's how I imagine myself. Alright, Quaxley. You C-tier mon. Here comes A-tier boy. What? Why not? He's like, I got it. Life is so hard. Sorry, we'll give away the fish in a second. Helping Hand. Yes, Piplup. Hydro Cannon. Such a cutie. Alright. Let's switch over and do this giveaway. Alright, who wants this fish, huh? Which of you people wants the fish? So you have to have you have to have a Switch in order to potentially win this. But if some of you are interested and don't have your Switch on hand, I can set it aside and we can do a trade later. Everybody want the yellow fish? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to put all your guys' names into a wheel spinner. Huh? Yellow fish is most desirable out of everything here? Really? Does Margo want one? Gimme Yellow Boy. Sir Willio wants it. Okay. Hey, I need confirmation from your guys in the chats. JT wants it. Alright. Sir Willio, I'm JT. I'm writing this down into a little wheel spinner. Here, we'll switch back over to Chrome really fast. Yeah, here we go. We can play the stream in the background, I suppose. We'll just turn it down a little bit. So I'm gonna do a couple of different challenges. We'll do a spin the wheel for now. I'll do a spin the wheel for now, but low res. But then we're gonna do questions and quizzes later. I'm gonna give you guys quizzes about my teams. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Confirmation that Yellow Boy is the GOAT. Okay, I didn't know this guy was goated. My bad. Alright. Is it just you three? Bryce says everybody. Is that you, Bryce, too? Come on. Alright, I'm just gonna spin for these three. Step off, low res. Zard Schmard, give me that fist. Alright, just you three. Throw me in there, boss. Alright, Ratsy's in the mix. Fish giveaway. Sorry, low res, your odds are declining. It doesn't need to sit in my dungeon forever. Rice passes. Alright, here we go. Sending a fish off to a friend's dungeon. Who's gonna win it? Everybody, step up, step up. Who's gonna get the fish? JT. Sorry, low res. Alrighty. Yo, I'm JT wins the yellow fish. No, this sucks. Rigged. There will be more. There will be more. Alright, let's pass this fish off. Back to gaming. Come on, JT. Pokeportal. I better connect with JT. Nobody else better snipe this fish. You need to calibrate the wheel next time? I know, I did forget to calibrate the wheel. I didn't check the bearings before I spun for the fish. Alright, JT. Oh, yeah, I got you. That's fine. Take your time. Just let me know when you're ready, and you can... JT, you send me a code, and then I'll trade to that code. That way I'm not giving it to anyone else. But let's go back to Worlds. Just send a message in the chat.
And Sierra Dawn. We're going to dissect a few of the Pokemon choices, look at the usage stats, while our players
Let's look at some usage stats
to start the next round, round 11 at the World Championships here in Honolulu. Scott, how have you been finding things in this early portion of the Swiss rounds today?
All right, let's hear what they had to say.
Fun, right? Where we're getting like kind of the most exciting part of the Swiss part of the tournament, where
in the meantime, I'm going to adjust the fish.
Super tense, and all the players have something to play for this time. Where there's so few rounds where even if you've got into top cut because you have enough wins, you're still playing for that bye to avoid that dangerous like top 24-ish round. So we're having a lot of fun right now, I think.
Yeah, getting to the crunch time. Sierra, what about yourself?
It's so intense. I mean, there is really no room for error when we're looking at just this X2 to get into cut. And then, yeah, that buy is so important. There's been so many dreams that have been stamped out of that, oh, I'm so important, 32 and stuff in years. So you want to make sure you're set up for the best success.
All right, there we go.
These matches are coming down to the wire. It's even just little Pokemon choices, little decisions in this team making that's really just kind of making the difference alongside that good play.
Yeah, and it's all about the Pokemon choices.
Man, look how awesome they do with the set design. This is just so cool. The World Championships, they just go all out for.
So you can see the top 12 Pokemon here, starting off top of the list with that Urshifu and the Rapid Strike version, and really no surprise with how powerful it is, potent, alongside the Rillaboom and second in the Raging Ball.
It's fine, it's fine, JT.
Jumping out at you, Scott, that's really surprising you in these usage stats for the day 2.
I think for me, maybe it's two things. I mean, one is that I think one thing that trainers were kind of running into as they prepared for this tournament is finding offense from something other than the restricted Pokemon. It seems like like the really common boys, the ones near the top of the list, the ones that actually deal some damage, right? The Rillaboom, the Urshifu, Raging Bolt in particular. Sometimes.
All right, there we go. So Lechonk is up next.
And even stuff that's a little lower, like the Hearthflame Ogerpon, the Fluttermane, the Chi-Yu. There's a lot of Pokemon.
Oh, really gotta pay attention. Look at this. Here are the usage stats. Wow, Incin is so far off. Look at this right here.
I think that's almost
this Pokemon is so much lower than you'd expect.
That some of the very best records are actually a little more boring looking teams.
Yeah, I completely agree with you on that.
Look at this is Wolf's team right now. Wolf's team is this Pokemon, this Pokemon, this Pokemon, this Pokemon, this Pokemon, and then his legendary restricted. No wonder he's doing well.
Well, even just piggybacking off the Incineroar conversation, I'm not surprised to see it not at first place, but that 26% in comparison to the 61% for the
right here they're talking about it
is where I definitely find surprises in it. Because sure, you do have fake out utility with the Rillaboom, and of course we are getting a little cutesy with their teams here at the World Championships, so something has to drop. But we got to see really early on in the day with that Incineroar Rillaboom combination with that Urshifu Rapid Strike that you could really kind of
this thing just matches up so well into both Calyrexes. I'm so shocked. And Terrapagos.
Things like a knockoff maybe not always.
I mean,
the most
Terra
powerful
Ghost
of
goes
moves,
good into
but being able
Zamazenta
to get
too.
rid
I
of
don't know.
really, really key items. So I think the fact that we've kind of strayed so far away from that in terms of, I thought this would have been a Urshi, Rillaboom, Incineroar for our top three, and
me
then
too.
going on. So that one kind of
Me too, Sierra.
off guard a little.
Yeah, and I think the proof's in the pudding, right? Like Scott said, you know, when we look at the better records in the tournament so far, they are the teams with that Incineroar and kind of included in them. So it kind of is one of those things where those players are really taking advantage of maybe the chatter around pre-tournament or coming into a tournament, what's good, what's not. The one thing that I would like to point out is something that we've seen in that last match and throughout the tournament this weekend is that Cornerstone Ogerpon as well.
Right here,
It seemed to be
talking
doing
about this
very
one now.
well in this kind of environment.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Brown right now is out there celebrating that this has made, not only just made the usage topic, but it's actually been really well in matchups. And
Also feels
I mean, it
really
makes
good
sense,
into
the
many
typing of it,
matchups.
that built-in sturdy and being able to fire some really powerful rock Ivy cudgels.
Super
I mean,
effective hits all across the board, plus a focus sash, plus follow me.
That it took so long for this Pokemon to get to this level of usage. And one of the things that's tricky about it, you can only pick one Ogerpon, right? And I think some teams would.
The flying,
love to have
it's
more
Sir
than one,
Willio.
but, yeah,
Are you seeing this, Sir Willio?
Number down in particular.
Look at this.
And, I think
Ogerpon Cornerstone, your boy is up here.
Format, kind of the one that you
doing well.
By.
Yeah, I completely agree with both of you. So we've had a
shocking also that
unrestricted
Hearthflame is
usage stats.
infinitely
We can
higher
also
than
have a
this
look
thing.
at the restricted usage stats as well. These are
And
the
there you go, look,
restricted
there's Wolf's
same
restricted
thing
choice,
to-
number one.
Of course, no surprise really to myself that the Calyrex Shadow Rider's on top there.
Where's Ace?
Anything jumping out to you other than
I was trying to tell
Sierra?
You
Well,
were,
I mean,
dude.
I feel
You
like
were way ahead of your
again,
time.
A participation award. This should be a top 6, and the Groudon should not be seen.
Kind of
here,
surprising to see
but I feel like
Kyogre
this is
so
pretty rough.
low.
Like, this is, I think, what I would expect coming into this. You have the big 3 exactly.
Hey, there's
ready
Ace.
To be the top 3.
Here you go, Ace. Check it out.
The kind of B tiers. That
1,
can
2, 3, 4,
definitely
5,
make a
6,
run
7,
and
8.
Definitely have this opportunity to win
Here are
the
the.
World
These are the top
Championship.
restricteds.
That Zamazenta, the Terrapagos, and that Kyogre. I think those 6 are the ones that we were kind of really expecting going into this. And even though they don't have the greatest representation, it is in the hands of some really, really skilled players with some really unique teams that, yeah, we can see a couple of those in our top 8.
Yeah, definitely.
Turtles on the
I think one
board!
thing that really
Your boy-
surprised me
your
coming
boy Crystal
into
Jim
this
is up
the
there.
usage on Terrapagos, and we've still got players in the field that are really pushing towards the latter end of this tournament, still performing well.
Yeah, Groudon just eked its way in there.
To the top cut bracket once we do finalize our players.
So
after,
these legendaries are the
round
best
11.
of the
Are you
best right
surprised that we
now.
haven't seen more Kyogre, Scott? Are you on the kind of the train where
I wonder if we will catch a Kyogre on stream.
has the potential but not quite as potent as your Calyrex? Shadow Rider, Ice Rider, Miraidon, and maybe even the Zamazenta we can throw into that mix.
Yeah.
I think if I'd been predicting
That's a
the order
great
of this
point,
chart
JT.
before the tournament, I probably would have had Kyogre and Terrapagos swapped, and maybe then Terrapagos one step further swapped again with Koraidon.
What?
Yeah, I'm really surprised that
happy with
Kyogre
the way
is
this chart looks. I
below
don't know if I'm
both
just the sort of
Zama
guy
and
who, looks
Terrapagos.
at my usage stat charts half empty, but I thought there was really a world where kind of like both of the Calyrex and Miraidon.
You know, this is
probably
very
had,
interesting.
you know,
It's
5 or
very
10%
different than
more
the standard
each,
usage
and all of the
statistics
things beneath
available
them were
online
kind of
right
in the
now.
Groudon zone of maybe they don't need to be on the graphic. I think that I'm really relieved that the metagame has proven to be a little bit more diverse than we thought.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a real chance that, especially that Zamazenta or the Terrapagos wins the tournament. Where, for me, coming in, I don't know if I just wasn't.
No
high enough
way
to
does
when I was
these
practicing,
any of
but,
these guys
I've seen
win.
an awful lot of those big 3, and I'm glad that there's a real chance. That
Ace,
none
you
of
just
them
got
make it on the
pinned.
ground.
That was a base take.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very exciting if none of those were seen in the top cut or even go on to win the tournament. I think it's very slim at this point, in my opinion. But,
Interesting stats
yeah, it's
for
really
sure.
Great to see the diversity there, and the Zamazenta, I think, plays into the fact that it's doing.
Here, I
so
need something
well
to
in this
eat- to
format
eat and
because
drink. I'll
we're
be right back.
seeing probably a lot more Terrapagos just because of the positive matchup that naturally has and how much of a tougher time trainers going up against Zamazenta playing Terrapagos are having. But there are players that we've mentioned that are piloting the Terrapagos and still having a great time. You may only have had one loss so far through the tournament. So yeah, I think it's shaping up to be a really great end to the tournament. But it's going to be hard, I think, for some of the players to kind of overthrow that Shadow Rider, in my opinion anyway. What's your opinion on this, Sierra?
It all depends on who's piloting the team.
Yeah.
And there is some very good players with the Calyrex Shadow Riders. So yeah, it might be a little bit hard to overthrow.
Yeah. Well, that's our top 8 restricteds moving into day 2. We can take a bit of a deeper dive now and look at some individual Pokemon. One Pokemon that we already have briefly talked about that we can take a deeper dive in is
Cookie
Pokemon
acquired.
Wellspring. We did have it featured in that last match, of course.
Thanks, Mom.
We haven't seen as much of the Wellspring mask. Very popular early on, but it has fallen off slightly as we've got into the deeper
All right, what are we doing?
Tournaments.
Which is really interesting to then see the fall off. It's the, I mean, if
all right,
we
time for a
ignore the teal
poll.
mask one, but the 3 that are a little bit more viable out here, it's the one that didn't make that day 2 graphic, which is then you look at how rampant this Urshifu Rapid Strike is in this format, because this is something that with that water absorb and the possibility of follow me, you can think compare quite well. But the fact that you can only have, as Scott pointed out, the one Ogerpon on your team, I think really hurts kind of the viability of the Ogerpon Wellspring once we're at this point in the format, considering it can have some offense, but it's not going to be quite as good as the others, and can kind of struggle in a couple of those other matchups.
Yeah, I think, you know, kind of maybe if we had the Pokemon World Championships rerun next weekend.
I want to see your guys' predictions. I'm starting a poll.
Response to all this Urshifu, but I think, you know, the 800% of players or whatever that chose to bring Urshifu into day 2 kind of made a nice read that players had largely moved away from this Wellspring. They don't have to worry about it anymore. You know, it's got the teardrops on the mask because no one wants it on their team. And I think the other thing that really hurts it too.
I'm going to go back just a few seconds so you can look at this again.
Zamazenta, the Terrapagos, and
So here are the legendaries that are at the top of the charts right now. These are the Pokemon that are performing extremely well. They're the only guys who are really, these are the top guys left.
Really skilled players with some really unique teams that, yeah, we can see a couple of those.
I want you guys to look at this.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the
Pick your favorite, pick the cutest, pick the coolest, take a meta-educated guess. Let me know who's winning.
That are really pushing towards the latter end of this tournament, still performing well in contention to move into the top cut bracket once we do finalize that.
I'm gonna vote too, man.
Round 11.
Once we get this thing to show
we
up.
haven't seen more Kyogre, Scott. Are you on the kind of the train where Kyogre has the potential, but not quite as potent as your Calyrex?
I don't know what's going on. My chat just like broke when I tried to start that poll.
And maybe even the Zamazenta we can throw into that mix.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'd been predicting the order of this chart before the tournament, I probably would have had Kyogre and Terrapagos swapped, and maybe then Terrapagos one step further swapped again with Koraidon. But I'm pretty happy with the way this chart looks. I don't know if I'm just the sort of guy who looks at my usage.
I think you can
charts
vote,
half empty,
right?
But I thought there was really a world where kind of like both of the Calyrex and Miraidon probably had 5 or 10%.
Let me fix chat. Sorry about that.
And all of the things beneath them were kind of in the Groudon zone of maybe they don't need to be on the graphic. I think that I'm really.
Can you guys see the poll?
The metagame has proven to be a little bit more diverse than we thought, and there's a real chance that, especially that Zamazenta or the Terrapagos wins the tournament. Where, for me, coming in, I don't know if I just wasn't high enough on the ladder when I was practicing, but I was seeing an awful lot of those big three.
Yes, that's a fantastic idea, Lores.
There's a real chance that none of them take home the crown.
Yeah, I mean, it would be very exciting if none of those were seen in the top cut or even go on to win.
I'm renaming
the
Spicy Lenny
to
to
slim at this point,
Angry Bird.
Opinion, but yeah, it's really great to see the diversity there. And the Zamazenta, I think, plays into the fact that it's doing so well in this format because we're seeing probably a lot more Terrapagos just because of the positive matchup that naturally has and how much of a tougher time.
Okay, it's named Angry Bird.
Zamazenta playing Terrapagos are having, but there are players that we've
Can you guys not see the poll, or is it loading still?
Still having a great time. You may only have had one loss so far through the tournament, so yeah, I think it's shaping up to be.
Anyone? Help me out, guys. Can you see the poll?
But it's going to be hard, I think, for some of the players to kind of overthrow that.
Oh, y'all build a vote.
Opinion anyway. What's your opinion on this, Sierra?
It all depends on who's piloting the team.
Yeah.
And there is some very good players with the Calyrex.
Thank you, Sir Willio.
Yeah, it might be a little bit hard to overthrow.
Yeah. Well, that's our top 8 restricteds moving into day 2.
All right. We're going to try it again.
Dive now and look at some individual Pokemon. One Pokemon that we already have briefly talked about that we can take a deeper dive in is Ogerpon Wellspring. We did have it featured in that last match, of course. We haven't seen as much of the Wellspring mask.
Hold on, I gotta go back so you guys can see this again.
Pokemon, this list you really.
Representation, it is in the hands of some really really skilled players with some really unique teams that.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
like,
we can see
I don't
a
know
couple
why
of those
polls
other
bug
topics.
out my computer.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the one thing that really surprised me coming into yesterday was the usage on Terrapagos, and we've still got players in the field that are really pushing towards the latter end of this tournament, still performing well in contention.
Ignore that, we're gonna do it again.
To the top cut bracket once we do finalize our players after.
I think it's I think
11.
you might have convinced me on
Surprised
Cali
we haven't
Shadow
seen
just
more
because Wolf
Kyogre
is
Scott. Are
piloting
you
it.
on the kind of the train where Kyogre has the potential, but not quite as potent as your Calyrex. Shadow Rider, Ice Rider, Miraidon, and maybe even the Zamazenta we can throw into that mix.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'd been predicting the order of this chart before the tournament, I probably would have had Kyogre and Terrapagos swapped.
Let's
and,
try now.
Maybe then Terrapagos one step further, swapped again with Koraidon.
What?
But
Oh, well.
I'm pretty happy with the way this chart looks. I don't know if I'm just the
I'm
sort of
leaving
guy
this for a
who,
while. We're
looks
moving
at my
on.
usage
I thought that was
chart.
going to be fun, but apparently my computer is not interested in having
Yeah, I
fun.
think some of the fun of it too is that like well, maybe it doesn't match up as well from like a clear.
Yeah,
role
I do
on the team
think
perspective
Cali
as the past
Shadow
rounds.
has
I
a
think
really
they
good
definitely
chance,
lost the most
especially
of
with
all
your
the
boy
Overcon forms with,
Wolfie
not
at
usually
the
getting
helm.
to Terrastalize anymore, where I think that the attack boost is kind of the best of the available options in past formats. But it is like kind of a difficult type matchup for a lot of common Pokemon. You know, Munga
Man,
doesn't really
this
like it,
thing
like, in
on the
past
screen
Pokemon,
right
that
now
poison type
is
will
one
lock
of the
into
most
be able to
broken
deal with
Pokemon
Ogerpon.
that I've like
You know,
ever
Rillaboom,
ever
he's still,
seen.
unlike the
Ogerpon
other
Hearthflame
forms, at least some of the
can,
other Ogerpon forms,
like,
weak against
body,
the turn. Miraidon actually weirdly
I think it's
annoyed by it,
Cresselia
is
in the
becoming
sun.
more and more
You
reliant
put
on
the
that
sun up,
dazzling
this
gleam,
thing
and
with a
is the
neutral
one,
hit can
Ogerpon
OHKO
form takes that
Cresselia.
pretty well. It's just kind of obnoxious.
It is
where,
terrifying.
even though
It is
I don't think
not
it,
even
you know,
surprising
I think
at all
it
that that thing is like
correctly
top
isn't as
6 used of all
popular
time.
as, you know, like the Cornerstone Mash, just because it doesn't fit as well on as many teams. The teams where it does fit, it's just really frustrating to play against sometimes.
Even like neutral 1+1 attack Ivy Cudgels do a lot of damage to a lot of the restricteds that are out there. So if you're dealing something that can do neutral damage into a lot of things, super effective on things that wouldn't appreciate it, you even push it something into, if you're up against a Rillaboom, you might have to push it into Terrastalization, and when you're wanting to maybe Terrastalize that restriction
+1 heavy, +1 crit. No, you don't even need to crit ace. This thing doesn't even need to crit. A neutral +1 sun hit just OHKOs.
Where it does go into the Fairy Terror type.
Let's do the damage calc on that.
You are threatened instantly just by the power
really
that
fast.
The Hearthflame does possess.
Ogerpon,
Hearthflame.
Hearthflame.
Here we
All
are.
out offense
Another
versus
very
Cresselia.
popular Pokemon
Trick Room
that hasn't
support.
really dropped off at all.
Ivy
Regulation
Cudgel in the
J's just kind
sun.
of kept its place
Terra
really
+1.
throughout.
Boom!
And for good reason as well. We kind of see it there.
That's
the
just
focus and
crazy.
ability, which occasionally gets used. We're seeing
It
a lot of
easily
players in this
KOs.
tournament using the booster energy. And the alternative
Anyway.
is that Assault Vest, but I feel like we're seeing more booster energy in this tournament.
Yeah, this thing is cool too. Man, they are really taking their sweet time before giving us the next match.
Yeah, it definitely puts it in a really dangerous zone, considering you do have access to that Thunderclap. So that booster energy synergizes really well with this Terra Electric that we've more started to see, as opposed to that fairy type, considering
Not as satisfying as
special
Terrafire
attack,
Flare Blitz,
booster
however.
energy,
Ace, another
Thunderclap,
base take.
Terra Electric.
Very true.
That is a lot of damage, and there is a good amount of Frigoraph out there in the field for day 2. I believe it was about 30%. But if you're not up against one of those priority stopping, this can threaten in a lot
Yeah,
of
it's
ways,
so
and
funny
this
how
matches up really
all
well
of the
into
priority
Secret
spam all
Rapid
over the
Strike.
place between
Some of
Fake
them
Out
have focus
Rillaboom,
out,
Fake
but if
Out
they're wanting to go
Instant,
for
Sucker
something like a
Punch,
Scarf or a Mystic Water,
Thunderclap. All of that just encourages Frigoraph to hit the field.
Like this Calyrex Shadow Rider, that wouldn't appreciate a hit from this either.
Yeah, and I think even against that Frigoraph, right? I think one of the things that makes Raging Bolt so great is that all of its
Assault
stats are
Vest
so
booster
high,
energy?
right?
Yeah,
And,
makes sense.
It's so difficult to knock off of the field unless you
Ancient
because
Paradox
you usually can't
Pokemon
afford to
W,
focus out of
for
this format,
sure.
right? Where there's often bigger threats, even though perhaps last format, Raging Bolt would be the most dangerous thing on the other side of the field. You know, you can't just ignore Miraidon or whatever to take out the Raging Bolt sometimes, and you can often outlive that Frigoraph and then be able to threaten the Thunderclap later. I think another thing that's a big deal, we don't have the
Come on, give me the games.
slide here because I think it's increased in usage over the end of the season, but I think especially from the Japanese players, we've seen more and more of that. And
I'm vibing
that's
them,
a
man. All of
pretty
the little
scary amount of
aesthetics they
damage
do.
between that and the Terra Electric.
Little ocean
And
stuff in the
unlike
background.
booster energy
I
kind
love
of comes
Worlds.
in and out of battle a little bit better because it doesn't have the issue where you can only use it once.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think when we were looking at Hitrefumi's team in particular, playing that life form, when you think, wow, if electric drain, if
Yeah.
you're facing down against
Some
Miraidon,
people go
for
life orb
instance,
on
the
this
electric
thing.
drains up,
That
and
way
you've
you
got
can switch it
the
in and out and
electric
not lose the booster
terastallization,
energy
you've got
damage
the
buff.
life orb on top of that, same type of attack
It just hits
bonus.
so
This
hard.
thing's going to be just removing things from the
I
field
think this
very
thing
easily.
hits
So
harder
if
than
it's a big
Flutter
threat,
Mane,
things
for
like
any of you that
Incineroar
don't
would
know.
normally be quite comfortable to sit in front of it, maybe get a parting shot off. Just
I
don't
think this
have that
thing hits
freedom
harder
anymore
than
in front of this
Flutter
Pokemon.
Mane.
And another electric type Pokemon that we can take a little bit of a deeper dive on, especially this weekend.
This
we've seen
thing
little
is
bit more
a
of it than
harder
maybe what
hitter
some
than
of us
Flutter
thought
Mane.
is
That's
Iron
insane.
Hands, and for good reasons. Very strong Pokemon fighting electric. Common water, common terra types, I should say. I'm getting washed up.
Water
in
and
the waves
grass.
here. Is the water and the grass typing.
Bolt is the
Quick
GOAT.
drive ability, obviously able to use that ability now. We're seeing a lot more electric
Absolutely.
with the resurgence of Miraidon, and still common held item on there is that Assault Vest, but we have seen some different builds over this weekend, Scott.
So essentially what's happening right now is these are a bunch of little segments they do just to sort of educate the viewers on interesting Pokemon, things that are doing well. And in the meantime, the players are furiously finishing up their last second matches at the tables. It's probably going so long because somebody is just in the middle of a really stally long game that's taking forever. So we're sort of in limbo land right now, waiting for people who are actually competing at the tournament right now to finish up this round so that we can launch into the next round.
Truly turning into Iron Feet over here, but I love that adjustment that we see coming on out because I think it's just a really smart meta call into this. I mean, Iron Hands,
Iron Hands is just also
a little bit more on the offensive end. There has even on top of this low kick adjustment, we've seen some that have maybe gone for this more clear amulet or
you guys are both right, Ace and JT. You're right. You don't build it to do more damage than Flutter, although it kind of it depends on the Flutter you're playing with.
A couple of different looks for this Iron Hands is
like
a really big
booster energy / life orb raging bolt does more than like the focus sash or booster energy speed variants of Flutter Mane for sure.
And it pairs up so well against a lot of these.
It depends on the item basically. Sometimes they are built to do more.
So no wonder that this is just a great Pokemon. And even with the slower speed, you could just have a really speedy team and not worry about your opponent setting Trick Room because you throw out your Iron Hand.
Yeah, that's the other thing about this thing is like this is a Pokemon that can play in that Trick Room I keep talking about where the speeds are swapped, but it doesn't need to because it's just so freaking tanky and fat that it just eats everything. Oh, here's the little guy. I love Frigoraph.
Having a great time with it out here in Honolulu. And
Electric Seed, Citrus Berry, Throat Spray. I think Wolf's is Throat Spray.
Fallen into the water once again, but it is going to be water. It is going to be Fairy. We commonly see on it. Armatil is probably the main selling point from this Pokemon because of the ability to prevent those priority attacks onto your side of the field. Held items, we've seen a lot of the Electric Seed, especially when it's paired up with that Miraidon. Makes sense. You get the
it's long neck at home.
Electric trainers on the
yeah,
field.
This is the less
Citrus
powerful of the two giraffes.
Spray, something that we haven't seen too commonly, but Wolf Glick is a player that is running that. And
all right,
reason, because if you
I think it's about time that maybe.
You get that boost.
How long has it been since the last match?
Which Frigoraph can and has the capabilities of doing.
So it's been about 30 minutes since the last match, and then we did a giveaway. I should set a timer. Let me see how many shiny Pokemon I have left. We should be doing a giveaway like every increment. Like I should have a timer on screen.
But all of a sudden making it a threat, they might have to deviate attention.
That's what I should do. Now that makes sense.
And even if you don't have the dimensions in your favor, the Frigoraph just being able to stop that priority. That's Grassy Glide, gone. Thunderclap, gone. Sucker Punch.
How many hours is this going to go till? What time is it?
And that's so nice. It's just a constant threat. You don't even need to bring it.
Let's do every
kind of be in your
40 minutes.
head, because if they go for a priority attack and you swap that in, they could be hooked on that turn.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of a thing, right? You know, if you think back to
all right, let's try and I'm gonna play around with the on-screen elements right now.
Has a priority move and makes it so much more difficult to use those Pokemon optimally. If you're trying to break Cornerstone Ogerpon's sturdy ability or a Pokemon's Focus Sash, suddenly you have to think twice about that, and it makes your unrevealed Pokemon even stronger, right? If you don't leave that Frigoraph, you know, just hanging out, maybe you have it in the back, maybe you don't. Your opponent has to think twice, and it prevents them from taking what would otherwise be optimal plays. I think we've been looking for a Pokemon.
I don't know if I can do this live. This is going to take a minute.
Really, for the whole time VGC has existed, right? And you know, finally we have one that is proven to be a mainstay in competitive play.
Yeah, exactly that. And Frigoraph, just one of those Pokemon I think we're probably going to see more of.
Let's see if I can do this. Add a timer.
Scott, Sierra, thank you for letting us pick your brains a little bit and get some expertise on these commonly used Pokemon that we're seeing in this tournament. But I believe our players already are getting warmed up, set up to be ready going into round 11. So we're going to throw it over to the casters now and get set up for that next and final round of Swiss.
Okay, hey, we're about to start the match. Yes.
Do you want to be legendary? Do you got what it takes?
I do.
To win? Well, we're gonna find out here in the last round of Swiss, going into Top Cut. The winner of this match will have their chance at becoming world champion. And Joe Brown and Gabby Snyder on the call. We have the privilege to broadcast this match. Gabby, this is the most intense of the 11 rounds that they've had all weekend.
I know, and it's time for these trainers to show us what they got and show why they are fighting for their opportunity to continue playing in this tournament. This is our final round of Swiss, which means anybody with an X&2 record will be seeded into an asymmetrical cut moving forwards in the tournament, at which point it is single elimination, one loss, and you are out. And there are so many incredibly powerful trainers remaining here. Anybody who currently has a 9-1 record, as we no longer have any undefeated trainers,
let's see what happens here.
To move on to Top Cut next round. So congratulations to all 9 of those trainers you can see here. Anybody, though, at an X&2 record has to win their next round to keep playing.
Yeah, this is so difficult. This is one of the new format we've had for our Swiss standings, but the last few years of the World Championships, we've had this asymmetrical cut going into Top Cut, and obviously that math is for people much smarter than us. That's not our job to figure out all the people moving on to Top Cut, but you really do want to put your own destiny in your own hands, control this match. If you are 8-2 currently, you really need that.
Yeah, so here's what's crazy now, people.
Who knows? We could
at this point,
the last person making it into the
oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's all the people at 9-1. There's Wolf.
And that's what's beautiful about Top Cut is that at that point in time, it doesn't necessarily matter.
So these people all at 9-1 are going to be in Top Cut no matter what.
And we have some incredibly difficult matches queued up for this round.
Victor Medina versus... Oh, this is a killer match!
But you have Michael Kels versus Nick Holmer. Fun fact.
Xiliang Tang was on a tear. Xiliang Tang, right here, this is the guy that knocked Wolf out last year.
And is fighting for his opportunity to cut.
So really, Nick is 8-1 if you think of it.
He is.
Man, Victor Medina, I can't remember where I saw him, but I've watched him play before. He's also an amazing player.
But also, I see Aaron Traylor up there. Joe Brown, what
oh my God, Aaron Traylor made it in too.
I think definitely.
So here are the stakes for this round, guys. These are matches where if you win, you make Top Cut. You are immediately one of the top like 32 or top 16 best players on the entire planet. If you lose this game, you go home as just somebody who finished day 2. So this match is going to be amazing.
But honestly, there's no wrong answer. I think. I mean, Victor Medina, Xiliang Tang. That is quite the. This is a heavy duty matchup. Perennial international championship top cutter at this point. I think 4 IC top cuts in the last couple of seasons.
All right, there they are.
The World Championships last year. It's going to be.
Victor looks nervous, man.
I was just about to say, you mentioned back-to-back Worlds top cuts, and Victor Medina has the opportunity to go for it here. Will have to beat the Hartford Regional Champion from 2013, 2023, an area close to our neck of the woods, but what an interesting matchup we have.
Cali Ice versus Cali Ice. Another classic matchup, but ooh, look! The normal Ogerpon form.
Absolutely not.
Right here.
Those teams, Xiliang Tang and his friends is the Tang gang, Justin Tang. They love running
dual Cali Ice plus Pelipper.
Kyogre, NAIC. Now you have Pelipper, the NAIC hero, Pelipper on his team. But if you take a look at Victor's squad, it is that Ogerpon cornerstone who's proving to be.
So this is literally just this is just Wolf's team, but he has Cornerstone instead of Incin. Man, double grass is crazy to me.
Restricted Pokemon. I feel like Victor is running a very standard expected version of this team with the clear Amulet, Terra Fire to make sure Incineroar is not a problem for that Pokemon. You have the support of Booster Energy Raging Bolt to deal big damage to maybe clean up after Trick Room. But most importantly, thanks to the Ogerpon Cornerstone's sturdy ability, you have the opportunity to use Follow Me, redirect any attacks towards it, and then use Trick Room.
I'm really interested to see who's going to win this one.
Or your Calyrex Ice Rider. to
Man,
give
you
the
become
advantage
top
at the
32
beginning
if
of
you
the
win
match.
this. That's
Right,
just so
and
cool.
Raging Bolt and Urshifu are just such strong Pokemon. They almost feel like having additional restricteds on your team, especially with that booster energy impacting how much damage Raging Bolt can produce. It's definitely going to be a tough.
All right, let's look at Xiliang Tang. Xiliang always brings the craziest stuff, man. This guy is the original Wo-Chien innovator. This guy's NAIC team put Wo-Chien back on the map, so you can expect some cool stuff from Xiliang.
As well as a Pelipper and the Ogerpon Teal Mask. That's a nifty held item.
It's a
loaded dice bullet seed.
Mask. There is no IV Cudgel on that Pokemon, and I believe it's because the bullet seed hit multiple times.
God, he's a cool team builder.
Field that has so many Urshifu Rapid Strike in the format with both
Silly, what's up?
Being able to hit it twice, 3 times with an attack will break the Focus Sash and give you that opportunity to knock it out.
Okay.
It also has Follow Me and Encore,
Teal Mask form, plus Pelipper and Landorus, Scarf Lando.
Just like we saw on Victor's side of the field. But given that the rest of the team
So what do we think is going to happen? How do we enable the Cali on this side?
Incarnate with a Choice Scarf, for example.
No Tailwind, no Follow Me.
Almost forego
It's
Trick Room
just
entirely
fake out and Trick Room.
And just go for damage.
Yeah, and that Landorus Incarnate was an absolute menace in our prior.
And actually, this Ogerpon probably doesn't come because there's no Incineroar. You probably don't bring it to the match.
Pokemon because of how powerful that sheer force is, but he doesn't have.
Yeah, it's like the first time we've ever seen Teal Mask.
So this Landorus it seems like more of a counter meta Pokemon, maybe counter Miraidon, counter Raging Bolt, because you're not getting the full power since it's not Life Orb sheer force, it's just the regular sheer force damage.
Here we go into game number 1.
Come on. We've been waiting so long for this. Let's see it.
2 Calyrex Ice Riders facing off. 2 very different approaches to the battle, and as a result, 2 incredibly
naked Ogerpon
leads with Calyrex Ice Rider
and
Urshifu out on the field.
So just Scarf Lando plus Sash Urshifu.
In Honolulu, these are some heavy
wow,
hitters, of course.
This is some pretty scary matchup early.
On the field, that might be something that Victor is angling for, because
Glacial Lance is a pretty easy click.
Those dimensions and have the advantage, but with 2 Urshifu on the field now, you have to worry about how
going for a Surging Strikes into Landorus. U-turn.
First, though, we will get
just some chip. Interesting. What is he going to shift into? He's going to have to eat a Surging Strikes. Pelipper, probably.
He's immediately going for the pivot here. Given that the Landorus Incarnate will be taking super effective damage from a Glacial Lance.
Oh, maybe Pelipper, right?
Sticking around in Trick Room. I think this is a very safe play. Feel out how your opponent is going to approach the matchup, and then respond to the next turn.
And Incineroar will go into that spot, but
that's brutal.
Into Incineroar on the swap.
I don't know, Ace.
A prediction as
smart U-turn to get out of there, but
are weak to water, so just a really smart play for Victor to
nice call,
position.
Victor.
Rocky Helmet.
Victor Medina looks like Daniel Radcliffe in Harry Potter. Looks whimsical.
Of damage onto Urshifu, breaking that sash and actually doing a considerable amount of damage.
Man, that does nothing.
3 critical hits.
These fat A Calyrexes, dude. Look at that. Its health bar stays whole.
Up to Calyrex going on this turn with a Glacial Lance.
Okay.
A lot of damage. It is resisted, but
wow, gets the KO on Incin.
And the attack boost.
No Trick Room was set up this turn.
Clear Amulet just going crazy in this matchup right now.
Ice Rider has taken some significant damage in this previous turn. You can go ahead and target it with either your own Urshifu once again, or the Landorus.
All right, Landorus back out.
To ensure that you deal damage. Now we
did
see that
now I get it. We broke the sash on the Urshifu. You got to be way more cautious now. Earth Power probably picks up the KO on any of this stuff.
But if you're certain that the opposing Urshifu is faster in this instance, I think you can safely target down that Pokemon with the Landorus. And again, another Surging Strike should do more than enough damage to pick up the KO on Calyrex.
Yeah, could have set up Trick Room.
Yeah, this Calyrex, as you mentioned, it's already under half HP. We saw how much.
But then you gotta deal with the Incin still. It's kind of nice to have the Incin off the field.
Victor understands his Calyrex is not necessarily safe on the field while Xiliang's Pokemon are faster.
Exactly, and I think the one nice
Do you
thing
see the protect here
for that Surging Strikes first initially is that you'd still
scouting
get
a little bit
down onto that Pokemon, even if the Calyrex used protect.
Just trying to see what's going to happen.
Protect last turn, which means
double
it's
protect
available for this turn.
Well, you can only protect against Landorus as the Earth Power.
Oh, so he predicted maybe a cheeky single protect there.
Coming out from Xiliang's Landorus, and he has Choice Lock into the
No way does this pick up the KO.
Calyrex is gonna have to eat those
Oh, does it live?
from surging strikes.
No way.
Just enough on that third hit for the knockout.
So it looked like it was indeed the U-turn that made all the difference in that previous turn. So good notes.
Wow, going for that protect there.
Consider when
So
we're
brutal.
talking about game number 2 in this set, because given that lead, I think that the Calyrex was hoping to.
How
get
could you
Trick Room
forget?
up a little bit sooner on in this matchup. Because again, if you look at how
Yeah,
these teams
double
match
protect
up
in
on
front of
paper,
Urshifu at that point
Victor's
was
team
pretty bad.
would be more suited to play in a Trick Room environment, but Xiliang has been able to remove that threat from the field. It did
Okay,
cost him
cool.
the Incineroar, but I do think that the Incineroar's best positioning in this matchup is to face off against that Calyrex. That was
Man, he
great
wants this
trade for
Landorus
Xiliang.
gone.
And now you just have to get some damage on the field. Maybe break the Ogerpon's sturdy ability so you can get
Xiliang
KO
was in a
there,
great
and then
position
see what
there.
Victor brought into the last slot.
Yeah, that Ogerpon is going to be really crucial here in game 1 for Victor as its support with Follow Me being able to redirect attacks
Okay.
away from his own.
Big
Urshifu.
play
But
coming
now
out.
It's time to lock in the terrestrialization turn or game 1 for Victor. That's
So there-
Terra
there
1
is a
doing
world
way more
here
damage now with
where
your
that
surging
Urshifu
strikes,
could
and you
still
have that
go
comfort of
down,
knowing
I
because
think.
Ogerpon can redirect the attacks
No.
away,
He
that
should be able- so
Urshifu
Landorus
not
is gone
worried
this turn
about
now.
getting KO'd. Earth Power is a neutral hit.
Because that does a
Ogerpon,
ton.
but he does take that pretty well, and of course, he
And
has
then
sturdy
this is gonna
ability
blow this
anyway,
Landorus out of
so
the
no
water.
threat of being knocked out. But there's the
See ya.
Terra boosted surging strikes into the Landorus, and it's gonna be a
Bye
KO.
bye, Lando.
That was more
Thanks for
than a
playing.
KO technically, but still enough damage to remove that Pokemon from the field. So great use of Follow Me from Victor there. Will trade the Ogerpon for
I
the
don't know now.
opposing Landorus, but once again, we saw that
Xiang's
opposing
Urshifu
on
still has
Victor's
its
side of the
sash
field
up.
move first.
And
So
he still has
really,
his Terra and his
assuming
restricted.
that Xiliang doesn't have another speedy Pokemon in the back, maybe his own Ogerpon, you've put yourself in a great position to clean up this game number 1.
And Raging Bolt will swap on
Yeah,
the
oh,
field
his
for
sash
Victor
is
as
broken.
both of these trainers are down to their 2 final Pokemon in game 1. It's Xiliang's restricted.
Ooh, how does this play out?
Coming in. Xiliang's Urshifu cannot get out of this.
There's
electric
Thunderclap
beam
mind
on the
games
other
going
side
on
because
between
it's a
this
stellar Terra. So
Raging Bolt.
goes for any attacks into that slot. It will be super
Let's see what
effective.
Victor does.
You
Is he
do
going to go
mention
for...
terrestrialization,
I think
though.
you
Raging
double
Bolt
up into the...
cannot
Yeah, I think you
terrestrialize
Draco or
away
Thunderbolt.
from its
Yep.
weakness to Glacial Lance. And as of right
Okay,
now,
he's calling the
Calyrex
protect.
Ice Rider on Xiliang's side of the field
Oh,
is at
no
full
way.
health and will continue to be at full health. I think all Xiliang needs is
Oh
the
my
opportunity
God,
to get some
that was
damage
so
done on that
ballsy.
Pokemon.
Xiliang also protecting in front of an Urshifu. We've seen it 2 times now in this first game. The unseen
Look at
fist
that.
ability, putting in so much work for both of these trainers, bringing Xiliang's Pokemon down to half HP. Here's the close combat.
Wow,
Into
picks up the
Urshifu.
KO.
That will be enough for the knockout. Absolutely trade those defense drops to get rid of Victor's Urshifu.
Man, that was
It's
so
all down
ballsy.
to the Raging Bolt in a 1v2
That was
scenario
so
against
crazy.
Xiliang's Pokemon. Winning this game is going to be so crucial. Draco Meteor only 90% accurate, but goes into Protect anyway, not mattering.
I know you were gearing yourself up for it too.
Wow, I cannot believe that Xiliang was that brave.
I know.
He
I
could have
feel
just
like
lost his
always gets
Urshifu
to be
right
where
there.
It's like, okay, where did Draco target?
Yeah,
and does
exactly.
that mean that it's not
Now
going
comes the
to
Terra.
attack? No, that was a really great turn there from Xiliang, and now we do get to see the
Terra
reveal
Stellar?
of the Stellar
Yeah.
Terrestrialization as well on his
Big close
Urshifu,
combat
and
damage coming in now.
I love the Stellar Terrestrialization adaptation that many trainers made coming into this tournament, because in situations
It just gives you
like
so
this,
much damage
yes,
out.
you only can boost every
Bam.
attack type once per game.
Holy.
Ooh, this is where it
That's
counts.
insane damage.
Damage.
Essentially an adaptability boost onto that close combat, doing massive amounts of damage. Draco Meteor will respond with the KO.
Giving away the pig after this match.
You do have a
Stinky.
-2 special attack. Raging Bolt with the worries of speed tiers, but of course, Xiliang's Urshifu is faster anyway and has his own priority. Aqua Jet more than enough to handle these 10 hit points, and Xiliang
That's
gonna win game
crazy. Aqua Jet picks up the KO through the over the
Fantastic
thunderclap.
there by Xiliang.
That's
A
so
little bit
sick.
nerve-wracking in that final turn, I think. Trying
Well
to determine
done,
if your
Xiliang.
opponent would try to go for a thunderclap, maybe to pick up the KO on the Urshifu, or target down the Calyrex Ice Rider. As individually, both of those Pokemon were capable of cleaning up that game.
Yeah,
But
Stinky.
Xiliang correctly making the call there to
Stinky in
go
the
on
chat.
offense with that huge close combat into the opposing
After
Pokemon.
this match
Save the
concludes.
Calyrex Ice Rider for the next turn, at which point Aqua Jet plus any attack, depending on what that Raging Bolt would have picked, locked in that.
Man, that was amazing.
On,
Stinky and smelly.
On Xiliang's end, because he was able to preserve the Calyrex so much later on, and it didn't end up
Wow,
turning
a
into
perfect match for
having the two Calyrex in the field at the same time.
A perfect match for a
Victor,
user of your
steal that strategy
your name
and
right.
Don't let your Calyrex Ice Rider get knocked out as early as it did.
That was cool, man.
You know, looking at these teams as well, I do have
Harry
to wonder
Potter in
if
VGC.
Xiliang even wants to
It
try
smells
and
in
go for a
here.
trip approach.
Absolutely
He
stinky.
does, and I think
Whew!
Victor
Sorry.
would have given him a bit of an
That was my
advantage
boy
if he had
Smelly
brought
over there
different
dropping
Pokemon
a
to that game
deuce.
number 1. Given that he led with the Urshifu, we also saw.
So what does
the
Victor have to
Ogerpon,
do to
Raging
get
Bull.
back
Those are
here?
all
I think he's
naturally
got
fast Pokemon. I think that if you're confident in
Well,
making
he
how
could
your
set up
Calyrex
Trick
Ice Rider
Room,
is
but
trained, especially for a mirror
I mean,
matchup situation,
he just kind of gives
you
up.
can make the call in team preview.
He
like,
sort of
I
just
don't wanna
sets
go
Trick Room
Trick
for the
this time.
opposing Calyrex
That
as
all
well.
being said, I do know that some trainers preparing for the World Championships
Man,
were
Xiliang played
actually
that
looking at
beautifully.
running more neutral speed Calyrex Ice Rider or even invested speed Calyrex Ice Rider, specifically for situations like this. And given how quickly we're jumping into
All right,
game
let's
number 2
see.
here, I think both these trainers.
So
have
Ace, the
their
way
game
it
plans
works
ready to
is
go.
when two priority moves are used at the same time, they're just of the same priority bracket, so then it comes down to speed. So because Urshifu is faster, Aqua Jet will always go before Thunderclap when Thunderclap is used by the slower Pokemon, Raging Bolt.
It is already on the field.
All right,
That does mean it is
change of pace this
immediately
time.
threatened by the presence
Slowing it
of
down a
the
little bit.
opposing Urshifu. So Xiliang does have access to
Man,
fake
what
out
is gonna
for
happen
this
here?
turn, but we'll have to look towards that Pokemon to stop it from getting a
Okay,
really one-turn
Terra Stellar?
knockout. At
Oh,
which
Terra
point
Water
Calyrex
from
could
Victor.
Go for Trick Room, could really do what it wants in this situation.
Victor going for the Terra straight up on turn 1. Waited a couple of turns the last game to, kind of see the situations. But here's
Yes,
the Terra Water
JT.
Surging Strikes
Great
right
observation.
into that
Wow,
Incineroar.
no
You know,
fake out,
no
just
citrus
losing
berry,
the
it's
the
Rocky
Incineroar
helmet.
right away
So
again.
Xiliang, is he willing to trade these 3 ticks of damage from Rocky Helmet to lose the Incineroar? Remember, no fake out on
Man,
that
that's
turn
crazy.
either. Technically, the 3-hit
Instant
one-hit
KO.
However you want to determine it, always a fun discussion. But regardless, it leads to Incineroar getting knocked out on turn 1 without really doing anything.
Yeah, these are
beneficial
crazy
for
bold
Xiliang.
plays. No
Xiliang's
protect
gonna
in front of
respond with
Thunderclap,
those
no
strikes.
fake out in
Big
front of
question
a
here, though, is
Terra
what
Water
strategy
Ursh,
is
just
Victor
craziness.
going to take moving forwards with this Calyrex as the Incineroar
So what does the
was
Cali
one of
do?
Xiliang's
Is he
best
setting up
answers
Trick Room or
to
what?
this Pokemon in game number 1.
Nope, just a
Going into
single
this game
target
number 2,
Glacial
we
Lance.
see a single target Glacial Lance doesn't do a lot of damage to that opposing Urshifu, but
I mean,
Victor, once again,
it kind of
indicating
looks
that
like
he's
Victor got the better
confident
trade
for
of
going
that.
Trick Room on a
Both
turn that
Urshes
otherwise
lost
would've
their
been a very
sash,
easy opportunity
so-
for him to go for that.
That's right, Gabby. 2 game ones or turn ones in a row has not clicked the Trick Room instead.
Yes,
going for
Ace.
Glacial Lance. Now Choice Scarf Landers Incarnate.
They are all about being bold, about knowing it's time to protect and then not protecting, because you know your opponent is thinking that you're about to protect, so you don't. That's how you become the next level of player.
The target for this Choice Scarf Landers to go into. Smartly though, Victor having the same concerns we did that his
That's, I mean, at the upper level.
So Rillaboom will
You know,
swap
early
onto
regional
the
matches,
field in
you
that
won't
spot.
have to think like
Sincere
that.
Storm hits, connecting out to both. Not the easiest thing to do.
It's when you get to, like, day 2 at an
And the
event.
Surging Strikes follow-up will KO this
Man,
Calyrex.
Sanseer Storm plus the Surging Strikes just losing the Calyrex. Victor has given up his restricted so fast both times.
And while Sanseer Storm isn't the most accurate move, it is Landorus Incarnate Form's only opportunity to go for double target damage, as they are typically.
I mean,
trained
having the
in
Rillaboom
special
here is
attack,
pretty great.
as opposed to the other
Grassy
form,
Glide plus
which
Aqua
will
Jet
run
goes
physical
crazy.
attack, rock slide, yada,
So
yada,
here's the
yada.
moment. Here's the moment.
I love though how Xiliang again is prioritizing.
See,
knocking
he's
out
thinking
that
about it.
Ice Rider initially.
But who
to
switches
open
out here
things
into the
up
Ice
for
Rider?
presumably, once again, his own
You
Ice
have to
Rider
imagine
in
that.
the back of his
Yes,
party.
plus Surging Strikes.
I do feel like Victor feels really confident with the Rillaboom on the field right now. One, you have
Come
Grassy
on.
Glide with grassy terrain that threatens
Go
to
for it,
lose
Victor.
Urshifu.
Yep, Surging
Can't
Strikes now.
out of it because of Stellar Terra. And remember, Landorus is choice locked into Sanseer Storm, so you're not threatened by Sludge Bomb whatsoever. Xiliang would actually have to swap out to reset
Okay,
its
so
attack.
he's thinking
And
that
if
the
it
Landorus
is
is
indeed
staying
a
in. That's
Calyrex
why he
Ice Rider
protected there.
in the
And
back
he's
of his party,
right.
I don't think he wants
Oh.
to risk making that switch and
I think
taking
Grassy
damage
Glide plus
in
Aqua
the
Jet would have
process.
done it.
Rillaboom does get hit by the Sanseer Storm, but remember, because of the sheer force of
Close combat coming in through the protect. Oh, picks up the KO. Xi Liang.
Its counterpart, so Victor's terrestrialized Pokemon has been.
They do a Mirror B segment every time, Jake. They have a bunch of people who, like, in the same way that people were putting on, like, those dinosaur blow-up suits, people put on the Mirror B Afro outfit, and then they just play that theme for, like, 30 minutes, and everyone dances. It's awesome.
And that was the Pokemon he needed to knock out.
Mirror B convention.
He's worried about the possibility of
just hitting right through that protect, bro.
Of this game. Sandsear Storm would have done so much damage. It is actually the Ogerpon.
To be fair, though,
but still,
actually kind of a good position for Victor now.
In particular, you still have the Grassy Glide available for the opposing Urshifu, but now you have the opportunity to go for a Rock-type Ivy Cudgel against the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider. There's still a couple of tricks up Xi Liang's sleeve, though, that he could fall on here. One thing
Isn't there a Terra left on Xi Liang's side, though?
Yet, and this
yeah, he hasn't.
Ice Rider is actually Terra normal. If you were running the standard Terra Fire Calyrex Ice Rider in this position, you'd
that's true. He's not going to be able to get super effective damage off.
You can at least reduce things to a neutral hit, which will sort of...
It's got to just be Woodhammer plus...
but still, Victor has found an out here to chase to bring us to a game 3.
It's got to just be Woodhammer plus Power Whip. Let's see. He's got to pick the KO up here.
But really, it's benefiting Xi Liang right now against Victor's team, making those hits.
Okay, the Aqua Jet doing good damage. They got to be able to KO this thing. Jesus!
Both of these grass types are taking
so much damage, yo.
That's another KO for Rillaboom.
Victor, following what Xi Liang did earlier on in this game,
so cool. Pinching in the end with the double grass types in front of that Cali Ice.
Stay in this competition.
He just pulled. Harry Potter just pulled himself out, bro.
It could use its stellar terrestrialization. It does not have enough damage to take down these two Pokemon.
Yeah, that is the absolutely crucial play of this game was Rillaboom one-hitting Landorus, because once Sludge Bomb is out of the game, you don't have to worry about...
So this is over now. Victor got himself a win. Taking out that Incin early and then playing around the Landorus while saving his Ogerpon. How cool.
Careful here with how you approach
yep, that's it.
Just to be safe. However, Victor will indeed
Xi Liang throws it in.
Thanks to the forfeit from Xi Liang Tang, and we're getting the game number 3 in this final round of Swiss at the World Championship.
Oh my god, that's so cool.
For Gabby. Honestly, game 3s are
Evil
so
Bryce
intense.
Macula.
I can't even imagine what's going through. Their hearts must be pounding on stage. I'm nervous.
All right, give me a second.
Well, especially since the matchup is so close. Just like you said, it was the Woodhammer into that Landorus Incarnate that gave Victor Mendina the opportunity.
All right, enough of that. I'm gonna get copyright striked.
You have to respect that threat from your opponent.
1-1, drop a poll. Who's winning?
Was a huge important Pokemon for Xi Liang. I don't think you necessarily.
All right, let's end this poll here. We'll start a new one. That's a good idea, Ace.
That your opponent had 2 grass type Pokemon in the back. So
Harry Potter has all the magic in the world, but at the end of the day, he's still British.
Xi Liang try and preserve that Landorus so that Sludge Bomb is available when you need it.
Yeah, I think
Stinky is winning.
Difficult position because it is absolutely crucial to Xi Liang's success.
Who's winning?
In this set, and the issue is if it goes down, you're kind of losing a lot of the checks into Victor's team.
Xi Liang or Victor Medina?
Doesn't mind taking grass attacks, right? It takes it better than Landorus as a grass type Pokemon.
Here we go, game 3.
In this
all right, I can't get the poll up in time, Ace. British, a crucial flaw in his strategy.
That Incineroar loves connecting the Intimidate against the Rillaboom.
It's a good one there, Sir Willio.
Turn 1 from Victor will help Xi Liang pivot a potential Landorus Incarnate in the back a bit more.
All right.
Both these trainers have
fire, water, grass on the field. Both are Shifus. Let's try and break some sashes. Are we finally going to see some fake outs? I mean, what the heck, guys?
For this turn and then give you a little bit more time to figure out this board state.
You gotta fake out this the Urshifu. I mean, I can't believe he just gave up his Incin last time. Just hard predicting there and not getting paid for it.
And then you add an additional mind game on top of that.
that of, well, if I think my opponent is going to use Detect this turn, I could try and
You're
target
a
down
wizard,
my
Ari.
own Urshifu's attack into that Pokemon. So I think the safest play is to just click Fake Out into the opposing Urshifu and try and power things through. But Shiliang, I think maybe, assuming the Fake Out was going
Shiliang Tang?
making a
This is the guy that knocked Wolf out of Worlds.
There
Oh, there it is!
Tealmass, the hero.
The Ogre Pond!
LC. From Kitakami to Honolulu, Shiliang brings Ogre Pond out, and it's Terra Grass.
All right,
Incineroar
Terra Grass
for Shiliang in this
Incineroar.
game. So completely swapping up his strategy from the first 2 games of this set. Rillaboom's Fake Out goes
Fake
towards
out
the
into
Ogre Pond
the-
on spin. That doesn't matter since it's not attacking.
Nice.
And the Surging Strike
Good
is
call.
into a grass type, resisting. Rocky Helmet's going to do more damage than Surging
Making a
Strikes.
good call there.
For Shiliang, because his terrestrialization in game number 2 ended up not helping him.
Okay,
win the
taking
board
more
stage.
chip damage,
His
putting himself in an
Incineroar was
awesome
able to
spot.
hold on, break the focus sash thanks to Rocky
Double
Helmet,
grass
and
type is an
honestly
awesome
did
adjustment
more
here.
damage to the opposing
And the Will-O-Wisp!
Burns the Urshifu.
Dude, Shiliang Tang is goated.
At half HP, gonna take even more
He is
recoil
a
from
very
the
good
Burn.
player.
As great of a turn 1 as Shiliang could possibly ask for.
This Incineroar is ready to go.
Yeah, that
all
went
the offense.
amazing.
Honestly, could try and connect another Will-O-Wisp against the opposing Rillaboom as well. If that
That
Pokemon
was such a
switches
good
out to
turn.
the Calyrex Ice Rider, it
Gotta
will
rip
be
a
able to
U-turn and
terrestrialize.
swap in the
If
Cali
it's
Ice.
alerting it's the Ogerpon, it's going to have its attack. There is
Yeah,
so
this is a
much
safe way to get it
opportunity
in.
for
That makes sense.
Incineroar. Thanks to that grass-type terrestrialization, the opposing Ogerpon as well could throw a Bullet Seed into the opposing Urshifu, and regardless of what Pokemon comes in, that is damage.
Okay,
Shiliang
Cali Ice
has
is in.
So much momentum in this position right now.
And the beauty of Ogre Pond, Tealmass on the other side as a grass type with Follow Me is that you're not
Encore into the Fake Out!
Encoring it into
Oh my god!
Encore, the tech that Ogre Pond has used, it probably helped Shiliang get to this position. Now Rillaboom is locked in.
Oh, and the Will-O-Wisp again!
Rillaboom's attack
Damn!
for the remainder
This is
of
crazy!
this match. Rillaboom also can't do
Victor,
anything.
Harry Potter just got
Encore, a
dumped on.
play there from
Someone
Shiliang.
emptied a chamber
The way
pot
that
all
the
over
speeds
Victor's head, man.
interact
That's
for
brutal.
Encore on the Ogerpon Teal Mask. It is not a Pokemon with Prankster like you typically see on Whimsicott. So you'd have to predict that your opponent.
Yeah,
is
Terra
gonna
Fire on the
aggressive
Calyrex is
by
all
a
you can go
priority
for.
attack.
He's like
At
putting
which point you
all
lock
of his
them
faith
that
back
move.
into this.
Now, mind you, not the worst move to lock a Pokemon into in this board state, but still, the fact that it was Fake Out that got encored is.
You have to
such a
imagine
good
it's
move
knockoff from
in
Incin.
Shiliang's favor.
There's no way you go for the.
Essentially
There's
means
no way you give up a
Rillaboom
third
is
Will-O-Wisp.
useless. It is forced to swap out on Victor's end. This is information Shiliang can take advantage of.
And it's
You
Ogre
know
Pond now.
There's only one potential attack.
Hey,
coming
not a bad place to be,
Victor's
though.
End of the board this turn, but it's time to terrestrialize in game 3, and Victor bringing his restricted. It's going to be Calyrex.
Watch Shiliang burn into the Rillaboom slot and catch this Ogre Pond.
There still is that water type rapid.
That would be
Urshifu in the back
insane.
of Shilang's party though, so while this Calyrex
Okay,
may
parting
have
shot into that
escaped,
slot. Yeah, that was the
not
safest
only
move.
just a parting shot thanks to the clear amulet, but the threat of Will-O-Wisp as well. This
Yeah,
is
makes
the
sense.
Perfect opportunity for Shiliang to send in a Pokemon that can deal that super effective damage.
Yeah, he does have. We do see that is revealed now that Shiliang has revealed all 4 Pokemon. That
Wow, way to
Landers
pivot.
was not brought in this battle. It was the Ogerpon Teal Mask replacing it.
Taking no damage.
Glacial Lance will connect onto both, breaking.
That's
the
just
focus stash.
insane.
Not to
Shiliang has
the
got
opposing
complete
Calyrex
control of
on
this
the
game.
other
He just
end,
pivoted
but
both
Ogerpon
his grass
counter
types out
partially
safely
still has its
into a
surety
double
intact
resisted
and can
Glacial
follow
Lance
the
and
alert.
got a free
He
parting
taps
shot
away
off.
from this Urshifu that would be threatening
That was so
Calyrex.
incredible.
It's a tough prediction to make here. I do think that there's benefit for going on the offense with Victor with both of these Pokemon because you know the opposing Urshifu would be
Ivy
faster
Cudgel
than
comes
your
in.
Calyrex.
That's right.
Oh!
Ogerpon is faster
Not
than
he.
you.
Oh, crit! He crit through the parting shot.
2 different underrepresented Ogerpon.
Wow, Harry Potter just found his way back into this.
Here in round 11, Surging Strikes from the Urshifu is super effective, but Calyrex is just so bulky.
Oh
it's
my
able to
God.
endure those 3 hits.
That critical hit on the Ivy Cudgel was huge as well because we saw that Ogerpon take an attack drop from the parting shot earlier. Calyrex
The crit was crazy.
A high horsepower just to get a little bit more.
Oh, Xiliang needed this lead because I mean, but he played amazingly. This is the definition about not complaining about when you get crit, because you can put yourself in a position where you're so far ahead that the game is still balanced anyways.
I do think that Victor can simply go for a protect and a spiky shield this turn if fake out is what you're worried about.
Like, this is what they talk about when they say, like, yes, but you could have played better. Xiliang could not have played better. He played frickin' all the way.
At least until your Urshifu knocks it out.
And Xiliang has a strong defensive core. Instead of the Rillaboom being with his buddies Urshifu and Incineroar,
I mean, this Instant is not going to enjoy this. Oh, Victor switches.
Both burned and physical attackers, so a lot of his damage output has been hindered.
His damage output is halved.
Well, switching in, he didn't have to use Protect.
That's right.
Oh, nice.
The Rillaboom, who was already burned, but trying to play supportive with this Terra Grass Incineroar. Don't want to go for any damage.
This water grass is all he has left.
The rest of the team down.
Oh my god, this is so insane.
On the opposing side of the field, it can still go for fake out. It is still a useful Pokemon for Victor.
How are they going to take care of this Rillaboom?
So by switching both these Pokemon in the previous turn, you don't have to worry about Will-O-Wisp, you don't have to worry about being flinched, and you buy yourself more time, as Victor still has the Pokemon advantage in this matchup.
Right, especially important considering
going after the
Urshifu.
Oh no!
Urshifu will detect, keeping himself safe
in front of an unseen fist. Oh, he lives!
Unseen fist does not finish the job. Xiliang is still going to hang on in the red with his Urshifu. There's the Rillaboom.
Okay, the Protect came in.
Smart play from Xiliang.
Nicely done, man.
And reset that grassy terrain. Insult to injury as I stop your U-turn.
Holy
Party
shit.
Shot lets Incineroar swap out for free.
That Urshifu on Xiliang's side of the field.
Okay, the parting shot though. That's very nice.
To the point where an attack from either of Victor's two Pokemon would do enough damage to knock it out, and Xiliang's win condition.
Oh, so he parting shot it so he could maybe.
That Urshifu
I guess just neuter that thing because it's so hard to deal with that Rillaboom.
In the back of Victor's party, Xiliang switching in the
U-turn.
Teal Mask in this board position does mean that he can then
go
switch
for
in the Incineroar again.
Surging Strikes, right?
But
holy
Victor
crap, this is so complicated.
You just double into that Ogerpon, maybe you double into the Incineroar, depending on what moves you want to target. Yes, you do have to worry about the burn modification on the damage on the field, but 2 attacks from these Pokemon is still going to put Xiliang's Pokemon.
Oh, I messed up the stream. 1 sec. Sorry.
Which is really Victor's winning condition for this game.
At a certain point, Xiliang, even if he is statted, given the stats conditions.
My bad.
He's running out of health on the 3 Pokemon that are still.
Lil Huero, it's not clickbait. We're just not going to do giveaways in the middle of the match.
But that Urshifu was not long for the match. There's the Aqua Jet, so a perfect swap in, bringing the grass type, even with the critical hit, hardly doing any damage there and taking even more back. There's the Bullet Seed we talked about.
Thank you, Ratsy.
It's not going into an Urshifu, but let's see how many hits you can get with a loaded dice Bullet Seed into Rillaboom.
I mean, that's 3 hits. That's
and 4 is guaranteed, so it's always 4 or 5 hits. Oh, and then the Ogerpon doesn't come through with the 5th hit. Finally, Rillaboom is able to swap out with its U-turn.
Still, though, that was a very significant amount of damage onto that Rillaboom at the end of the day. Yes, those are resisted hits, but still, overall...
All right.
Its health. The only Pokemon with full health on Victor's side of the field will be his Ogerpon Cornerstone, which critically still also has that sturdy ability in play. While Calyrex is very tempting to send in on this board position, you're staring down 2 Grass-type Pokemon.
Alrighty.
I don't think you can take that risk, as a Bullet Seed with 4 hits plus a knockoff certainly would do enough damage to pick up that KO. And if you leave that Urshifu just unattended on the opposing side of the field, I'm not sure it's going to be able to do much either.
Dang, man. I cannot believe that this is coming down to the wire like this.
Sure, maybe you wait a turn here. Maybe Victor's probably going to go for Protect on that Calyrex Ice Rider to buy himself 1 more turn. But
thanks,
there's really nothing that's going to stop your 2 Pokemon, barring a critical hit. And even then, they just have so much health.
Yeah, there's a lot of health on the other side, and even if Victor's Pokemon there.
Come on! Xi Liang, pull this one out, bro. You played too good to let yourself lose this.
To the sturdy that you were talking about, Gabby. On this turn,
just got to pick up the KO on this.
Will protect himself from
okay, the fake out goes into the protect. Yup.
So now it's going to be up to the Ogerpon, who is faster than Urshifu, clicking a follow me to redirect the attacks away. Will be close combat onto the Ogerpon. How well does he take?
Oh my god, it takes it so well because of that burn.
Down to half. That's not what Xi Liang wanted to see.
One more turn of burn.
Oh, come on!
Ensures that this Urshifu will be KO'd at the end of
Dude, all these Pokemon are so low. It's insane.
And honestly, seeing that you already rolled a critical hit on that close combat, you might as well go for it again. Your opponent your opponent wouldn't waste time picking up the KO there unless they had a spread move hit here, just because that Calyrex.
Okay, Calyrex shifts out. Probably, what do we think?
On the field as well.
Into the Rillaboom? Okay.
And it's also crucial for Rillaboom.
Yeah, oh yeah, because the Encore from the Ogerpon could lock that Calyrex into protect.
Urshifu if he didn't. There's a close combat. No crit.
Oh my god, does nothing because of that Intimidate.
Keep his Ogerpon on the field, -2 into its defense.
Bullet Seed does nothing. No Encore, at least he called that.
Too much value. It adds up over time, especially when you get some nice critical hits.
Oh yeah.
To boot, but that's 3 hits of the Bullet Seed. This is
nice.
The 4th. That's the guaranteed. Can he get the 5th one? No. 2 times loaded dice has come up short, but the knockoff.
Okay. All right. Well, there's that. Only 2 mons left.
Like you just said, Joe, sticking around for one more turn thanks to the help of that grassy terrain. But grassy terrain's also going to heal up the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field as well. And again, we know that Urshifu needs close combat to get a critical hit to pick up the KO on the
Rillaboom
from this range.
I agree, Lil Huero, I agree.
3 Pokemon with that
oh, it's a 3v3. They made a mistake on the stream.
On his side of the field at
Ogerpon.
Follow me, it would redirect the attacks away, meaning this low health Urshifu with all the defense trap.
Yeah, I mean, you could literally follow me away everything.
Because the grassy terrain activates before.
I bet that Ogerpon lives.
It does, but how
Parting Shot probably goes off from the Incin into the other Ogerpon.
You think your opponent.
My god, it's got so many stat debuffs.
I feel like you want to go for the Ivy Cudgel here just to get the KO on the opposing.
You gotta love these moments.
Force out the opposing Urshifu and
nice. Gonna pick up the KO. Oh no, you should be able to hit through that.
Rocky Helmet on the other end, so no matter what Victor targets into, he's gonna take the recoil damage and knock itself out there. The close combat does so much damage, but it hangs on to the red.
Oh my god, yeah, I knew that was gonna live.
The grassy terrain recovery helped Xi Liang.
Parting Shot into the ooh.
The Parting Shot is able to lower the attack even more. He's already been burned. It feels so
that's crazy.
To do it there. But no, the Urshifu actually didn't make contact because it broke through the spiky shield.
Exactly. I know that's one of those mechanics that you have to really keep queued up and ready to go. But I think more importantly, the fact that we see the Urshifu
over on Ogre on roids. Yeah, seriously. I cannot believe that thing just lived through that again. I love when these pros play to the point where all of their Pokemon are at like 15% health and they're still squeezing them for all they're worth. Just wringing them out for a little bit more usage on the field.
And I just worry that if you leave the Urshifu on the field while the opposing Ogerpon is still at such full health, you're going to end up in a situation where the Ogerpon naturally faster.
Okay, come on, let's see.
There, and then you just have your entire strategy, unfortunately, start to crumble. So
going for the Power Whip, nice. No Aqua Jet yet, still. I guess it's such low attack at this point. You're like triple intimidated plus a burn.
Victor's strategy in this end game.
Xi Liang pulling attacks away to let that Urshifu get the hits off. You gotta protect this Urshifu.
Aqua Jet finally deals with
that Urshifu lasted for so long.
HP for 3 turns, finally getting knocked out.
Power Whip's gonna finally take out the Ogerpon. Okay, people!
For the KO, so Xi Liang down.
It's Ogerpon and Calyrex versus Incin and a Urshifu with a dream and nothing else to his name.
Sturdy is still active on this Ogerpon cornerstone.
Follow Me can go off on that Ogerpon, but you gotta fake out access. So it's gotta be a double protect here from Victor probably. right?
While this Cornerstone Ogerpon could go
no, because then you can't double protect because the Urshifu will just hit through the protects. You gotta hit follow me.
You do have
to unless he's faster. No, I think it's fake out from the instant into the Ogerpon, and then it's got to be surging strikes into this Calyrex. I think Shiliang still got it, yo.
The fact that its clear amulet is still held on does mean that knockoff should do enough damage.
You can't, dude.
So Shiliang really needs to find the
if you protect, it's over.
Doesn't have to worry as much about the threat of a spiky shield here, but still.
I don't see the benefit of this play.
Let's see what Shiliang can
fake out into the Ogerpon. Yup. Surging strikes into the Calyrex now.
Taste of your own medicine from the Rocky Helmet, right? Incineroar's going to take a little bit of recoil damage. Surging strikes.
That's it, bro.
Takes out the Calyrex.
And now that the Calyrex has been knocked out, this Urshifu is free to focus in on the Cornerstone.
Yeah, Lohuero, absolutely. It's crazy how this game can look like this, right? And actually be this. So complicated and hidden behind all of the different mechanisms and stats. Yep, go for protect here. Yep, Power Whip hits into that slot, right? Yes, nice call, knock off now. Just a chip. Oh, Will-O-Wisp! He's landed like 3 of these. He's playing so brilliantly safe.
It's a good insurance, though, to have. You're able to lower the attack of this Ogerpon Cornerstone as much as possible. While you do still have to worry about that Power Whip dealing damage to the opposing Urshifu, it's not necessarily that Pokemon that you're trying to protect from that burn. You're trying to give this Incineroar enough time to ensure that regardless of how much damage this Aqua Jet does to the Ogerpon, Incineroar is able to beat Ogerpon in the end game.
That's it, bro. Oh my god.
So
it's faster.
This Terra Grass Incineroar that Shiliang broke out on turn 1 of game 3.
I think he's got it, dude. It's over.
There's 3 minutes left. There's no shot this match is going to last 3 minutes with just 2 Pokemon.
Oh, he's going to go for the spiky shield damage.
There's a good play from this Ogerpon to see what Shiliang's going to lock into, but critically,
yeah, it's just knockoff. This is insane! He can't get super effective damage anymore. He's got to go for the Ivy Cudgels. I think you got to go for the double spiky shield just to get more chip on. Yeah, you have to. He gets it! This is crazy.
2 more turns of recoil from these.
Just keeps taking more damage.
And all you need is a crit.
All you need is a crit.
Yes! There's like a 33% chance right now that Victor just wins.
In this end game, you could try and go for a 3rd spiky shield.
He's going for it's over.
10% chance. Victor doesn't get the spiky shield. And
wow. I mean, you had a better chance at critting through all of your... Oh, look at that game. Wow.
Playing towards every possible out there with that.
Shiliang, man, well earned. He played as cautiously as you possibly can.
Final spiky shield that he would have needed to line up the
that was amazing.
Critical hit Ivy Cudgel to hopefully do enough damage.
Wow, they really did us some awesome justice with that match. That was as close as Pokemon can get, bro.
That out and play towards it to the best of his ability shows why he was a top cut player in last year's World Championships. But this year, Shiliang Tang keeping the dream.
So we okay, sounds good, Lohuero. We'll do that. We're gonna give away this next shiny once you get back.
Shiliang brings, like you said, he's a regional champion.
I'll wait for you, homie.
A couple seasons ago, but day 1 of Worlds, he
man, that was so fiery. So we gotta at least wait to see Shiliang's interview, and then we'll do the giveaway. We're gonna at least wait till Shiliang gets to talk about that match.
I know, he looked so
wow.
and collected throughout that entire match. I mean, Victor is
that could not be me, bro. I would be literally up there shaking my ass apart.
Terastallization on that Incineroar from all the way back in turn number 1 of this game, ultimately finding him those openings in
that was really cool
game to win. And I mean, we did see these 3 Will-O-Wisps connect.
Yeah, Ratsy, absolutely.
Field, which, you know, odds are you don't get all 3 of those. Right. But still, Victor did a fantastic job playing.
Absolutely, Ratsy. Good call.
On, thanks to his own Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, I mean, this match was just incredible from start to finish, all 3 games. So these first couple of turns they just felt so.
Yeah, that's true. We'll do more generic questions.
Not giving up, preserving his Pokemon, keeping sturdy intact, keeping his.
Let me come up with a couple of good questions right now. Should have done that a little earlier, but it's all good.
Almost pulled off the comeback.
I think if he had gotten another critical hit on that close combat, he would have had the opening he needed. But in the end, it will be Shiliang Tang moving on. But I want to take a moment, honestly, to shout out both of these trainers in terms of their team building for the Calyrex Ice Rider. You know, yes, we've seen a lot of trainers do very well in this tournament with more trick room-oriented versions of this team. I think it's just going to show that in this metagame,
that's a good one.
Ice Rider can actually play.
I'm having AI generate some questions for me.
In order to be able to reverse the dimensions if they end up in that matchup. And looking at the team compositions here, while both these trainers maybe didn't want to rely on it necessarily,
back after a rip,
especially when you're playing another Calyrex Ice Rider.
All right, man. I just want to wait for Shiliang's interview. I really want to hear his thoughts on this match, and then we'll give away this shiny Lechonk named Angie Bird. No, Lil Huero, Wolf lost at least one match that we know of. During round 2 of, so this is day 2 Swiss round 11, I think, or I think this is Swiss round 11. He lost Swiss round 10. Low-Res, you missed like the tightest game that I've seen on stream so far. It came down to a triple protect at the end with like half, yeah, he lost round 10, Lohuero. So we don't know what round 11 looks like. I don't think anyone's undefeated anymore.
Sold forms of Ogerpon coming into the DLC, coming into Regulation G, yet they've found a amazing position in the metagame and showcase.
JT, if you're still here, will you get on that and let me know how round 11 went for Wolf? Can we check that anywhere? Can we look at the standings? Worlds 2024 Pokemon standings. Is it possible to check this? VG standings.
Sorry.
No, I think
sorry, Marcos. Had to throw it out there.
I think we gotta go Lou in an interview with
it looks like
before all the Wochian believers come after you. So
10-1, 10-1, 10-1. Wolf Glick is at 9-2.
It's nice to have a friend out there in the form of Ogerpon, but it is even nicer to be here on the stage with Shiliang Tang. Congratulations! What an amazing
interview. Here we go. Let's see it, Shiliang.
Honestly, how are you feeling after that incredible set? Game 3.
He's like, dude.
Yeah, I do agree. Game 3, I think I had huge advantage until my Calyrex got -1 IV Kaijo crit. Things are getting much harder, so I was,
yeah, no shit.
It doesn't feel well at that moment, but I need to quite get myself recovered and think what should I do, because I still have a lot of advantage having both of their mons burned, and I built their Terrifier on their Calyrex so I can Surging Strike. Yeah, so I think it was unlucky at that turn, but I think I played.
He looks like he's not sure if he should finish the interview or freak out, pull his hair out, and take his clothes off. He looks like he's about to lose his mind. He must be buzzing, bro.
A little bit about why Incineroar was so key in that game 3.
Yeah, so I think burning their critical mons. My game plan was initially burn their mons so that my Calyrex can just stand there and fire off a lot of glacial lances.
Yeah, nice.
It didn't work through, but still the burn gave me a lot of chip damage, and I think it helped my Teal Mask take a lot of their attacks.
I mean, I'm glad you mentioned that Teal Mask as well, because you
big time. Y'all are ready. You're right.
When we saw that revealed, talk us through why you made that adjustment and why the Teal Mask was there in Game 3.
Yeah,
spam the chat.
From Game 2, I figured that he likes Super and Rillaboom, and he doesn't bring Bolt. So I think Teal Mask is a better adjustment, that it can follow me.
For real.
My other mons to deal better into Rillaboom and Urshifu.
Well, that makes perfect sense, and you could see how well you were able to pilot it. I always like to ask people up here a bit of advice for some newer trainers, because in this particular game, obviously Game 3 started really well for you, but then Victor took you right to the wire at the end. How do you keep your composure and keep thinking about win conditions in those types of situations?
Yes, so I think the most important thing.
I want to respond to chat, but I'm just listening to Shiliang.
Don't panic. There's
Don't panic.
always some way to win out the game. I think that happens a lot of time on my stream tables at my own place. Like today, there was another game I got like 5 full para in a row, which
Oh my God.
A game, but I still trying to not get tilted and play the best every single turn. I think another thing is I think the earphone of the stream table is very loud. It has a lot of white noise. I do think that also helped me concentrate.
The white noise helped him concentrate. Yeah, that's why he was able to prevent Victor from getting the third protect.
Are there any shout-outs to people back home?
All right, he's doing shout-outs. We can skip past this now.
What would you like to say to them?
All right, Piggly Wiggly time.
All my friends who's cheering for me, I see a lot of them, and especially my.
We're gonna drop this down a little bit so we can do this spinning thing. So he's doing shout-outs, thanking friends and family. We get it. Spin the wheel. We're doing this again. This is more fun.
Well, it sounds like that support.
All right. Who wants this pig? Who wants this pig? I know Stinky does.
Of course, the Pokemon action is going to keep going here at the Pokemon World Championship.
Stinky wants the pig. We know Lil Huero does. Smelly does. Low res. Silly Billy. Jackie, do you have a Switch, bro?
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History.
Count me out for this one. JT's not interested.
Throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash
Evil Bryce? You don't have a... I know you don't have a Switch, Evil Bryce. Wait, put Stinky twice. Okay. Nah, I'm playing with y'all. I'm playing. Is this everyone?
VGC 2015 was the season most
not Evil Bryce Nakula. Man, I did not think that this pig was gonna get so much attention. This is quite nice. Oh, Ratsy, you want me to throw your name on there? I'm putting Ratsy on there. Here, we might do 2 giveaways. I'm not quite sure. I'll think about it. We'll see who's up next. Because we got we gotta make it through a couple more rounds of stream. Alright, does this look like everyone?
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen.
Oh, we need the game corner music. That's what we need.
7% of all Top Cut teams across all 3
yeah, game corner theme. I think this is allowed. I don't need to be on give all business. Hey, VGC, you want? Yes, we are. We're just stopping for a quick break to do a giveaway. Seberman. Alright, Ratsy's off the list. You want in on it?
At the 2014 World Championships,
should I throw you in there, Seberman? We're giving away a shiny Lechonk.
So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years
Pokemon Diamond and Pearl game corner music.
For Kangaskhan, and his answer was the chain. But before game 1 could start, the
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Crank it up a little bit. Alright, it's these guys then. I don't know how Silly Billy's gonna receive this, but let's spin it, bro. Yo! Who got it? No way! Silly Billy wins it? We're gonna do 2 since you guys are so hyped. Silly Billy, do you have a Switch? Hold, 1 second. I'm pretty sure they're outside. 1 minute. So you don't have a Switch though, right? I'll find a way. Alright, that is so funny. So investigation is going on. Dude, that is so funny. Alright. I'm gonna have to... So here's the thing. I know for a fact that Silly Billy does not have a Switch. So I will find one in Pokemon Go and trade it to them that way. But, oh, you want to give it to Stinky? Okay. Look at that. Prize transfer? Silly Billy Stinky accepts. All right, Stinky. We love to see it. We're going to do one more We're going to give away another one then. We're going to give away another one. Stinky, send me a friend code. Put a friend code in the chat. And then we're going to do another shiny. We're going to do a badass one. All right, let's get this shiny off. And we'll add a new one. We're doing this. Shiny Flygon is up. Yeah, let's do one more. Stinky, send me a code. Silly, I'm still going to find one in Pogo and send it to you. Okay? I owe you one. Where's Stinky? Yeah, Stinky, I'll hold it for you. I got you. It's being held. Alright. Let's do this Flygon. Alright, so since Stinky just won, we'll take this one out. I'm going to say whoever just won needs to be removed. Just for at least one spin. So it's just going to come down to Smelly, Lil Huero, and Low Res. Poor Silly Billy. Smelly, you still want in on this? May the best win. Alright, we're spinning here. Alright, let's do it! I need to crank this Game Corner music up. Let this shit rip! Oh, no way! Lil Huero! I hear rage going on in the other room. Alright, bro. Send me a friend code. Send me a friend or send me just a link code and I'll trade it to you. Don't be salty. Oh, this is fun. I'm glad that I'm doing this. Seems rigged. This shit is not rigged. I hear the background. People are popping off. Alright, let me know when you got a code. Lil Huero. Or I can hold it for you until you're ready. One of the two. I'll just be sitting here waiting. Oh, you got it. Nice. Was that 4 ones? 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 3 2s? You think I'm a wait? I can tell that you're not the type of guy that likes to sit around waiting. Let's do this shit. Instantly found. I love this. Switch over to gaming. We trading this shiny Flygon. Wait, what? No, you are just flexing on me. There's no... Huero, you're just flexing on my ass. I know you are. Come on. Give me some garbage. What are you doing, bro? I'm going to stop complaining pretty fast now. I'm just going to shut my mouth and take this shiny Lugia if this is what's going down. Dude, that's awesome. Mad respect. That's so cool. I appreciate you, brother. That's so sick. What an awesome prize. We'll do this one on Championship Sunday. We'll give this one away on Championship Sunday. I'll change the thumbnail to have this Lugia in there. Ain't nothing. Bro is feeling it right now. King alert! Show the man some love. Alright, I think you gotta press A, Wero. Might be the beer or the bud. It's probably a mix of both, pal. Lil Wero almost convinced me. Or just Worlds. Alright. Adios, Flygon. Go home to your new friendly owner. Alright, so we got a sick prize to give away now for next time. God, it's almost killing me. Thank you, dude. Oh my god, this thing is like busted up. Where was this thing caught? From the Alola region? Alright. Quit this trade. That was sick. Alright, we're going to be done with giveaways now for just a second. Let's switch back over to Worlds. And we're going to remove this shiny and put up our next one. Let's see who's up next, we think. Let's do a little guy next. Back to a little one. We're doing Fomantis next. Cutie alert. Alrighty. Let's check back in with, let's turn this music off. As much as I love this Game Corner music. That was amazing. And we will switch back over. Loading data. Let's see how many people are at 10-1. So Justin Knox is at 10-1 still. Diego Ferreira. I know I'm butchering his last name. Diego Ferreira. Ruben Gianzini and Justin Knox. All of these guys up here at 10-1. Wolf being a little outperformed here. But, man, we watched Diego rip on stream with his, like, super sick, weird Calyrex hard Trick Room team. So, awesome to see him up there at the top. We'll have to see. So, Swiss should be over now. I guess they're doing a player profile.
There's a real confidence with this Pokemon in particular, and showing exactly why that confidence is there.
All right,
tournament,
back to our regular scheduled
really
program.
Putting on a show and looking very strong going into the latter stage.
Damn, to be 10-1 at Worlds. I know, man.
Definitely someone that.
God, I cannot imagine being that goated.
Taking a glance at, and I want to make sure that we can see him play at some point.
So here we go. Here's how this works
There's
now.
So many really talented players that are competing.
Marco Silva, is he still in it right now?
To see this weekend, but we have seen a lot throughout the season.
Marco's still here?
Has been Marco Silva,
Marco's
pretty LASC champion
amazing
from this
as well.
season, two-time international winner now.
So we have 23 people who are in our top cut. This is top cut here. It looks like it's all ended.
And we're looking at the team, the Calyrex Shadow Rider,
Kylan, Terran, Oliver.
Yeah, very similar kind of concept of team to Wolf
Song,
as well. So
Yuda, Diego, another Diego, Yixiang, Luca, Shohei Kimura. So this is the world's champion from last year. So he's here. So they're, and Michael Kelch, the runner-up. Huma, Antonio Sanchez. Oh, Antonio versus Diego. I remember I guys told you that Antonio could still make top cut. It looks like he has. That's
me,
cool.
Personally, coming from the European
Keanu,
circuit, not really surprised
Grant
to
Weldon
see
up there.
Marquez
I haven't
be
seen
able
this
to
guy on
overcome
stream yet, but this is
when
the
he's on
original
such a tear.
Zacian
Marquez
Regid
is one of those
Drago
players, he's very
team builder.
aggressive in his play style.
Somehow
With his
showing up at
Pokemon,
Worlds
he's
with
got
that and
the
killing
Calyrex
it.
Shadow
Oh, at
and,
this point, we can see all the
Flame
restricteds that are
Ball,
left.
The Raging Bolt, the Urshifu, they all
Callie,
fall
Callie,
into
Callie,
a
Callie,
real
Callie,
confident
Callie, Callie,
Pokemon
Callie,
God.
Callie,
He's just
one
shown exactly
Zacian,
why
one
he's one of the
Zama,
big
one
threats going into
Miraidon.
this tournament.
Callie, a Terapagos is left still. Another Zama. Callie, another Miraidon. Another Terapagos. Holy crap, there's 2 Terapagos. Another Zama. 2 Terapagos, 3 Zama. Ace, I hate to say it, man. Miraidon. There is a Kyogre left. There's a Kyogre still in top cut.
Both these players, I think have been among the best in the
amazing.
world for a long time, opting to play off their experience a little bit, just trying to force players to.
So it looks like we still have some cool options. Yeah, Lil Huero, I predicted Miraidon to win this thing. So I thought that was going to be the case as well. It looks like Carlos Cabal was the last Miraidon player, just got eliminated. So there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 Miraidon, 4 or 5 Miraidon out of 23, 3 Zama, 4 Zama, 2 Terapagos, 1 Kyogre, and then the rest of it's all Callie. Jesus. I mean, oh, here he is, Diego.
Creativity to its max, and
yeah, this team is so creative. This is the Terra Dragon Calyrex Ice.
Yeah, this is like one of those teams where you come
with the hard Trick Room
think,
Torkoal and Ursaluna combo, and then Wide Guard Gallade. Dude, imagine if Gallade won Worlds in 24.
Trick Room in general, I think
how insane would that be?
Diego's got is get that Trick Room up. You've got the redirection in the Ogerpon. You've got the redirection with the Indeedee. You've got the Psychic.
All right.
To really support that Trick Room set.
I'm gonna leave the stream running just so you guys can keep watching, but give me a minute to use the bathroom and get some more water in my bottle and stuff. Okay. I'll be back in like 2.
Deny you the Trick Room as well.
If you're a trainer watching at home and you want something a little bit more creative and innovative to win, you should be rooting for Diego. I think this is exactly the sort of team that everyone dreams of building, where using a bunch of Pokemon that we're not expecting to see a whole lot of. I think if you saw that group of 6 and you had to guess if it was 9-0 or 0-9, you might get it wrong. But he really put together a group of Pokemon that works here, using a bunch of strategies that no one else thought of, and I think it's just something to be really scared of if you're in the field, because this isn't what players were preparing to defeat.
Yeah, and I think as well, the one thing I would say about Diego is as well, we watched that match with him against Antonio, and that game 1 didn't really go the way that probably Diego wanted to, but he was able to adapt so well in that game 2 and game 3 to turn it around against such a formidable opponent, and then come out on top of that and then progress on to the tournament where we are going to see hopefully a little bit more of him today.
I mean, that adaptation is key, because like you're right, you got to make sure you're prepared against so many things going into the World Championships, and I'm sure players have definitely thought about this hard Trick Room, because that's that normally you want to make sure you're not too you're not too weak to, but when there's all of these big bad restricteds out there, all these different team archetypes, it can be hard to be absolutely prepared for everything, and being able to see that and how he was able to outmaneuver, definitely well deserved of this top cut spot.
Yeah, I think we're always hoping every year we get a few players like this, right? Where it's tough to make teams like this. Everybody tries, and in some ways it's easier. Just like, okay, well, I'm gonna try to make the best balanced team in the world, right? You have a pretty good idea what Pokemon are supposed to be on this team. This is uncharted territory, right? I think it's easy to kind of wind up pretty deep in your preparations for Worlds, and a week before, like, oh no, like I think 3 of the Pokemon team are just not good. It's impressive that he stuck with it, he built the team, and he believed in what he had, right? Yeah, it's just so easy to get cold feet with this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Really impressive run.
I mean, we talk about the adaptations, we talk about the cool different teams, but we can even talk a little bit about the cool plays that we get to see throughout the day. Even just that final win-and-in match that we had between Victor and Shi Liang, because this is one, Scott, I mean, you were freaking out about this one backstage.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these players are really good, but I think this is one of the strangest, GOAT plays I've ever seen. It's almost always wrong in VGC to use the combination of follow me and fake out as we see here, but it's really clever. So you see this really low HP Urshifu is going for a close combat to try to attack the Incineroar and knock itself out with the Rocky Helmet to enable a free switch. Instead, stays on the field, which doesn't work out nearly so well for Victor, not able to get the combination of Calyrex and Ogerpon out in the field that he needed to safely attack with the Calyrex. It eventually leads into a situation where his own Ogerpon just isn't able to take out the Pokemon on the other side of the field, and it comes out just a little bit short. A really great player that we've loved watching over the years. I think we're all a little bit sad to see Victor go, but absolutely a fantastic play, and I think sometimes it's the subtle plays that really bring you ahead in the video game championships. You know, it's easy like, oh, you see that one-hit KO dings pop up, like, oh, that was a good play, right? Want to knock out Pokemon, but you know, knocking out the Pokemon at the right time, especially in a format like this one, making it as difficult as possible for your opponent to get things done with the restricted Pokemon. Just a really beautiful play there by a player that we respect a lot, using a Pokemon that we disrespected a little bit too much.
100%. And it's really great point to be talking about that stuff, because exactly, there's a couple of really nuanced things from earlier on in the match. I mean, us three even had the big conversation of their first match of the day, little kind of decisions that threw out the line that will then put weird checkmate situations on the board, that there's so much more to it, like once you really start to like dive into it.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, the beauty about all of these matches, you know, in the moment, sometimes you can miss some of these.
Oh, I didn't even bring my water back. God damn, that's the only reason I left.
How smart they are in those situations, but when you look back at them, you reflect on them, you think, wow, okay, that was what the overall game plan was, and, you know, it's not as obvious to see these all the time, and it's why having these moments like this where we can dissect, we can go back and maybe have a closer look at why that player made that decision and how pivotal it was in that specific moment are so crucial with taking that player on, pushing him forward, and potentially being crowned world champion.
And that's what really makes the difference when you get into the World Championships, because as you said, of course,
mission accomplished.
Yang just played absolutely incredible.
Oh my God, that's pretty funny.
Well deserving of top spot.
I got food. I got water.
Really talented player.
I'm ready to keep this up. I wish I could battle right now. This is kind of making me angry.
Because we're looking at the top cut ahead of us, and of course, when we're looking at the top cut, we do have to talk about that difference between.
I'm with you guys, Lohuero and Ratsy. It's crazy that Frigga. I knew it was good. I mean, an ability that just here's the thing about this, right? An ability that just allows you to instantly turn off a move from your opponent, just nullify a move for the turn, and you don't have to do anything. You're not wasting a turn of action. You can shift it in, or if it just sits there, right, it just automatically prevents your opponent from clicking options. That is extremely broken, undoubtedly. But I agree that I thought it was going to have niche usage on people who are really trying to force it to work. It was at Worlds last year. The second runner-up, Mishael Kelch, he was running Frigoraph last year. It's gonna be in the top. It's already in top cut, right? How many Frigoraphs do we have? I'm so shocked that it performs as well as it does. The ability is broken, but like it's kind of the best thing it has going for it. Here's one. Here's two. Here's three. Here's four. There's five. There's six. So 6 out of 24. That's pretty solid. That's 25% usage in the top cut.
Sometimes winning a tournament and not, because like Scott mentioned, I think it comes down to a key where you could get that by
just craziness,
and the worst matchup that you could possibly have in the remaining players in the field gets actually knocked out, so it frees up your run. It can work the other way, of course, for you as well, but I think at the end of the day, being in that bye position is just reward for how well you've done throughout the tournament to get to this stage.
I mean, as we're waiting for our top cut to get fully settled, because it is a Swiss-type tournament at this point, so we still have to wait for players to, you know, resolve matches and stuff. I want to take this opportunity
I guess it's not over yet. I mean, I guess the round 11 isn't over yet. We're moving into top cut in just a second.
Who we think's gonna
I want them to put
well,
Wolf back on stream so bad.
Are gonna do well, but I think that we've had a nice amount of surprise.
All right, what are these guys talking about? Let me listen up for a second.
The best thing I can say about the tournament so far is we still don't really know what the dominant strategy is in this format, right? You know, we're deep in the World Championships. We're done with the Swiss round. We're about to hit that single elimination stage.
What do you mean we don't know what the dominant strategy is? It's called Horse.
You know, the match we just saw was Schilling.
Horse is the dominant strategy right now.
And Diego's team as well. You know, like very different teams than what perhaps you were going to run into if you were just to play practice games preparing for the tournament. On the flip side, we have players like Marco and Wolf, right? Where it's like exactly what you were expecting, and even though players are expecting it, they just can't beat it. And
right. Really yeah, that is the craziest thing, that everyone knew Cali Shadow was going to be everywhere. And somehow, despite that, Wolf went 9 rounds undefeated with Cali Shadow. Nobody had a plan good enough to stop it.
Shadow Rider thought, sure, it's going to be there, and sure enough it is. I thought we might see a stronger showing from Miraidon, but then maybe that comes back to how well the player base have just.
What do we say? Was that like?
Because it is so oppressive.
There was like 4 Zamas or 3 Zamas.
But for the
4
Miraidon, I think we've got
2 Terrapagos, 1 Kyogre.
So
like 15, like something around 15 of the 14 of the 23 available Pokemon are all Calyrex. We definitely know what's dominating here, Scott.
Where you've got the same restricted, but the concept, the builds of those two teams are so different, and which one is going to kind of rise to the top, be cream of the crop, and be the champion. So yeah, I'm not going to put my hat on any one.
I'm ready for them to pull the new data.
What about you, Sierra? Have you got a little call there?
See, I was thinking about looking back at the competition.
What's Sierra
because
have to
I
say
know
about
Joe
this?
Brown was doing this cool segment where he was going back throughout the worlds of ages and the call for worlds. And I've been thinking back to try and figure out if I think there has been quite a call yet that I could say like, wow, is the call. But I think I'm still holding out because I think we've seen a lot of really great meta calls and adaptations. Being able to see Terra
I don't know,
normal
man.
and a
I
lot
feel
more
like this is
Pokemon,
exactly what we
I think
expected
it's been really,
to see.
really cool because obviously that matches up into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and we get like these little tweaks
This
here,
is pretty
little
much
tweaks there.
this is
But I
no
think I'm
different than I
holding off
expected,
a
except it's a
judgment
little bit
until
light
top
on the
cut and
Mirai.
waiting for like that
You
pivotal
know,
moment
Mirai
like,
should
wow,
be
okay,
having a
this
stronger
was
representation.
the call for worlds.
Speaking of Terra types, by the way, I feel like that's been one really cool thing to me this weekend where I really feel like even
this is
compared
cool.
to,
The Terra types
World
have been
Championship,
very
we've seen
interesting.
so many different Terra types. For a while,
Yes.
it kind of just felt like, especially like the fire, water, grass Terra types were just so dominant for what they did. But gee, I feel like we've seen almost every Terra type.
Also, I
in the
gotta
game over
check.
the course this weekend, right? You know,
I think I
especially
have
the
a
Ice Rider
shiny
Calyrex, I feel like, you know, maybe
Lechonk in Pogo.
trainers went to the Pokemon Center, you got that cool new dice set, like Poison Terra, normal Terra, you know, and it's great that so many different strategies have worked. We're finally seeing Stellar Terra like really make a big difference. We saw a match earlier where,
Even if you're
you know,
starving, bro doesn't let you eat a berry. It doesn't matter if it's your dying breath. That horse will just snarf the berry down before you get at it.
Can be the difference between winner and losing, especially when everyone.
Oh
is
my
so
God, I
good
have
at
a shiny
this level,
Lechonk.
and I've been really impressed where there's just so many subtle, creative plays.
Let's
that
see if I
trainers
can
do
trade
that
this
I
to
think
Silly
is really
Billy right now. I
inspiring.
think we're friends.
I think that's a
on
really
Pogo.
cool thing that we've gotten to see from this World Championships in compared to last year's. Because last year's was a lot of fun because you didn't really know what to expect going into it because it was a brand new format for Worlds. Whereas this year, since we've had some regulation changes,
I'm waiting to trade, Silly.
we did have about
Get in here.
2 months, a month and a half in the
Someone help
summer to
Silly
kind
Billy
of
get into the
really
trade
dive
room.
into it. That trainers have really made sure they've gone
I have
to
one.
the depths of the team building. They've really just made sure no stone has been left unturned. And I think it's just absolutely.
Oh, here we go.
brought
Here comes the
out
data.
Max. Sure, there's a lot
Top
of
12 Pokemon.
that if
Has
you've been
this?
following
Oh,
along
is this
for
the same data we
Regulation
already
G,
looked at?
Yeah, okay, maybe.
All right, I
we've
got a
seen
little
this
bit
Pokemon
hyped, a
before,
little bit
but
overly
it's
hyped.
little changes that we've gotten to see throughout the way. The Iron Hands is the one that really stands out to me from the
Yeah,
get-go.
Iron
The
Hands
slow
being
kick
super high up
adaptation,
here is
because it
crazy. I mean,
from my knowledge,
it was
the first
super high
time
up
in a
there
major
during Worlds
tournament
last
we've
year,
seen
but it
anybody
feels
be
like it
running
fell
this.
off a lot
Yeah, I
during
think so
Reg G
too,
for
and
some
it's
reason,
kind of
mainly
a
because the
fun throwback,
premier
right, where,
Assault Vest user
the first year
is
I started
Rillaboom
watching
now.
the video game
So it
World
feels not as
Championships
good to
back
bring
in
Iron Hands
2010.
because you can't bring
You know,
Rillaboom, which
there's
gives you
like
no
12
answer
moves in
into
the game back
Miraidon.
then, so we had to be less picky about where we're putting our teams, but there's a lot more of the weight-based moves, right? Because you were attacking those heavier Pokemon so frequently. And it's fun to see that work again in this era. I think, you know, also fun as a throwback to a much more recent time is that.
All right, I gotta wait till
Samples
I'm better
of
friends with
we saw
Silly.
A little bit more in the
So
more
Silly,
recent format.
the issue is you and me aren't good enough
Personal
friends, so the
favorite
cost of the
Pokemon
trade
to
is going to be
play,
like
and,
a billion
I
Stardust.
players that kind of
Once
put
you
a
and me
little
become
personal
better
stamp on it,
friends,
right?
that
Really
Lechonk
kind
is
of
yours.
Pokemon like
You've
that one
rightfully
to be,
earned it.
Adjusted a little
Deal?
bit to fit the team and the preferences of the player.
Deal.
A couple of things that I liked seeing throughout the day too. I'm looking at
Yeah,
that
some- if-
paranormal that we got
hopefully
to see
that
with
concept
Fluttermane
is very
kicking
clear.
off the day. Hirofumi was running that, and even if it did end up resulting in a
So let's
loss,
see. You know
I
what's
think it was a
really interesting?
cool part
JT
of
was
team
talking
building
about
that
earlier. If you look at
obviously
these
served him
usage
well for
statistics,
how far he was able to
Whimsicott
go
here
through
being
competition.
super low
And
is
as well, too,
crazy
with
to
the
me.
Covert Cloak,
You
considering
know?
it's not
Like,
necessarily the,
Tailwind was sort of
you know,
like the
bulkiest
premier
fish
way to
out
play
there,
this format
and
early
sometimes
on.
that can be handled with
Was like
quite easily.
Koraidon, Miraidon,
Sure,
and Kali
it puts
Shadow.
on in comparison to something like a choice card,
Even
which is looking for
Zama, I
advantage,
think,
loved.
and Terrapago Specs,
when you
all
look
of
at the
those
usage
5
stats,
variants
you-
of
you
restricteds
look
all
across
were
the top
spamming
line, you've got
Tailwind.
Rillaboom with
And
Fake
like
Out, you've got
Tornadus
Zero
next to
with Fake Out,
Urshifu
Iron
was
Hand
like
Fake Out.
one of the
And
most
you think with
common
the Covert
cores
Cloak,
still
you
sticking
have
around from
complete
Regulation F.
immunity
That's all
against that
gone.
support option. Not only that, but you're looking at those kind of soft uses of
It's
speed
like all
control
you
with
have
the
is
Icy
Whim.
Wind when we're talking about Fluttermane.
You got Whim at the bottom, and that's it. That's crazy. Fluttermane's still up there. But, oh man, the usage, this thing used to be at 70%. This thing dropped off so intensely.
In most situations with the Snull, even if the Terastallization had come out from the Calyrex, would have been quite impactful because it slows down that special engine, but it's not able to do that. Same with the Moonblast as well from the Fluttermane going into that Calyrex, where in most situations you've got that 20% chance of it actually dropping the special attack, which can be so pivotal in that moment. But yeah, you don't really need to even consider that as a thing because the Covert Cloak is just one of those items
Yeah.
that just frees up your Pokemon
Yeah.
and gives you that little bit of security where you think, okay, I don't need
Covert
to worry
Cloak
about
just
any of
makes
the secondary
Chi-Yu
effects because
less
now I can just
viable,
kinda
which
get on
makes
with my game
Fluttermane
plan
less
and do
viable
what my
when you're talking
Pokemon
about
needs
Cali
to
Shadow,
do.
which is
And
dominating
if we're
everywhere.
talking about this Calyrex Shadow Rider, let's just extend the conversation to talk about all the restrictions
Yep,
that
here
we've
we
been
go,
able
back
see.
to the restricteds.
Of course, the Shadow
So
Rider,
this
the
is what's
Rider, and the
interesting
Rhydon, the
is
big
that
three in the competition. And even if we
this
haven't
is going
gotten
to
see
change
Terapagos
only
so
in the fact
far
that
throughout,
Groudon is going
it has
to
been a Pokemon that
drop
throughout
off.
has been putting out a
Well,
lot
God,
of pressure, and there's
don't
some
kill us
really
holding our
unique
breath.
Terapagos builds out there.
All right, new pin. I like that.
Perhaps
That
because
was
it
funny.
didn't just make it to the North America International Championships finals, players are pretty prepared for that build of Terapagos, and the Terapagos players are adjusted a little
That
bit.
killed me,
We've
Lil
seen
Huero.
A lot of stranger stuff with it. I think Klefki being among the most fun. There's multiple Klefki today. I
My
believe.
favorite Pokemon
Remember
is
the last time I thought
nothing.
about Klefki?
So yeah, we
Like,
already looked at the
just crazy
statistics
Pokemon
right here
Go.
on these standings. We
And
know
I
that
think
this
it's just really
this
neat, right?
chart
Again,
changes
it's a
only in the
unique
fact
Pokemon
that
has a
Groudon
lot of
just
different
disappears
attributes
and
to it.
Koraidon
Like
disappears.
Parashell's
So it's
fun,
just
it
these
works
6
like
as the
multi-scale,
top
and then,
restricteds for top cut.
Changes drastically if you terastallize it. It gains more stats. Its unique move changes, and just another thing that trainers have to prepare for, right? And,
Man, 6
I'm
million
really
subs on the
curious
official
to talk
Pokemon
to some
channel. That's
players
cool.
after this is over, kind of how much they decided they cared about Terapagos in their prep, because I think it looked like its usage was trending the wrong way, but also it's sort of a Pokemon that requires unique answers. So again, maybe one that flew under the radar enough that.
Yeah, I do think that Terapagos making it into the top cut not once but twice is pretty freaking impressive.
I mean, I feel like
that
a
really blows my
strong
mind.
Terapagos trainer
I
is
was a
absolutely terrifying.
Terapagos
Same with
only
that
player
Kyogre
for a
as well.
while,
I
and it was
didn't
really,
personally
really
expect
fun. I
Kyogre
really,
to
really have a
maybe
soft
make
spot
the
for
biggest
Terapagos.
splash, but
I would
did know
love
there
to see
is
it make its
a
way
couple
even
of those
further
known
along in this
Kyogre
tournament.
players playing it, it would. But looking at our caster predictions, there was definitely a lot more faith coming out for my co-casters rather than myself.
Oh, look at this. We
Right
got.
on the
I haven't
Rhydon
seen this
train
yet. We
'cause
got caster
you know what?
predictors.
You didn't have to tell me twice. It took down Indy.
Man,
and it's been a force
Slitherwing.
ever since, but. There is a couple.
Yeah,
coming up
Rosemary
from
predicting
Lou
that
and
Galarian
from
Weezing showing
Rose
up is
here,
interesting
talking
because
about
that did show up in
Kyogre,
some
and even if there's not
Koraidon
the most
compilations.
out there,
You just give Koraidon ability
in the
shield
hands of a good
and then pair it
player.
with Galarian
So
Weezing,
weird.
turn
When
off
the
all
format
abilities
got
and just go
announced,
crazy.
Kyogre was one of those Pokemon that you looked at, you look back at previous restricted formats, and it's been so strong, so dominant. It didn't really have the same impact in this format as it felt like it should.
Yeah,
be.
I
So
have
it
to
kinda
agree with you,
dropped
Lil
off, but
Huero.
then we had that
Terapagos
iteration
making
of
it
where had the
making it
Assault
twice
Vest, and
definitely
it
does
had a
feel
pretty
like
favorable
it's
matchup
something
into
that's
the
worth
big
respecting.
things
It
that
didn't
you
just
think
sneak
would
in,
give it the most
but there was
problems, like
clearly
Rhydon,
a
like the
handful of
Raging Bull,
dedicated
when you have that
Terapagos
grass
players
terror
that believed
typing
this
where
was the
It
move.
can manage it quite well in that matchup.
Especially with Cali Shadow just being as high usage as this. Yo,
So
Ty,
I
what's
would
up,
like
bro?
to see it at some point during this tournament, but
Thanks
I'm
for
not
hopping in,
also gonna
man.
be surprised if we don't see any Kyogre as well.
No gameplay today, just spectating
hopefully
worlds.
We'll be able to
Doing a little
see what
shiny
is
giveaway
top cut
stuff.
and beyond, and see if it is capable of taking down the top 3 and who will be coming out on top. Of course, we're gonna
Yeah, let's check out right now who
away,
made
and
it
it's
in.
gonna be up shortly, so thank you so much for coming to our lounge meta talk.
Oh, I
on
think they're
the
about to switch
Pseudo
back
feature.
over.
We're taking a quick break before we're back
Oh.
with our competition.
Oh, so they're just going to break right now. Okay. Man, the art and the
Hey, Pokemon
animations
trainers.
they do for this is
Welcome
just so
to
great.
Pokemon Championships history. A series
Low-res!
where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsuba. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top?
Ultra Beast mention.
He had experience
Yeah, this is cool.
multiple world championships, and this time around he made the
We're gonna watch
call
this.
on
This
the
is a good.
game.
I love these like
Ultra Beast on his
history
team led
matches.
Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams. Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title, but Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela. the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence
I have a lot of
was
questions. I
just
just want to finish
lucky
watching
enough
this
to keep
short
him in
video.
the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the third turn will be the victor.
So they were in the last. So the timer ran out. They had 3 turns left to play.
Seconds out. So this is turn 0 in the game, and in this
Forgot about Z moves. Pretty nice actually.
Taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history.
Okay.
A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the fighting type Buzzwole faced off against a fairy type and a flying type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy.
Here we go!
It's not your boy.
Boom! Big hit coming in!
In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects.
Oh my god, it lived on 1.
Set Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini, not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the ball.
Oh, Jesus!
Knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The heavy slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without?
Holy shit!
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the
Man, Celesteela pulls the crit out.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go
crits, man. I know, Lohuero. Should they be in the game? That is a hot debate.
World champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
All right, I need to address something in the chat. We're turning this down. Ty, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't F with Wolf? Where is that? Ty, I know you're still here. I think you're still here. So 3 Canadians made it into Top Cut. I wanted to see that. Ty, how do you already know what the bracket is? How are you already able to see who's playing who and in what order and stuff?
We are still here in Honolulu, Hawaii, bringing you our coverage of the 2024 Pokemon World Championships.
I'm curious how you're able to know that it's going to be Kylan versus Wolf.
For all of our
Oh, okay. They're posting about it in the Discord. Okay, that makes sense.
Look forward to Unite finishing out their ceremonies later on today. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm once again joined by Lou.
We're gonna man talking on the inside Hawaii. RK9, I believe. Oh, can you check RK9?
For the video game.
Oh, I see. Right, the competitors can. Okay, so the competitors are using RK9 to find round matchups and are posting it in the Discord. I got you. You got a man on the inside. Where knew about it.
No room for error. Every single game counts at this point, because if you lose your set, you're
That's
out of
sick.
the competition, and everybody wants to be that world champion.
Before then,
so
our
Wolf
players
versus
were allowed
Kylan.
2 match losses in order to find themselves here in the top cut. So you're right, the stakes have never been higher.
Even if you're
to
starting,
look forward
that's so
to
funny.
who we have ahead of us. Our very first stream match, we're going to be featuring
and then
versus
let's
Navi
see.
Toshi.
Then you
We
said
will see all these
indifferent to
other
Wolf.
incredible players and how they match up
Yeah.
against
Give it
each
to me,
other
Ty.
in this
Okay,
bracket.
look, you
It
like
is
Wolf's
an
content,
asymmetrical
but
bracket, so these are going
I
to
see
be
the butt
matches
coming.
that have to play out before we get to our top 16.
Exactly. There's a couple of extra moments
Wolf
for these players where they
Glick
have to
versus
contend
Kylan
through to
right
meet
there.
those trainers that are already
Oh my
waiting in the
god,
room
it's
for
top
them.
cut
But
already.
This stream match is going to be incredible. Taran Birdie,
Yo!
Navji Jossi, 2 incredible players. Taran, being the Perth regional champion, knows what it takes to be able to go all the way, but actually has a fantastic
Oh my
accolade
god, these
throughout
games are gonna be
2024
insane.
as well. NEIC was able to get 19th place there, as well as
Navjit
still
is on
being a
stream.
top 4 competitor.
That's amazing.
Ty's popping off right
What
now.
has been able to accomplish in this season as well. Did get a top 16 at the Portland Regional Championships earlier this year, and being from Canada, ended up going to the Vancouver Regional Championships as well, where they did end up in that top 64. Still very good. That is a day 2 performance and very close.
I think I gotta kick my volume up. Sorry about that.
32. So I'm so excited to be able to feature
There we
both
go.
of these players
That should be better.
as we look forward to this. But I mean, taking a look at all of our matchups.
Yo, this is gonna be an awesome match then. I'm ready to see Canada pull out.
I know you got a chance to talk
Pull
to him
it
as
out,
well.
Canada.
Exhilarating match.
Bring out the big guns. Don't hold nothing back. Your boy Ty is cheering you
To
on.
the wire against Victor Medina. So many moves and counter moves, getting all the little damage rolls from the grass.
Grant
trade,
Weldon
from
is
the
up
Will-O-Wisp
there.
burns, and
Diego.
all of just the critical hits that were coming
Oh,
through.
the
It was
other.
fantastic to see the play.
I guess there's a couple of these are just the notable matches. There's even more going on.
And then deliver such an amazing
Shiliang
endgame.
Tang,
Fantastic.
Wolf,
And now he's got about
Grant
out here
Weldon,
in top cut, but
Shohei
that
Kimura,
record looking good.
current world
Grant
champ.
Weldon, though, I think this is a player from the United States. It's been so fun to watch.
Damn, these names and these storylines.
Has been
Shohei Kimura gunning for World's Victory title 2 times in a row. Back-to-back world wins would be
I know,
crazy.
remember we got Nils Dunlop on the stream yesterday, who had that Reggie Drago as well, and he was talking about how it almost feels
And
like a
Grant with his
restricted
Regidragosation? Why can they not put that on stream? I want to see that so bad.
But when you pivot it into the correct position on the board, it can do so much damage as well. Being able to just go through so many competitors, and we are seeing a little.
Here's my thing, Ty.
To drag a Terra type as well.
I like an
Because with that
undisputed
Dragon
champion.
Cycle, when there's fire,
I like a
when
game
there's
that's
everywhere,
consistent
you're
enough
gonna
that
be
you can
taking that
have
resisted
somebody
damage.
good
So I
enough
think
to end up on the
making
top.
sure that you can maybe
I think it
catch some of
speaks
these
to the
cheeky
to the
Terra
game's
dragons with
ability
overdragon
to
type
produce
attacks can be
consistent
really, really
champions
nice.
and not
They
be
really
dominated
can.
by
And I'm
only
looking at the
chance.
bottom of this list as
And
well.
I
Watch
also
Shohei
love an underdog.
versus
I also
Shohei
love
Kimura.
somebody who can
Shohei,
talk the
of course,
talk
our
and
reigning
walk the
world
walk.
champion from
So if
2023
Wolf could
Worlds,
finally
and
win
Song Jae-jong
Worlds a
coming
second
into
time,
this World Championships with a second from the Korean national
right? No, I
qualifier.
understand that the
is
game
so
is full of
impressive, especially considering
inconsistencies.
their format
But my
was
point
a
is,
little bit
the
different
question for
to what
Pokemon
we
is always,
expected and played
can it
here
be
at
a
World
legitimate
Championships. So you
esport
gotta know that
despite those
adaptation has to be there.
inconsistencies?
I think that's
And I
a really
think
good point, actually.
consistent players
They may
being
not
able
be
to
as
perform
experienced in
despite
kind of
the
regulation,
low
let's
accuracy,
say. It's really
random
kind of regulation
sub-chance,
aspect
secondary
playing in that
effect
kind of local
chances,
circuit.
critical
So
hits
being able
going
to
off.
come in
If
without
you can
having
still have
practice
people
in a kind of
that can
competitive field,
perform
face-to-face
under
with
those
competitors
types of
in this format does just show
under
how
that
amazing it
environment,
is that they're still finding
then
success in
then
that
that
particular thing. With
speaks
all
to
the
the game's
restricted
ability
around.
to
Yes, and the restricted
hold its
content,
own
too.
as a
I think
legitimate
that's gonna be
esport. If it's
very
like, you
interesting
know,
to
like
look at
for
when
some
we
reason like trading
dissect
card
our
games,
top
I could
cut
never
a
get
little
into
bit
because
more.
the amount of
Hope you all
chance in
enjoyed
them
the
is
top
so
cut preview that
intense.
we had in the lounge just a
But my
couple of
point with
minutes
Wolf is
ago.
like, I
I
personally
know
love
that
an
we have
underdog.
so
I
much
also like
more
somebody who
to
can
cover,
talk the
especially
talk,
as we
walk the
start to
walk,
get towards
and seeing
actually
him
getting some of these
finally
top cut
get
matches
to that.
on
I mean, if he
stream.
wins
So
Worlds a
what's been
second
kind
time,
of your
he's
favorite
undisputed. He's won
moment
multiple
from
nationals. He has the
today
most
even?
regionals. If he
You know,
doubles up
honestly,
Worlds in the
sitting
modern
backstage
era,
and
boom,
watching
that's it.
that game
We
through
now
with
have have our greatest of all time indisputably. I just want that storyline to tie up. After that, I can start cheering for other people, but I'm ready for Wolf to finally be the greatest of all time, and then we can move on to other things.
Was just switching constantly between the two players, and that was really, really marvelous. I also loved all of yesterday's stream, I have to say. It was so electric. But let's focus down on the match we're about to watch.
Even if Shohei
will do just that. On your left, we've got Terran Birdie.
I think if Wolf wins, Ray Rizzo won't be the GOAT anymore.
Standard to a lot of the archetypes that we have seen been built out for this particular restricted, but on Nafji.
Yeah, no, Lil Hero, I think that's the point, is that this game, despite its random chance, does promote the opportunity for consistent gameplay. Like, you can minimize those chances to actually have a solid performance over and over and over again. Yeah, no, I know. Believe me, I understand. But also, Wolf has, like, what, double his Ray's regional titles, double his national titles or something? And then he also is playing in the modern era where, like, the pool of players is, like, consistently doubled. I think 3 worlds in a row is an insane accomplishment. But that's also, like, you know, like 10 years ago. I think it's pretty much... I think the community generally agrees that if anyone wins World twice in the modern era, then that play... Like, if Shohei wins twice in a row, I would start to consider that him one of the best of all time. Also, yes, what the hell? Low kick, drain punch, heavy slam on Iron Hands, and that's it? That's insane.
Dark Terra means that those wicked blows are going to hurt, and that is something that the Ice Rider Calyrex on Nafji's side is going to
Single Strike showing up is sick.
And it's interesting as well because there is no Fire, Water, Grass Core combination on Terran's side. There is the Water type Null and Void. You can technically have it in Farigiraf, I guess, but it's nice to see that Urshifu coming through. That might catch a few people off surprise. On the opposing side, though, for Nafji, it is going to be that Urshifu Rapid Strike variant that we're so used to seeing running a very classic combination here. But being
trying to do the math without being biased. Yeah, this game is going to be awesome. Dude, look at this. The Regieleki, man. The Regieleki is going to be so cool.
But Regieleki is also very fast, very furious. Transistor being able to boost up those electric type attacks.
So what is his game plan going into the Miraidon?
So even when taking a look at some of the
I don't think it's Trick Room if he's running Regieleki.
We did have Regieleki allowed. You're looking at it now and going, there's a Miraidon on the other side. This Transistor is about to be very
beer break,
powerful.
brothers.
You don't
throw it back, Lil
Hero.
Hero.
I
got a LaCroix. It's the best I can do to join you.
So Regieleki, definitely one to keep your eyes on. I'm
Cheers anyway, bro.
Getting a chance to take a look at a very good one from Thiago Latanzi.
Okay, your boy Navjit. Let's see it.
But this one is going to be
Ty?
the Electric Terra, so as you said, lots and lots of electric type
Let's see if Team Canada can...
But there's going to be no kind of juicy water type.
Oh, no way.
To go down into on Terran.
Canada Discord is streaming versus Wolf?
It's going to really be here for the Electro Web, lowering the speed on the opposing side. The Whimsicott, however, also a water type, but the key thing I think Whimsicott is going to be, well, water Terra type, let's just confirm.
I don't see the stream.
Whimsicott on Terran's side is going to be able to bring that tailwind and get the speed advantage up on his side of the field, get a little bit of momentum going through because you have some really heavy
I got to see this game too.
Well, in the form of that Ogerpon and Miraidon, and you want to make sure that they're able to get the damage before damage is dealt to them.
But I do love what
Canada
you said
got a crack
there,
in a voice chat. I'm looking for it.
Electrowebs is certainly one way you can try to keep pace with that tailwind, and Regieleki is going to be the naturally fastest Pokemon between these 12. And so right away as we get into our first game of this top cut match between Terran Birdie and Navjeet Joshi, it is going to be that Landorus incarnate next to the Regieleki for Navjeet. And
oh, it's full. I can't join.
Absolutely love to see the Regieleki on the field, already applying a lot of pressure with something like the Electro Web to just do some damage into both these Pokemon and low.
I can't join it.
However, the Iron Hands has the utility.
All right, let's just pay attention to what we got in front of us. We got Iron Hands and Single Strike Ursh versus this Regieleki. You have to imagine it's a Volt Switch or an E-Web going into this Urshifu to break the sash.
But so it's going to be this Ogerpon Cornerstone that's going to take its place.
Okay. Can't believe the fake out window that. Yeah, there's the Volt Switch. Jesus Christ. Hard switch the Lando out, only to bring it back in, probably.
A big ball position switch.
Yeah, I wish I could watch both too, Lil Hero. Okay, yeah, that was sick. Oh, and it lives! Damn, that was so much. That's just a neutral hit. That's just your standard neutral hit from an Ursh.
You could always go for that Sunsteer Storm, get a
That's
bit of
so crazy.
damage on the field, and that's something Iron Hands will not appreciate.
Absolutely not, and it would definitely clean
Considering
up
a
the Urshifu
protect
as well.
because he thinks that that Life
great
Orb
call
Lando
there,
is going to go
Lou.
crazy.
Unfortunately, we have to see whether or not it's actually
Oh,
gonna
but probably
hit
the Earth
start
Power,
here
right?
to see if it can actually get those knockouts.
Who's
but
coming in?
as you
Whim?
mentioned, Landorus being
Stop the
there
Earth
is
Power?
the absolute
And then a
fiend
protect.
versus this Iron
Yep.
Hand. So it's
Nice,
also
then you
going
can
to
get the
be
Tailwind up and then go on the
Once
offensive the
grass
following
type, able
turn.
to take those ground types just a
Yeah,
little
Ty,
bit
give us
better.
updates
But
for
it's the
sure.
Ivy
That's
Bundle
awesome.
that's going
Thank you
to
so much.
Slam into that slot. And the Sanseer Storm going
Jeez,
into
that...
the protect for now.
But will it connect into this Whimsicott? It does.
Oh, it does
indeed
connect
find
into
its
Whim.
mark and able
Oh
to
my-
knockout. So Whimsicott comes in, you would think, yes, it's definitely the better
I thought it was
play.
going to
It's
live
kind
through
of
that.
ground
What the
type,
hell?
but no, it is down and out.
Yeah, Terran wins
Damn,
that one.
Navjit
Absolutely. I
kinda
think
putting
they're
on a
hoping
show
that
here.
It would be able to withstand the double up there, or maybe not expecting the double up to go into that slot. Now you don't have that Tailwind available, you don't have the Encore either, and so it's going to be a little bit difficult for Terran to try to get ahead of things.
Yeah, no sash, you're right.
Regieleki comes back out for those Electro Webs.
I mean, taking a look here as well at what Terran has in the back, it's all kind of the Electro types. You've got Miraidon,
He's like
you've got
struggling
Iron,
to
so
think
they're
about what
gonna
he's
be
going
able
to do,
resist
bro.
a lot of
He's
what
got to
the
take care of this
Regieleki can
Landorus.
throw its way, but you
He has
have to
no
watch out
speed
for
control
those
now.
B tiers. If the Electro webs start coming through, that's where we're going to be dropping the speed and leaving them a little bit more vulnerable for some of Navjit's Pokemon to clean up in the back. There is that Calyrex Ice Rider potentially in the fourth and final slot for Navjit.
You got to go with
That can
something.
do
It's going to
so
have to be
much
this.
damage,
It's got to be a
particularly
Draco, I guess, or a
Miraidon,
Dazzling
if it
Gleam,
is
one of the
gonna be on
two.
the field, and there it is.
Miraidon, though, as it enters the field,
I
is
mean,
going to
Sucker
send
Punch
up
Dazzling
the
Gleam goes
train
crazy
thanks
here,
to the Hadron
right?
engine ability. It's going to be boosting up its own attacks as well, but it's not going to do
Man,
any
Terran is
damage
thinking
to this
hard
Landorus
on this.
if it is going to try to go for an Electro Drift or a Volt Switch, because it is going to be a ground type. So it's going to be a tough call. Do you try to, like, Terra, go for the Dazzling Gleam, but then you're weak to the Sludge Bomb across the way?
Thanks for the update, Ty. Keep them coming, brother, man. Over on here, Navjit gonna lose. Yep, there it is. There he's considering the Dazzling Gleam. Yeah, wanting to guarantee that KO. I think the ballsy boy. Going for the Wicked Blow. Oh, going for a safe switch instead. You have to imagine that Landorus does not stay in to take this Sucker Punch.
Knowing that Iron Hands does have the Assault Vest equipped, so it would be able to take a hit from this Landorus Incarnate just a little
Although,
bit
what does
better.
the
As it hits
Landorus
the field,
swap
you
into?
do
I
see
guess just...
that this Quark Drive is going to activate to give this Iron
He
Hands
stayed
an
in.
Yeah, it's got the Assault Vest for the defense and the attack boost to be on the offense as well. So a lot of flexibility coming through from this Iron Hands, and that is exactly what Miraidon wants by its side.
Oh my god, he must have predicted the switch.
Ensuring that this fairy
Oh, I
Miraidon
love
is gonna be
those
able to
double
deal a
level
huge amount of
calls.
damage and stay on the field. But Rosemary is a terrestrialization apiece.
Uh-oh, Terra Dark or
It is a
something?
terrestrialization
On the
apiece.
Landorus?
That's gonna be
What
the
Terra is
Landorus
this going to
taking
be?
on the
It's
Terra
got to resist
Poison.
Sucker Punch.
One way to get around the Dazzling Gleam.
Oh, getting around the Dazzling Gleam.
It works both ways because it's
Holy
also gonna be
shit, that
boosting
turn
up the
went
power of
amazingly
all of
well for
those
Navjit. He
poison
just
type
called him
sludge bombs.
out.
With the Ogerpon going
Oh, because
for
he had
the
follow
as
me.
well.
I'm an idiot.
It's just to cover your bases.
That is going to be painful indeed. The Miraidon.
Yeah,
going for this
I am
is
going to
be
join
able
that.
to
Thanks
get
for the heads
the
up, Ty.
onto this Ogerpon and fell it from play. But
'Cause I'll be able
because
to-
switched in this
I'll be able
time,
to
it's not
switch
gonna be able
over.
to move either and get damage on the board, enabling this Landorus free reign to go for damage, but it's actually going to go for the Earth Power. I love that defensive play, but it's so threatening and intimidating of the Sludge Bomb into this next turn. I guess Iron Hands.
Oh my god, yeah, I can see the match.
He's now joining the field, so there could be some speed shenanigans going on here.
I can stream it in a second.
Because both of these Pokemon are going to be vulnerable.
I got them
to
both
like
playing
being
now, though. I can
the
give you guys
fastest one on
updates.
the field. So if you wanted to try to get that spread damage down, you could. Iron Hands does have the option to try to go for a fake out here.
All right. Oh my god, it's so hard to watch both.
Potentially in combination with
Good
something
call,
else.
Ty.
Right now, though, it's also going to be Regieleki going for a Protect. That is a bit of breathing room here for Terran to work with.
I completely agree. And Landorus also going for the Protect with the Iron Hands that
Double
was in
Protect
play,
here.
you don't
Yep.
wanna have to
I mean, if
worry
you've
about who's
lost
gonna
your
take the fake out if you just go
follow
for
me,
this
you
defensive
kind of
line.
have
You
to.
know the Miraidon is locked in thanks to the choice specs for that Dazzling Gleam as well. Now going into this next turn, the Regieleki could be in a prime position to go for that Electro Web, lower the speed a little bit more, and maybe allow Landorus to get that KO with the Sludge Bomb following up.
But I love what Terran has gone for here, expecting.
Oh my
to get
god, I'm
Protect on the other
so
side.
distracted. Oh, he gets the Sucker Punch. It lived.
It's not gonna be quite enough to actually get the knockout onto this Landorus just
Oh
yet.
my
So
god, and then the
Terran's
Miraidon speed fell.
gonna have to hope that that Sucker Punch damage is enough, as it does get.
Does that mean the
knocked
Sludge
out.
Bomb's about to go off?
But with that minus
Holy
it's
shit,
gonna be
that's crazy.
faster now. So the Sludge Bomb
What an
is
insane turn. That was so important that he lived.
The synergy between those two Pokemon on Navjit's side, getting the drop, enabling the Landorus to have the
Navjit, that was freaking amazing.
Just the Iron Hands in the back, but that's such a difficult spot. It doesn't.
Oh my God, it's over already.
You know, anything
Terran just got destroyed.
Even just the Earth Power is going to get the knockout.
Yeah, and especially, like, yes, you could go for the fake out, but with the sliver of HP, I think
Holy
it's just
that's so cool.
that is going to happen in this game.
Maridon! Damn, Canada is killing it.
What happened in that game number 1? Reflect. What can you do to move forward into this
Come
second
on,
game?
Wolf.
Because you're not out of it yet.
I'm going to be honest, if I was Terran, and you can see he is really taking these seconds to think things through, like you said, Rosemary, I would drop the Whimsicott.
Oh man, he's just taking time to think over the game plan. It's already over. I'm checking Kylan right now. It's hard for me to tell what's going on, but it looks like the game advantage is like hugely in Kylan's favor.
Took double damage, got knocked out, and I feel like you would be more utilized with something.
Holy I cannot believe we're watching Masters Top Cut right now. This is so cool.
The Ogerpon, maybe. I would say the Ogerpon could be nice because you have that support as well with follow.
Urshifu went for the detect. I'm just watching Wolf's match now. I think it's 2-3. Thunderclap doesn't do anything.
That Whimsicott was failing to provide in this game.
And you can do some neutral damage to that Landorus.
Woodhammer. Oh, misses the kill.
I love the call out there for the follow me as well. So maybe that is
Spore.
going to play. I think
okay.
Terran did get a bit surprised in how much damage that Whimsicott ended up taking.
Yes, that's true.
Or even just the targeting. So maybe just in a different position could also work there for that Pokemon.
I've said this before as well. It's not
Wolf's
just
gonna have to go for the double
Pokemon
detect
on the field you got to face. It's also the player. And sometimes it's not just about reading the board state. It's reading the way the player is playing the game.
Oh, it's getting so stressful over here. I wonder if I can pull it up on the screen.
He can adapt accordingly. He does fail the Landorus for good measure. A little bit of redemption there, I suppose. But it does look like the end game is
I don't know if I'm logged in or not.
Nafji still hasn't even revealed the fourth and final Pokemon in the bag. So there's a lot of momentum here.
I don't know if I'm logged in.
Gonna see it anyway. I'm getting the KO.
I might be able to log in with a QR code really fast. Oh, I don't want to stop watching though. It's getting so intense. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that if only it goes to a game like a best of 3 or whatever.
Yes. Had it progressed even further, but for this best of 3,
okay, Wolf Urshifu lives on
1-0 in this set. One more win for
picks up the close
Nafji
combat
to move on to the top 16 of the Pokemon World Championships.
Top 16. That not only is such an achievement itself,
oh come on, Wolf! Don't do this to me.
Prize money as well. So much on the line for both of these players. Terran, you can see taking that damage, was not happy to see the Whimsicott go down, and that definitely put a thorn in his
hurt by the
side
Rocky Helm.
I do wonder too.
Does Wolf have another Mon left?
That ended up happening here on the Maridon, as we see in front of us. But because of that Terra Poison on the Landorus, if you expect that that's going to be
he's got his Calyrex still.
Factor in this next game, did you see the survival of that Cornerstone Ogerpon from that Wicked Blow?
Yes.
What if you Terra'd? You have Terra Dark on this Pokemon. It would.
Oh my God, he spored him on the switch. This is crazy.
Failing to get the KO with the Sucker Punch onto the Landorus as well could have benefited from that extra boost to the Dark.
All right, I'm gonna try and put this on.
Why Maridon has it
it's
on
so
here,
shaky.
It gives you some nice coverage. If potentially that Calyrex Ice Rider was in the back, and I think we can assume that it was.
All right, I'm gonna try and log in from my phone.
For the end game, as well as boosting up the Dazzling Gleam. But I think
I got you. I got you.
You can get those
Quero.
KOs. And if you keep the speed up, you can remove Regieleki, for example, and allow your Maridon to shine without the fear of the.
How do I log in with like this?
Then maybe you don't need the Terra on their Maridon.
What if you also consider bringing up Whimsicott maybe a bit more in the front? I think
you center, yes.
Yeah, you just
scan QR code just like that.
I still think that Terran's
dude, we gotta watch this. We gotta be able to switch
okay.
between the two.
If you're able to get a good pivot in there, you do have Pokemon that are able to do that. Maridon with the Fault Switch is definitely one way that you can accomplish.
Oh my God, we're in, yo!
It has to be done seamlessly. There were a couple hiccups in there that did make that play just a little bit more easily punished.
Team Canada?
But I think if Terran had been able to get the Whimsicott on, even if it just hangs on by a slither of HP,
yes.
you know you're clicking Tailwind in that next turn, and that really does swing the momentum. So let's see how Game 2 shakes up between these two players in Masters Top Cut at the Pokemon World Championships. Iron Hands and Urshifu on the field for Terran versus the very happy to be here Regieleki with
what the heck? This channel is full?
Side.
Why does it keep saying
was
that?
so effective for Nafji in that very first game that it's no wonder why it is going to be brought as a lead front and center for this game number 2. Next,
I'm locked out.
Well, you have the opportunity, if you see the right things in front of you, once again, go for those Electro Webs. You can still do a ton of damage to this Urshifu as well. We saw that Thunderbolt actually do about 2/3 damage to that Urshifu.
It did a significant chunk, even though
did I just get locked out of both?
Strike variant, but Regieleki getting out of here does not want to have to take the potential fake out and a follow-up. It is a very fast and offensive Pokemon, but a little frail, and you don't want to have
setting
to
got
take
messed
a
up.
blow.
I'm out again. I'm locked out.
To no avail.
All right, let's go back over here.
On the field here. So
I'll keep trying this.
And Landorus free to stand Sanchez Storm all day long.
Oh, and if it wasn't for that focus sash, you know, the Urshifu would definitely be hanging on.
What? Shit's going down.
But at the very least, you do get this.
It looks like a Sandseer Storm went off, did double damage, and then a Wicked Blow went off and took out the Frigoraph immediately.
That's the thing. You do take a little bit of damage, but I think the key thing...
All right, be right back, bro. I'll see you in a minute, Lohuero.
You put it down a Pokemon early doors. You now have the Calyrex coming in here. You can apply some pressure. If you are that kind of faster Urshifu as well, having the flexibility to shake things up, you can always go for the close combat down into that slot. Having a look at what the Calyrex, it is running the Water Terror type. That would be a nice defensive play for it at this point in hand. But then you have to watch out for the Iron Hands. That could go for something like... Oh, actually, it's not even running an electric type move. So, forgive me, the Water Terror, maybe not beneficial to Calyrex at all.
No, the low kick, though, a really nice adjustment here on the Iron Hands to deal with something like the Ice Rider Calyrex or any of the
Wolf
other,
lost her Shifu. 3-2 Kylan.
But the fact that you're not able to land that fake out in the Landers and you've taken so much damage now, the trade is huge.
Yeah, Trick Room and Sandseer, he is in an amazing position. He can just spam Sandseer and then he's Sandseer.
Terran's gonna have to figure out what you can do.
Sucker Punch is big, but not enough. We already saw this damage was pretty low.
Damage here, but you're taking another Sandseer Storm, which
amazing, amazing.
Onto the Iron Hands of the Urshifu. Nafji is starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, Terran does not look happy at that play at all. You can see the seconds were turning down as well, so maybe it was just a little bit of a hesitation in what moves he decided to lock in, and Calyrex actually just being given the free reign to go for a Trick Room here. I was almost going to say it's kind of sad that Calyrex didn't get the double KO there for the 2 chilling neighbors, but actually it doesn't need that. It's got the Trick Room up, and when you see what Terran has in the back, this is going to be a Calyrex Glacial Lance party out here.
It is. I mean, absolutely devastating for these two Pokemon. The Glacial Lance is going to be so effective, and the fact that this Ice Rider Calyrex has also set up the Trick Room.
Yeah, I think Nabjit has this for sure.
End up being the fastest thing on the field. No more Tailwind to really help to control these speeds here for the Miraidon, but there is maybe one hope. Lou, you were pointing at it. Let's talk about it. There is Encore available on this Whimsicott.
That's the only way to kind of reverse the Trick Room at this point. Encore down into it, but then you cannot underestimate this Landorus. Landorus can go for something like the Sludge Bomb, get some good damage onto the opposing Whimsicott. You could also
got to shift out for Encore
and do damage to the opposing Miraidon. I think it's wise to switch out the Calyrex here as well, because then you know you cannot be Encored here. Trick Room is going to stay up, and I've never really seen a Regieleki come into a Trick Room environment before, but the key thing was to keep Trick Room up, because if Regieleki goes down, that's actually nice for Nabjit. You then have the free switch to bring that Calyrex back in, where it doesn't have to worry about Encore potential.
Nabjit does clean this up easily, bro.
This Regieleki is absolutely just get this Ice Rider Calyrex.
He's got it. Your boy's winning, Ty. Come on, man. Get hype.
Be a sacrifice of this Regieleki, because I don't think Nabjit thinks we are going to get past these.
Oh my God, did he call that?
It's going to be a terrestrialization on both sides as we see the Landorus take the Terra Poison and the Miraidon take the Terra Fairy. This is a familiar place that we've seen before, but the Encore into the Landorus.
Ooh, Encore into the Landorus.
Get locked into what it used the turn prior. Sandseer Storm coming back out into both. Miraidon is able to hang on thanks to terrestrializing away from
prevents the Sludge Bomb at least.
But it does have to take a critical hit.
The critical hit's really unfortunate, because that was a nice play by Tara, not falling for the Encore bait into the Trick Room, instead stopping a Sludge Bomb from coming out, which was critical considering you got 2 Fairy types on the field. The issue, however, Regieleki is hanging on. That Landorus is still in the position to go for another Sandseer Storm. It's not going to be able to get the KO on Whimsicott, but thanks to the crit before, Miraidon is in the danger zone.
Miraidon is in the danger zone. This light screen, kind of like the last saving grace here. One of the nice tech moves from the Whimsicott nowadays, just to be able to help bolster up his special defenses, but it's just not enough to allow this Miraidon to hang on.
Oh my God, Kylan beat Wolf.
Whimsicott in the face of this Regieleki, and Nabjit is just one knockout away from being able to move on to the top 16 of the Pokemon World Championships.
Regieleki just going for the Electro Web, finding his mark on that Whimsicott. Not enough to be able to clean out this set quite yet. I think that is going to be Landorus's moment here.
Oh my God, dude.
Saying, nope,
Nabjit won this, and also... Yeah, one game for Kylan.
Advancing into top 16 at the Pokemon World Championships.
Wow, what a display.
One game for Kylan. Oh, come on!
Choices that we see in our top cut for our Masters division, and it was just a fantastic display of why it has been so successful in the tournament so far. A lot of these trainers that we've seen with their team building have started to think about ways that they're able to use their opponent's Pokemon against them. I think Regieleki is absolutely one of those.
I think you made this call earlier as well. When we
damn, man, I want to watch this so bad.
Ice Rider in one of our previous
one game for Kylan. Yeah, it's 1-0.
Trainers kind of saying, this is what my opponent is running, this is the strategy they want to go for, and I'm going to shut it down. And you're completely correct here as well with the way Regieleki was able to come into play. And I love how Regieleki is in the top 16. That is fantastic, but you can also see why, and that's the extra beautiful thing. The way Navjeet was able to pilot.
I wonder if it'll even load here.
With things like that Electro Web, as well as just big damage out there on the field, enabled the other pieces in his team composition to be able to shine and get the knockouts.
Commiserations to Terran, though. What a phenomenal player. I know you've been watching Terran's journey throughout the circuit for 2024, and is a player that I know we are still going to see do even better things in the future.
Oh, definitely. We saw some fantastic plays here, just like this one with the Wicked Blow catching the Farigiraf. Did put a lot of momentum into the game here for Terran, but unfortunately these Sandstairs were just relentless.
Yeah, Ty, you're right. Canada is showing up.
On the Miraidon, I think, was the final straw. I want to say
somebody else needs to go over there and stream it.
If there hadn't been that critical hit, there was the potential that it could have hung on.
All right, well, we're at least going to get updates here.
No, Landorus isn't messing around here. It wants to be in top 16, and it sure is.
Unfortunately, sometimes that is how the game works. It's why even you see moves sometimes giveth and taketh away.
That's
yeah, NJ smoked him.
It is the game we play, but it's also the game that we love, and I am so thrilled to see what is coming up next for us as we just get some of our other Top Cut matches finished up.
These are part of the
we'll make sure to be able to show you the results of all of that and more as we enter into our back half of the day. But Lou, what a start.
We're watching, we're getting the updates.
At the end of the day, there is no room for error for these
Yeah, he did. Diego beat Hirofumi.
Making it through to the Top Cut world is something that you're never going to be able to take away from him as a player, and I'm sure it will not be the last that we see of him in the broadcast. It may be into the next
Oh my
season,
god, this is so crazy.
Really coming through with such a creative team. There also was the really interesting combination here of the fact that the Landorus was out very, very front and center and had that Terra Poison. And that was very detrimental then, I think, to Terran's strategy, because going for that Terra Fairy and the Dazzling Gleams did give him a lot of damage. And spread damage, I think, was the name of the game here, right?
Oh my god, come on.
But when you see that Terra Poison, not only
give us updates on the Wolf game, bro.
But then you know the sludge bombs are going to hit
Kylan versus Wolf.
Playing both sides of the coin and definitely coming up all heads. We're gonna go over to
I'll just keep myself I should not have closed out of that game on my phone.
Navjeet, so let's go ahead and hear from him.
Oh, here, Ty, here comes the Navjeet interview.
Next person who made it top 16 here at the World Championships, Navjeet. Congratulations. 2-0 set as well. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, that was a really crazy set. I don't know, I don't know what to think after a set like that. Honestly, I'm just happy I made it through. Yeah, I can't really put the feelings into words right now.
I mean, you're talking about not really knowing how to feel after a set like that. Is that because of the fact you're now in top 16 of the World Championships? Have the matches been a lot closer? Talk me through that.
Yeah, I think coming into this tournament, every round I've tried not to look at the player, because every round the player is going to be really good. It's the World Championships, right? So trying to kind of look at the matchup more so, and it's just the magnitude of the event, right? It's so every round it just feels like
wise words from your boy Navjeet.
Your opponent is anyone can win at this point, and yeah, that's kind of the mindset going into each round.
Absolutely.
I mean, definitely a strong mindset, and you're talking about the names of the people you're sitting across from, and even if we haven't necessarily gotten to see you at most events or even at past World Championships, those that know you know that you're a strong player and you put the work into this. So how has it been here attending your first World Championships and being in Top Cut now and being able to show that you have the strength that can beat amongst the best?
Yeah, no, I'm extremely proud of myself. I didn't have a lot of time or resources this season. Just I have started working at the beginning of the year in a new job, and so I'm just happy that I was able to make it here, and then all the work that I put in over the limited amount of time I've had, it's paying off. Even when I was building this team, all of the things that I put into it, I didn't have time to test everything, but I'm
starting to get exhausted. And, I think I got myself invested in Wolf here. If Wolf gets knocked out here,
all 6 of my team members, so
I might end stream and just watch it in the background, and then I'll stream again on Championship Sunday.
So yeah,
we'll see.
Overall, the tournament's been
I heard Kylan is doing well.
I'm enjoying the venue.
I'm keeping up with it too, Ty.
And it's been good.
I'm definitely glad to hear, and even if a match earlier got to see all 16 members,
Fall gaming?
this one we
How do
really
I get
got
to fall
see
gaming?
kind of this Regieleki and this Landorus Incarnate. Both 2 Pokemon we haven't really seen too much over the weekend, especially not the Regieleki, because you're the only Regieleki player in day 2. So I'd love to know the team building and the thoughts bringing this.
Yeah, I mean, players that have played Sword and Shield back in the day remember Aleki Kali Ice making a splash in a few tournaments in those restricted dexes. I kind of just look back at...
Okay, we're still getting updates, see?
And I was like, at the end of the day, you've got electric ice coverage, and when you supplement that with ground coverage as well, you form a really potent attacking trident. And as long as you're playing well, which you have to at the World Championships, you can set yourself
Oh,
up
come
for a
on,
lot
tell
of
me this was
success.
good for...
With the way this team functions, you're
Wolf.
able to leverage your fast mode, but you're also able to threaten Trick Room the same turn. Like, they have to respond to the possibility of Electro Web and Glacial Lance, but...
Oh, man, I wish I could get in this so bad.
It's also a very valid play with a team like this, so... and then Landorus just kind of supplements...
Sorry, I'm just trying to...
It can,
I'm trying to keep up with the Canada chat, but we'll leave it on the main stream,
so, yeah.
and I'll do.
Definitely well fought to get to
I'll
this
pay
point.
attention
Now
to.
top 16 ahead of you. Are you more excited?
I'll pay attention to Wolf's match
Like,
via Discord.
Honestly, I've come into this tournament. I haven't been playing with a lot of anxiety or anything. I've just been going round to round, and like honestly, I acknowledge the fact that at any point I could have played a bad matchup or two bad matchups and been knocked out. So it's not worth stressing or
Game 2 seems
really
close.
thinking too far ahead. Like whatever happens, happens. I'm here. I'm just enjoying the ride, and top 16. I'm sure it'll be another fun set whoever I play.
one match at a time, and one match slowly getting closer to that end goal of being back here for tomorrow. I want to make sure you rest up, but before that, any final words you have? Any
Okay,
thanks?
final shout-outs from Navjit.
Just shout-outs to all my friends here. James sitting right there, Maddie as well, Shane, and of course everyone else that reached out. Obviously Joe,
Team Canada,
a good friend of mine, and the list just goes on. And lastly, just my parents as well. My parents, my sister, they're always cheering me on. I just had a chance to call them after clinching.
Oh my God, you're in, Ty? Tell
they were so
updates, man.
All throughout the weekend, so just big shout outs to them and all the friends that have reached out in messages. I'd be here all day if I was naming them all, but they know who they are.
Well, congratulations. Do it for Canada, and best of luck going on forward.
Oh, you're
As
in
for
Fall
us,
Gaming? I don't have
Toxic
access to that
so
Discord
steady.
server.
Quick break, and we'll be back soon.
Hey man, will you send me a link maybe and I could stream it? Oh, it's hard to see. Yeah, that's never mind. It's okay.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu.
Okay,
Hawaii,
Calyrex Shadow Rider Terras.
We're here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop.
Keeping updates on Wolf right now.
Right, this is the best place to be here at the Pokemon
Terra on
World
Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with
Single Strike
international
Urshifu
champion,
Terras.
Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well,
yep.
Stress if you're doing a battle and determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
What is going on?
Pretty fun.
Are you gonna win?
The stream is like doing crazy stuff.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the
All right, keeping it. We're still looking for updates from Wolf. Trying to get into this.
A little nervous because I don't know to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen.
Big stuff is happening.
To meet you before.
Amoongus is down. Wolf is in the lead by one game.
Your family before.
By one mon.
What's your favorite part about
4-3 Wolf.
Compete with all of these Pokemon events.
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch, and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks.
Oh, come on. I want to see this.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready?
Kylan has Ursh still.
This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go.
Yeah, apparently I'm not going to be able to
huge,
get it.
right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it.
Still listening, man. This is going to be a tense set. Does Wolf have Farig still? You know if Wolf has Farig? Did the audio cut from... audio is like gone from the stream. Okay. Why can I not hear the audio through my headset?
I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, you're good to go.
Alright, sorry, I gotta adjust my headphones. FM down, 4-2 Wolf. It looks like Wolf's gonna win this. Gotta connect my headphones, sorry. Adjusting. Keeping track on Wolf's games here.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at Pokemon.
So, for any of you who are... Lohuero. Ace is back. Lohuero's back. Low-Res is back. Okay, you guys just... Here's the updates, everyone. You just missed somebody just get completely dunked on stream. Someone from Canada just destroyed this other guy in a Swift 2-0. In the background, I'm on Team Canada's Discord server right now. Okay, try and take an area code from Discord. Maybe that lets you in the voice chat.
I actually just did a lucky trade with Sage
right now.
All the way from Korea today.
Right now, I'm on the Kylan Ursh down 4-1. Wolf's in the lead. Okay, I'm hyped. Yes. So what's happening right now is I'm in the Canadian Discord server where they're cheering on their friend Kylan. Kylan is facing Wolf, and that game is streaming on a side screen. So they're giving text updates in the chat as to what's happening in the game. Right now, Kylan has won once, and Wolf right now is on a 3v1 against Kylan. It looks like he's about to win. So I'm just feeding you guys information right now about how Wolf is doing since our stream match is already done. Once this settles, then we can do a giveaway again. Try and take an area code in the Discord. It's 1-1. Wolf has won his game. It comes down to a best of 3.
Showing Diamond Head Peak, which I ran out to actually on Thursday morning. So
try an area code. Try an area code in Discord. What does that mean?
I still haven't gotten my shiny Pikachu yet. But
yeah, you're not going to miss this giveaway. Don't worry, Ace.
Two worlds. You were talking about what a cool experience it is to be around all of these people and feel that inspiration.
Discord?
What would you tell them about what it's like to be here, and what would you encourage them to do if they've thought about maybe going to Worlds before and never done it?
Look, you don't even need to start at Worlds.
Okay, Ty, what do you mean? So the other thing that's happening right now for all of you listening, I also have access to the Discord server right here, and they're streaming the game, but the maximum amount of people are here, so I can't seem to get in. But right now the game is being streamed here. I just can't get in. Let me see if I adjust some settings in Discord. Apparently Ty said I can change some stuff.
We'll let you get back to the Pokemon
if I put an
World
area
Championship,
code.
And you also get back
or
to the
something.
Pokemon World Championship. Bye for now.
I don't know what that means. Oh my god.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon.
Holy crap. So we have this right now.
North American International
we can watch the stream, but in the meantime I'm going to be giving updates on Wolf's match. Wolf versus Kylan.
Chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1.
So what game is this? Oh, this is the best video though, so we should pay attention to this too.
Believe in Eevee.
I'll give you updates on Wolf, but watch this video.
Geo played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost.
I remember when this was a thing.
Game 3, Geo's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
This is the most insane comeback of all of VGC.
And it would only get worse for Geo, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Geo had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite.
This Dragonite comes back like a MFer. Watch this stuff.
Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Geo to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
Ty, give me the details, man.
Fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
started to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
And taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were
So this Dragonite is asleep.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the
See? And then
Dragonite wakes up and goes
Dragonite wakes up!
Earthquake, turning down this Nihilego and
Earthquake picks up a double KO!
gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after
It's a 1v4 right now, and he wakes up at the last second and picks up a double KO.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias's Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The life orb, hidden power, ice from the Nihilego, waking up.
Oh my god, we're going into game 3 of Wolf's game.
Tobias was
It's starting
down to his
now.
last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So wow, what
Okay.
a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay.
I'm going right now,
Gio
bro.
defying all the odds. He believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your
I
favorite
took the
moments in
role.
competitive Pokemon history.
I took
by
the role,
using
but
the
it won't let me in
hashtag
still.
#PlayPokemon.
Oh man. Locked off still. Rillaboom and Amoonguss versus Instant and Calorider Shat and CSR game 3. Come on, Wolf. Do this for me, man. Oh, I'm in, Ace. Ace, I'm in. You're a legend, bro. Okay, you can't really see what's happening, but this is it.
The journey down victory road, very few will walk it, but for those who can,
All right, yo.
well, they have the chance to show
Everyone
us what
thank
they've
Ace.
got,
I mean Ty,
including
sorry.
that potential to be a world champion.
Everyone thank
The
Ty.
competition today has been amazing.
Because we now have access to watch Wolf versus Kylan's game from a very far distance.
Which two will return here for Championship Sunday? Be the 2024 Pokemon World Champion. Sierra, Scott, and Lee back. Your favorite one.
We're watching it, yo.
What we've gotten to see so far has just been fantastic this weekend.
This is just a side stream.
But out here, I mean, hey,
Here comes a
sometimes you just
Terra.
gotta show that you know what to bring for this weekend.
Hey, you know, I heard
Okay.
a video that some trainers can
It looks like Kylan's going Terra
if your
Dark.
favorite is Reggie Alecki, we cannot be friends, but that was a very impressive victory by
You
a
and Lou
Pokemon
aren't
we
friends?
That's mean, Scott.
Terra Dark, here it goes.
Didn't you listen to the interview? I thought
Wicked
you were
Blow
friends.
coming in.
Man,
Rillaboom lives.
No, I mean, the only Reggie lucky for today.
It gets a huge hit off in return.
Yeah, Lou celebrating with that one, being able to be in top 16 here, but it's been absolutely
Knocking
fantastic.
itself
We're gonna
out.
talk more tournament in just a second. But of course, we've been delivering
Not
some
great, but if
battles
he
all
can
day.
get another
There's
hit
been
in.
giveaways and stuff that you can be in.
Oh no, he
Team
didn't.
2.
The grassy train went off.
We're looking at the next regulation after the World Championships. Fluttermane is
Man,
out.
Rillaboom going down there is
Girl
so bad.
It's all going to be about that Sylveon, and something that I think can make a really big splash in the upcoming regulation.
Yeah,
Holy shit, it's Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Hyper Voice going to take the place of that Fluttermane and be really impactful. It's got access to things like Yawn as well that we saw kind of work in previous formats.
And then who's next to him? I can't see. Oh, Amoonguss.
Very high special defense. Really going to be quite useful against some of the threats that are still remaining from this regulation and previous regulations that are and have missed the cut. So if you do want to pick one up this weekend,
Yeah, Rilla going down to its recoil and not the Terra Stab Wicked Blow is crazy.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, go in the mystery gift section. The event is running until the 19th, so you've got a few days to still pick this one up.
Holy crap, this is insane that we're watching this right now.
Because that's always my issue is, oh, I have until this time,
Okay.
and I never remember. And even if all about
So it's
tier one
Calyrex Shadow Rider and
VGC,
Incin versus
we do have giveaways
Amoonguss
for the
and
other titles as well. Of course,
Rilla
we
and
will be
I mean
into the Pokemon trading card game. your
Terra
opportunity
Dark
to get a
Urshifu.
special illustration Petra card in game.
Okay,
Make sure you
Raging
grab
Bolt
that
shifts
now,
in.
as well as the
As Wolf
card.
goes for the
There is
Terra,
Twitch
probably
drops
on the
that are
Shadow
available
Rider.
just from watching the channel, so an opportunity for you to
What
watch
Terra?
your favorites, see who's
Oh,
going
it's
to be
water,
making their way
right?
through the competition,
Yeah.
and earn yourself some coins, some deck boxes, more cards.
Okay.
Hey, more cards are always good, right? And hey, we never
Protect
get to use
on
Petra
the-
in the
wow,
video
that's
game
interesting.
championship, So we'll live vicariously.
Oh
through
my
you and
god,
your
did he predict that?
like that's both
He
of the games
predicted
is
the Terra
we go
Water and
paradoxes
switched in
before
the
they did,
Raging
and they're
Bolt.
like,
That's
this
insane.
Flutter Mane looks so fun.
What a
And
bad
then
position for
they
Wolf to be
finally
in.
get them, and they're like, wait a second, these Pokemon are really strong. But hey, the ones that definitely get to use Pokemon that we don't get to necessarily use too much.
How much is it gonna do?
Pokemon Go, and these are the Twitch
Oh my
shops
god,
that
it
you
does
can
like
watch and
nothing to that
earn.
Raging
It's
Bolt.
Pokemon as well as other exclusives. I'm looking at those little slugs there.
We can't really
Would
see
be
what moves
so
are being
intense,
clicked, but you have to imagine it's a
great
T-Bolt or a
opportunity for
Thunderclap.
Pokemon Go to be able to get some Pokemon to help you out on
It's
your
such a
competitive
safe
journey.
move there.
Yeah, depending
And the
on where you
Amoonguss
are
is
and you
so
play Pokemon
dominating
Go,
here.
sometimes
Wolf
some of
hasn't
these
managed to
Pokemon
get
might
any
be a little bit
boosts up, so he's not
harder
going to be able to
finish.
take out any
This is a great
knockouts
opportunity
easily.
for you to take advantage of these Twitch drops.
Oh,
across
this
those
game is
shelves.
insane. Wolf does
Blue
not
in
look like he's in a
particular
good
is the
position.
one that I would recommend picking up, but of course, got some really great selections there with the Mantine, the Dunsparce, and Baby
I wish we could
Pangoro
zoom in
as
on
well.
this or make it bigger.
And of course, but last but not least,
Oh my god, this is so
Pokemon
crazy.
Unite. Twitch drops
I
that you
can't
can
believe we're
watch
watching
and
this right now.
earn. And of course, you want to make sure you're tuned in.
Oh, it's
to
Helping
all
Hand
of that. And
Ensign?
it's not just these Twitch drops, but as well, there is a special emblem that you can get.
Oh, and went for Psyshock. Helping Hand. It takes out the Amoonguss.
Redeem that gift code, but you can get a platinum.
That's
and
crazy.
Boost emblem. So exciting stuff going on. So you can enjoy.
That's pretty
competition,
crazy.
when you're kicking back, waiting for our next round. Make sure you.
And he goes for Electro Web to
absolutely
drop the
everything. It's
speed.
free, guys.
Yeah,
That feels like a
I'm-
mistake, bro.
It looks amazing. And also that, yeah, all of it. I mean,
That feels like a
all of it. I
huge
haven't had a chance
mistake.
to do any of the Pokemon Go.
He was trying to cover for the Urshifu switching
Have a
in.
hard job picking up some Pokemon, so.
Hey, we've been busy watching the VGC
Holy
action
crap,
over
this
here
is so
because
stressful.
Kind of like a blink. and
Come
you
on,
miss it,
Wolf!
especially with that last match, like there is so much going on, and the competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. There's still some really
That
intense
Urshifu
battles
has like
happening
nothing
out there.
left. That thing's
If you're
got no
expecting
gas left in the
hall,
tank.
There's the side TVs on. I know Kylan was going up against Wolf in that last one, and there's so many exciting things at any given point.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Oh,
just the struggle at this point in the
please,
tournament,
brother.
right? There's more
So the
amazing
question is,
matches
can
every
he
round we
live
can
that
show. We're gonna do
Thunderclap?
our best to bring the very best
Oh, looks like
matches
he's
we
switching
can
the
to you, but
Ensign in.
yeah, one of the reasons to try to visit the World Championship someday if you can, right? You can see even more of all the exciting action.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking.
Oh, nail biter, Thunderclap. He's thinking about
I'm
it.
excited to see if that Regieleki and the Slanderous Incarnate is going to be the call.
Urshifu
going on for
shifts
this one,
out.
because that was definitely a match where they got to really, really show what they're capable of. And when we get to see all these Pokemon
Chiyu
that
comes
maybe
in.
would kind of fold to them, I don't know, guys.
The Landorus Incarnate.
Oh,
is a
people are
really
popping
interesting
off.
Pick, and it's obviously doing very well in this field.
Oh, he picks up the KO on Shadow Rider. I think it's over.
Missed one of its moves, and it just really laid down the foundations for that really dominant performance there. The Regieleki also having its part.
I think it's
for
over.
Helping out, but I think it is these. We've said it all weekend. You know, it's the unique picks that trainers bring to these tournaments. That's almost what accelerates them, puts them forward into these deeper positions.
Well,
and kind of
I don't know what
propels
to
them
vote.
into these
Come on,
championship-winning
Wolf. Is there
states.
any way?
Well, we're talking about
Everyone's
the call.
saying
We've
no, they're
talked about
shaking
the
their
call. What
heads,
about
everyone's
his own
popping
personal
off.
favorite moments, because that sometimes I feel can get a little bit goofy. It could be something that's like, wow, this is a really, really cool competitive moment, or it could be one of those moments that's like, wow, I didn't think this was gonna go this way. I think this was kind of cool.
I mean, I hate to take the dunk, but I guess for me, having get to cast both of them when they were children, I thought it was very
No
neat that we got the,
Farigiraf is so
Aaron Dang
difficult. The
versus Sacred
single
Park
strike
match
Urshifu
stream.
next to the
I
next to the
unfortunately was on
Raging
the
Bolt
mic
makes
for
this so
Aaron's
hard.
Will-O-Wisp disaster, as well as for the more triumphant moment that Jaejun had winning his World Championship.
I can't believe
played
Thunderclap picked up the
tournaments with
KO.
both of them, and seeing both of them so many years later competing, having
Oh,
fun,
that's
both
so
good
brutal.
friends. That's just a nice thing to see. And to me, what the World Championship is all about, people aren't just competing; they're also forming friendships and rivalries that last years. And I think it was just really neat that at this point in their lives, they could again have that moment together.
Yeah, that was still such an amazing way to be kicking off the Pokemon
Surging
World
Strike
Championships, and
picks up the
he
KO
got
on-
the pleasure of casting that match. We talked about it a little bit there,
But he's gonna lose
a little
to
waiting for top 16.
close
Can dive
combat.
into it a
Chiyu
little
goes
bit more
down.
here, but it's so cool to see these trainers that have such a history in
But
this
then Wicked
game
Blow goes
and how
off.
it aligns with their own, because you were there for those moments. Whereas for myself, myself, my first introduction into VGC was watching that run, not live at the time,
Raging
many
Bolt
years
there?
later on YouTube, and just being like, wow, this is really, really
Come
cool.
on,
And it
Wolf.
was not just the Pachirisu.
Oh my God.
That is the moment.
Yes.
But
Yes,
it's how
JT, this is
excited
game
the
3 of
crowd was
Wolfie's
at
match.
any given moment. You see the Pachirisu and everyone's going
It's so
nuts.
hard to see because I'm streaming it through the Canadian Discord server, but it's 2-2. It's Raging Bolt and Dark Single Strike Urshifu versus
see these different matches.
Incineroar and Rapid Strike Urshifu.
NAIC 2023, all these different moments. So that was really, really cool.
But I
to
think
see
it's
it
I think
come
it's
to life
over.
For myself on the desk, where you can hear the crowd cheering when the Pachirisu from Zacian hit the field here.
I think
for
Wolf's about to
the
be
World
eliminated.
Championships.
Yeah, I mean, it was like that back in 2014 when we were in Washington. You know, the run of Zacian, whenever that Pachirisu came out, the crowd.
Oh, Helping
went
Hand
crazy.
Incin.
It was one of those moments. It was a special time, and I think it was a real turning point for VG as well, and I think a real iconic moment. So it's
Oh, he picked up the KO! He picked up the KO!
to kick us off this weekend was a really nice.
He picked up a Helping Hand Aqua Jet KO onto the opposing one! And he went for Electro Web instead of Thunderclap!
Where history can maybe kind of take two.
Oh my God! I think he just choked!
They're obviously a world champion and someone that everyone has their eyes on as we go through this debate of who is the greatest player of all times, and the run that he's been able to go on through.
Oh, because he Aqua Jet negated the Thunderclap!
Of world champions that are still in the tournament and still making that run. That's the one story we've really gotten to talk about since we've gotten to see it.
Holy shit, Wolf.
Not the only one.
And he got the Protect right! He did it, dude!
Potential of a double world champion coming out of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys know more than we do since they're both still matching.
It's the world champ difference! If he wins this match, I'm buying merch on stream.
Last we heard alive in the round of 24 and 32, I guess, depending on.
Dude, if he wins, I'm gonna buy a world champ difference shirt on stream.
How he ends up doing, and yeah, I mean, we still had last year's runner-up as well, moving out in the field. Really impressive consistency by both of those players. You know.
Oh my God, that's so
those
cool.
things really set you apart. I feel like as one of the greats to be able to do it in consecutive years, where especially in somewhat different formats, even though we're on the same video games, testing it.
Oh, Electro Web though might pick up the KO.
I think as we talked about the last time we were up here, where there's tons of preparation this year.
Ursh goes down.
Last year, people kind of had to figure out the best way to win without really a whole lot of knowledge of what their opponents were like.
Oh, I think it's over now.
That these players are able to come
No, Wolf lost.
is really impressive.
I think especially too when I am
He just couldn't pull it out.
Mikhail Kelch and
It's over. It's over. Wolf lost. No.
And the runner-up respectively, to then have that brand new format, be able to navigate that, and then we get to see for this year's Worlds, they've built upon something and kind of showcases both ends of the skills that they're able to appear here, have this regulation, and be able to pop off.
Come on,
I think it's
Wolf.
really nice for Michel in a lot of regards because he came into the World Championships last year.
Thanks
Had a
for the
really good run,
stream.
of course, getting to the
Thanks,
final.
Ty, for that.
And I think a lot of people were probably like, it's kind of a one-off because he hadn't really had any big results before then. This season,
Oh,
he kind of
that's heartbreaking.
Need to play because
I mean,
at the
top
end of that
32 is a
tournament,
good Worlds run, but man, I wanted that
have
so bad.
determination to say, no,
I mean,
can get my invite,
he was on a
even if I
tear
don't
all
need
weekend long, only to be out in his first Top Cut match. That's so depressing.
And he's playing Zamazenta again.
He made
this
great
weekend,
calls.
which is really nice to see, and he's having just as much success. So there is the possibility because they're on opposite ends of the
Oh
bracket,
my
where
God.
these two players
So
can
we were
actually
watching that live. That's insane. All right, well, whatever. It's time for giveaways. Oh, that's killing my
obviously a long way
soul.
to go yet, but I think it's just testament to both of these
Oh,
players so far,
Wolf.
how tough they've come into this really competitive field.
All right, get over it, John. There are winners and losers in this game. Wolf played an awesome Worlds. Top 32 is cool. All right, who wants to claim a couple of shinies?
One top 8 match and then the finals. To be
Huh?
deep in the tournament twice in a row and both of them to do it. It's almost unprecedented when you consider,
Who wants to claim a couple of shinies? If anyone's interested in Lil Huero's like, yes, finally. Hey, if anyone's interested in what's currently this shiny Fomantis,
Was it a one-off or whatnot? Obviously,
if he wins, I have another
definitely
shiny.
was not a one-off.
All right, cool.
But I think that's something that we
Who's
get
interested in this Fomantis?
the titles that these
We're doing a quick
individuals
giveaway.
have and
All you got to
how
do is
they
let me know in the
maybe
chat, and I'll
where
put
the
your
run
name on the
would
wheel.
be based off of that. When there is a lot of players
And we're
that
putting the Game
there's
Corner
still
music back on.
a player to make.
Well, that was an awesome match. You got to at least love that. All right, Ace is in. Lil Huero. Anyone else? Here, let me go see if Low Res wants in. Oh, yes he does. Does anyone else want in on this? Is it just gonna be you three? Ty can get in on this. Ooh, my stream's looking a little bit weird. One second, let me fix this. Unchanging overlay. There we go. All right. Let's do you three. May as well. Oh, sorry. There you go. That should be better. Yeah, his run was impressive, Lil Huero. Pouring out for Wolves, people. Alright. And get your grubby, shiny hands. Ready. That's the nature of the game, people. We're spinning this! Who wins the Fomantis? Ace, you're up, bud! Booyah! Alright, buddy. Alright, send me a code, pal. Hey! Nice work, Ace. Not unlucky anymore. Yeah, just send me a trade code, buddy. I'm connected and I'm online. Alright. 1101, 1101. Cool. Low res over there is steaming. We might as well do another one. Wait, that's not shiny, is that? Holy shit, that's insane. You guys are way too generous. Oh my god. Hey, Lil Huero taking a... Dude, thank you. Wow. What sweet love. Thanks, pal. Shiny for a shiny. Wow, that's awesome. Ace, did you catch that Slitherwing? How amazing. I'm using this thing. That's insane. Yeah, that last match was litty. Thanks. Thank you, Philip. Yeah, Ty. Yeah, hey, for that Wolf match, we definitely do got to do thank yous to Ty. Yeah, Ty was the one who hooked us up with that Wolf versus Kylan match. Let's go back to see what's going on in Worlds. I guess they're just doing interviews and stuff.
Not so different, and then turning into the red Gyarados.
Yes. I mean, one day soon, you will be really cool. Just get to level 20.
Many levels from now. Yes.
Oh boy. Well, we're gonna see a bracket pretty soon here. It's gonna be a top 16 bracket. We'll see who we have left to cheer for. I wonder if Shohei Kimura is still there.
There's so much to do. A lot of beautiful beaches.
Yeah, that was really cool to see that Wolf match live.
Engaged, you know.
You can get engaged? Yeah. What do you mean?
So I just got engaged on Tuesday here in Honolulu, so it was an amazing experience. So
wow, this has been an awesome stream. There's been so much going on. The sick shinies being swapped back and forth. Let's see if we get an update here.
We were like taking pictures. And then while she was like,
no, nothing here yet anymore.
There behind her and
all right,
got on my knee and
all we have left is this stream still.
Not a bad place to do it.
No, I mean this is the dream location, right? So.
Oh yeah, a Michael Kelch match I would like to see. Michael Kelch would be sweet. All right, we got to change the shiny sprite.
What can you tell people at home who maybe haven't been to a World Championship about what they could expect to experience if they came to something like this?
Media source.
There's so much to do. If you're not watching the awesome battles going on, there's so many side events to do. There's a pocket demo
nothing
here
starts.
today.
Let's get this next shiny up.
So
we'll do one more battle.
Like things to do for people who love Pokemon. There's a museum here, like with all the history of Pokemon and worlds. So there's a lot to do for every interest. So.
That's so true. Great advice. Thank you.
All right, we're doing Charizard.
And now let's head back to the Pokemon World Championship 2024.
It's time.
Thank you very much, everybody in the lounge, and Anna for her wonderful interview there. It is time to continue the action here at the Honolulu Pokemon World.
It looks like we're going to get to go into our next match.
In the top cut, we are down to the final 16 trainers remaining. I think we
top 16, baby.
It was around 700 trainers on day one, Gabby, and here we have 16 people still with those hopes of leading
sorry, I don't know.
as world champion. By the end of today, we're going to have 2 trainers left.
We're gonna have 2 trainers.
Yeah, Canada's killing it.
I think
what do you mean by the audio is very off, Ty?
Our competition, if you will, whereas there are so many incredible people left, but unfortunately, in single elimination, 1 loss and you're out. And from that last
what do you guys mean by that?
Top cut in particular, already some huge upsets on the field.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely massive upsets as we look at this top bracket. 2 of the names you are not going to see there are world champion Wolf Glick and world champion Shohei Kimura losing in that asymmetrical cut round. So, you know, a lot of people were definitely rooting for those world champions, but at least we're going to be crowning potentially a new world champion by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, and there's still so many different countries represented in our top 16. It feels like one of the more balanced, if you will, top 16 cut. So congratulations to everybody who's made it this far. You know, I think the first round of cut was going to be the most difficult mentally for a lot of these trainers, but now that they're in the top 16, you have some prize money, you have some momentum, and you know that you are only 1, 2, 3 games away from playing in Championship Sunday.
Anyone
tomorrow.
got
So
extremely
you can
choppy.
See the finish line. You still have a little bit of a ways to go.
Video or my voice?
It's all uphill as well, but you'll make it there. You just got to keep running.
I mean, honestly, some of the names here, you know, shout out to Justin Knox as an American, getting the bye actually, so performing, not having to play in the asymmetrical cut round. Marco Silva, multi-time international champion. Michael Kelch getting 2nd at the World Championships last year. I mean, this bracket truly is wide open.
It really is, and
okay, so you guys can hear me okay, right? Because I'll just try and restart the stream. Or restart the, this source. Yeah, I'm just going to restart this video source. So we'll refresh this.
Pokemon represented in this cut.
Yeah, honestly, I know you and I have had many conversations, Gabby, about like it
Still
kind of feels
choppy.
like Ice Rider versus the world, especially after Patrick Connors had that big breakthrough performance and won NAIC with Calrix Ice Rider. But from what we've actually
Thanks
seen
for the heads up, y'all.
The competitors this weekend, it's truly been both Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider are the two restricted that people had really hard countered and prepared their teams for more than the Ice Rider.
Oh, for sure, for sure. But I think what's really interesting, though, about this next matchup that we're going to be featuring is we're featuring one of the Terrapagos that was entered into this
Terrapagos is being featured. Oh, we gotta watch this.
Piloted by Huma Hara, who is the current reigning Japan national champion, running a very different Terrapagos in this competition, but making a lot of waves at the Japan National Championships.
Better, but not fixed.
Of mental herb, there was rock polish on that Pokemon to get a speed boost. And of course,
let me try this. Let me try something a little bit more intense.
Meteor Beam.
We'll restart Chrome all the way. All right, hold on, almost done. Pokemon VG Live. Day 2. Okay. And then let me grab the audio back.
His turn, and really all these trainers who have made it this far in the competition deserve a moment to bask.
All right, how do we do
in
now?
The glory of making it this far. I mean, coming into this weekend, this is where you want to be. You want to keep playing as long as possible. You want to make it to championship
cool.
Sunday. You want to be that next world champion. And
there's a hard reset. Hopefully that should fix any issues you guys are hearing.
And it's really inspiring seeing the different trainers.
Cool. Luckily I sort of know what I'm doing at this point. Yeah, so it looks like all of the world champions of years gone by have been eliminated at this point. And it looks like we're going to be going up against yeah, we get Huma on stream with his I think that was the guy who had the Terrapagos, right? We're getting a Terrapagos match.
Caliber player, and I think it's just so awesome to see players from all the championship point disparities, but they all qualify.
Oh, are they really? I gotta check Twitter then.
I know, and if you're interested in getting some
apparently X is
points
popping
of your
off.
own, make sure to check out your local scene. You can go to Pokemon.com. You can check out that event locator and get in on these tournaments. I actually know that. Admittedly, we are 6 hours ahead of the East Coast right now, but there are some locals being held in my vicinity this weekend. I'm sure if you go to that event locator, you can find some locals near you and check it out. I mean, I know it's so intimidating, like watching these trainers perform at this level and are this good, especially
yeah, people are popping off.
Format and everything. But just going, meeting Pokemon friends, trying your hand at competing, regardless if it's...
Oh yeah, it's always fun to get a new world champ. Absolutely.
It's just so much fun.
I think it's equally as fun to get a new world champ as it is to watch a legend do their job. Just watch like somebody cook.
In top 16 for the title of world champion.
Honestly, I think first I'm thinking like, okay, locals during Worlds, you know, oh well, you're missing Worlds, but that could be a great watch party.
Exactly.
All right.
I think about the old days, you know.
So I can't wait to see what they got in store for us. After this next match, we're giving away the Charizard, and then we might call it for the evening. And then we'll tune back in to stream Championship Sunday.
We'd have trainers from our region playing off in the
but we're gonna stick around a little bit longer here.
Have those regional streams on.
I got a couple of things to do tonight. I'm gonna keep listening in the background, but you know, we're coming up on 4 hours here, so man, Canada is killing it.
I actually think that's a wonderful.
Oh, I don't know yet, Ace. I think we're gonna get information on top 16 usage stats momentarily. Let's see.
Take a picture and share it with that hashtag Pokemon Worlds. You may see it on stream, and I actually think there's also a local watch party going on in my neck of the woods.
Oh, really?
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just for finals or not. I don't know how the time zone's working out and how everybody's feeling on a Saturday, but still, it's a lot of fun.
Did you RSVP and tell them you were a little busy, that you couldn't make it? Understandably so, couldn't make the watch party?
I might have forgotten to RSVP. Let's not talk about that. I'm really bad at replying to emails, okay?
I'm the worst.
Yeah, so we get to watch Huma.
As you can see, our players are getting ready, coming up next for our top 16 match of the World Championships. Humahara and Sung Jae.
So it looks like we have a Calyrex, the Kyogre is still there, Miraidon, Zamazenta, Calyrex, Terapagos, Miraidon, Zamazenta, Calyrex, Miraidon, Calyrex, Terapagos again, 2 Terapagos, Calyrex, and Calyrex. So honestly, it looks like we have a huge, wide array of restricted Pokemon still left over. Honestly, it's anyone's game.
Joe, what has been your favorite play so far from the stream this weekend for the World Championships?
Oh, that's a tough one for me. I do think it's
no Koraidon. Yeah, unfortunately, we probably could have seen that one coming.
It's funny that in our round 11, I'm not going to go for the fake out follow me that everyone's talking about.
Okay.
I just think it was funny that in back-to-back.
Yeah, a Kyogre still in the field is interesting.
Protected in front of her Shifu, and then
interesting to see how this goes down.
Like, it's not a super great play, but you asked me my favorite play, right? Not what's the best play.
Your favorite.
It was just so fun to see. Like,
oh my God, this is so crazy that this is still. I don't know that Worlds exists. It's such an insane tournament.
I just thought it was so fun.
Yeah,
that Kyogre finna lose hard though.
I think it was just a great.
Yeah, so let's count again.
That were going on in that position.
I'm gonna get a pen out and I'm gonna count this shit.
You can't even necessarily be sure. You don't want to make a hard read there, right? You want to play it as safe as possible, and sometimes playing safe.
So we got
just opening yourself up to being hit by an
Callie,
unseen fist or two. But
Zama,
my favorite play, it's not necessarily a singular play, but it's more just like a team composition.
So we got
really Himofumi
one Calyrex,
version of the
2 Calyrex,
team with the Terra Poison and the Nevermelt Ice.
1 Terapagos.
I thought that was just so innovative and so fun to watch.
1 more
if
Calyrex.
I had more regulation G tournaments in my
another
future,
Calyrex.
I'd probably actually take that
another
first
Calyrex.
spin. But I'm actually looking forward to regulation H at this point in time. So no more Calyrex riders.
Zama.
No, yeah, right after this weekend, I'm sure everybody's going to start labbing their regulation H matchups. But for now, let's look at the matchup on the stage as we get set to begin top 16 of the Pokemon World Championships. Japan National Champion Kyogre against Korea's favorite Sung Jae.
Here we go.
Once again, running a Terapagos alongside of the Ogre.
So what we have left in the field is 8 Calyrex, 2 Zamazenta, 2 Terapagos, 3 Miraidon, and 1 Kyogre. And right now we're about to either eliminate a Miraidon or a Terapagos. I want to see Huma kill it with this Terapagos, bro.
Held in a previous regulation. So, like you were saying, Joe, Miraidon definitely a favorite from that part of the world, and showing up in Sung Jae's team very, very strong, especially when you pair it with the Whimsicott, with the Iron Hands like we've seen throughout this competition.
Yeah, for sure, but he's
all right, let's see what we're working with, people. Then we're going to give away this Charizard, and then we're going to get out of here for the night. So we got Incin, Urshifu, Rillaboom, no surprise, Fluttermane, Ogerpon, and Terapagos, with a Leftovers Calm Mind substitute set to probably play around Amoonguss, which is pretty sweet, honestly. I'm a huge Terapagos sympathizer. monster.
Item with rock polish, which
That catfish probably going to get fried.
Beam, which will
I have to agree with you, Lil Whirl.
Special attack. This is a very defensive Terrapagos relying on
that catfish going to get fried. Thunderwave, Icy Wind, Fluttermane, yeah, is cool. Rooting hard for Kyogre, yeah, I know, that'd be sick. I wonder if we'll get to see it on stream tonight.
So nice in addition to
I want to. This bracket is so confusing. I can't use this to figure out exactly what's going on.
It's holding a booster energy, and
so
it has
we'll just have to wait and see.
of speed control.
Kyogre's still hanging in there, man. Just one of them.
Or it can connect a Thunder Wave, have that
yeah, Will-O-Wisp, Parting Shot, knock off Incin with Fake Out.
I like to imagine that Fluttermane was a Grimmsnarl and just the prankster.
This guy was the Japan national champion. That's like one of the hardest tournaments to get through. So very impressive.
Thunderwave that the super speedy Fluttermane would be able to get through. But as we've mentioned, Humahara is the reigning 2024 Japan national
it's just disrupt, 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 and allow Terrapagos to pop off.
At home are definitely rooting for him the most to win.
Exactly. His opponent,
the Follow Me Ogerpon with the Firewater Grass Core, and then Fluttermane for speed control. I like it.
From the South Korean region, like we were just talking
yeah,
about.
I think that's cool. That's pretty close to an exact version of a Terrapagos team I played, although I didn't clearly do nearly as well.
We've seen do well.
Alright, and then I believe this is Sung from South Korea, rocking Specs Miraidon, of course.
Both the Iron Hands,
Ogerpon, Iron Hands, Frigoraph, Urshifu Single Strike, and win. So that means that the opposing Fluttermane probably isn't coming because you have the Tailwind mode. You have Iron Hands there, which is going to be a pain in the butt. It's going to be a... Luckily, I mean, Terrapagos has a decent matchup into Miraidon because of the ability to undo the terrain at least once when you're out of position. It's not amazing, you can't rely on it insanely, but if you can time the right moment, going Terastallizing your Terrapagos allows you to completely erase the electric terrain and put you in a really good position.
So many different Calyrex type Pokemon. So many Farigiraf as well. I mean, Farigiraf was way up there on that top 12 usage chart for today.
Farigiraf is all over the place. Psychic, Foul Play, Helping Hand, Trick Room.
So important.
Makes sense.
And again, just opens up opportunities for Miraidon then to also come in and get some KOs as well with Dazzling.
All right, let's see this.
A Terra Dark critical hit Wicked Blow, even if it is only a single hit, you pair that alongside Miraidon with the Dazzling Gleam or with any attack.
So, also this Single Strike Urshifu is interesting. It's been like rapid forever, but we have a couple of Single Strikes here now, popping up in the top cut. Alright, they're ready to go here, people.
We saw Terra Electric, maybe Terra Ground.
Yeah, there's almost, there's no ban, and there's, I haven't even seen, I haven't noticed a single Scarfed Urshifu. They're all Focus Sash.
Than us. Sanjay also said he's really hoping he hits all of his Draco Meteors in this round, and I kind of hope he hits them too.
I need to knock on some wood real quick here.
Hoping he hits all of his Draco Meteors, spoken like a true Miraidon player.
Matchup, Sanjay definitely has the right approach.
Let's check this one out. Here we go. We're jumping into the match, people.
There is a Fluttermane on Huma's side of the field, but none of the other Pokemon are Fairy type or have access to a Fairy type Terastallization. So if you're going to be relying on pivoting that Miraidon in and out so that you maintain the electric terrain.
Yep, you're going to have to switch the Rillaboom in and out. It's going to be a battle of the Rillaboom versus Miraidon with Terrapagos there to throw things off. Honestly, it's the Iron Hands that's going to, and the Urshifu that he's going to have to abuse. The double fighting types does not feel good into Terrapagos. We might even see the Fluttermane come just because this thing needs to be able to come into the match because it needs to be able to counter the double fighting that Sanjay is probably going to have to use for pressure.
Ivy Cudgel coming out in that position, and you would have to commit Terastallization for either Terra Water, Whimsicott, or Terra
Draco Mist, not Draco Land. Yeah, it's so interesting that these Iron Hands are all fighting moves. Oh! Stream got cut off. All we have is Honolulu 2024. Not sure what's going on. Someone made an oopsie. Bruh. That's right, Ace. Bruh. What are we doing? Are we doing this or what?
you'll have a couple of
There we
special
go. We
attack
back.
boosts, special defensive boosts, and I think that really opens up an opportunity for the Terrapagos to go on the offense.
Yeah, low kick
if you
just
think
being
about it, these teams really operate in two different ways. Sungjae's
low
team
kick
wants
just
to be
being
very fast, wants to be
essentially
very
close
speedy,
combat
wants to
without
hit
any
very hard, whereas
downsides or
Himahara
drawbacks
going
is
to be
like
looking for
really
those
really cool.
opportunities to slow play down, get a Calm Mind or two in, get a substitute up even. You don't even need to necessarily Calm Mind initially with that option, so that Terrapagos can then just find its way
Man, the
to those
pressure
knockouts.
must be insane to be in top 16 World Championships, sitting up on the grand final stage.
Into game 1 of top 16
Here we go.
of the Pokemon World Championships.
Yep, there we go. Whimsicott shows up, invalidating the Fluttermane as a form of speed control, and we have Ogerpon here to pull away Electro Drifts into itself.
Right off the bat, has access to Follow Me and redirect any of those attacks from the Miraidon into that position. Could alternatively just switch out
but
this
going
Terrapagos to
straight.
try and maintain speed control or terrain control. But
Wow,
instead,
this guy knows exactly what he's doing instantaneously. It's Terra, Calm Mind, so he's giving up Terra Shell early for the HP, and he's going straight for damage onto that Whimsicott.
Game to force the whole, well, is it going to be single target damage? Will it do double target damage? But to see such a
Yeah, that just gives you a ton more HP.
From Huma, this is the experience of the Japan national champion.
Which allows him to live through a Moonblast Electro Drift double up and takes the electric terrain away.
Championships here, so he's going to terrestrialize on turn
Light
1.
screen goes up, yep.
From Whimsicott will negate 50% of the damage from special attacks.
Draco comes out,
Oh,
instantly KOs the Ogerpon. I mean, that's not good, but you do get the Calm Mind up. That's a trade you can make.
Able to get up a Calm Mind for this Terrapagos. Luckily, did not take damage, but
Rillaboom's going to be in the back, and it probably doesn't come out now since the train is already gone. You have to imagine it's this instant.
Prankster Encore, and you can't redirect it.
You can't redirect it, but you could
Wrong
certainly
again,
run
Johnny
and
boy.
flinch it if it
Rillaboom
weren't
is
for the
coming
fact that
right
Whimsicott
out.
is holding a covert cloak. So while the Rillaboom here is a great time to set up your grassy terrain.
I mean, this is
when
a
the
terrifying
Terrapagos
thing to be
terrestrialize,
facing
it
down,
did
is this
remove the electric
Terrapagos.
terrain from the field as well. But still, you're going to be looking
Time to start
try
ripping
and find
damage.
some damage here, and you're going to have to assume that you can either take another attack from this Miraidon. It did drop 2 special attack stages thanks to that Draco meteor.
No, it's leftovers,
Or you assume
Terrapagos.
your opponent is going to switch that Pokemon out. You Terra Starstorm.
And yeah, you could
you
Encore
go
into
for
Calm
an
Mind.
attack on that Rillaboom into the Pokemon coming in, and just get ready to hopefully figure out a way to handle the Miraidon the next time it's around.
Oh man, yeah,
this
Encore
Miraidon
makes
is
it
truly
brutal to
not,
have this Calm Mind
too much
there.
of a threat into Huma right now. You can feel confident that both Terrapagos
I played
and
this
Rillaboom
exact
are not
matchup
too
actually.
threatened with the
I
-2
played
special
Calm
attack
Mind.
from the Draco Meteor. So of
I
course,
played
Sungjae
Calm
has
Mind
to swap
Terrapagos
that Miraidon
against
out and bring it
Light
around
Screen
later
Encore
on in
Whimsicott
game
next to
1.
Miraidon and
He
got
will decide
myself
to bring his
cooked
own Ogerpon
up at a
Heartflame
locals
onto the
tournament I
field.
went
So
to.
2 grass types here for Sungjae against
There it
Rillaboom.
is.
There's
Encore.
The Encore we were talking about, because Rillaboom did not
Which
go,
now
or can't
allows-
fake out a covert cloak Pokemon.
Oh my
Now
god, this is such a
Terrapagos
bad
is
position
locked
for
into clicking Calm Mind
Huma
every
to be
turn
in.
and not getting any damage.
Sungjae
Would have
clearly has
Hammer
the
with a
advantage.
great switch for Sungjae because he takes
Clearly has the
damage.
advantage here.
A lot of trainers would try and switch out the Pokemon
Good
there
call, Ace.
to avoid being encored into an attack, but until the reveal of the Ogerpon, it's not the worst thing to be locked into Calm Mind. You're still at full health. You still have the support of the grassy terrain and the leftovers recovery. To
Okay,
mitigate
instant
any
comes in
damage,
now.
and
Yep,
that
gotta
Miraidon
immediately
had
get that
already
off.
taken
Keep
the
going for
special
Calm
attack
Mind
drop
because that's
as
all you
well.
can do.
So this Terrapagos
Plus,
was
remove
in
your
a
Fire
really
type off the
prime
field
position
and
to
get
take that
your
risk.
Grass type
And
off the field
honestly,
and then get an Intimidate
you can
down.
capitalize on these couple of slower turns.
Iron
as we
Hands
see
comes in,
Sungjae
which means the
switch
Miraidon
Pokemon
can
around
then
to get
set
additional
up
Calm
damage
Minds
boosts
in.
for it later.
Yes, the Terrapagos can attack this turn.
Yeah, you're
but
absolutely
barring a
right, Ace.
critical hit
Encore
from the
is
opposing
so
Ogerpon, It's
painful.
not exactly threatened either.
Sungjae does swap Whimsicott out into the Iron Hand, so he has revealed all 4 of his Pokemon here in Game 1, as Huma has as well, since this Shiny Incineroar is hitting the battlefield.
Okay, here we go. The Terra's
that
coming out.
Rillaboom spot.
Going for
Now it's
huge
time for
damage
Sungjae
onto this
to terrestrialize
Terrapagos.
Heartflame with that embody aspect, turning it into a pure fire type and boosting its attack by 1
Oh my god, this is going to do
stage.
so
this
much
is gonna
damage to
be an even
Terrapagos. Yeah, Sungjae is in
stronger hit
such a good
into the
position.
other side. He was intimidated on the other way around, so it's back
Here it
towards
goes.
neutral. But here is a Fire Ivy Cudgel.
Almost
into the Terra Shell
50%,
Terrapagos.
dude.
That's pretty solid damage.
It's a solid
Whimsicott
damage,
being gone is
and especially
nice.
with
There's a
the
chance that
reveal
you
of
can
the
position
Iron
yourself
Hands on
to...
Sungjae's side of the field. This Terrapagos is in a lot of danger.
Yeah,
This
for
Iron Hand
Terrapagos
has
to,
access
I
its
mean,
own
it's going to get a
fake
ton of
out.
health
It has
back, but
both
with Whimsicott off the field, you could pivot into a attacking move without having to deal with Encore.
Tank hits thanks to the Assault Vest.
I wonder how many turns left we have of this.
And
the light screen.
And the light screen as well. So even though Huma is going to be playing through a couple of these more passive turns, getting those Calm Mind boosts up, Songjae has found a board position where he can just go on the offense.
One turn
and really
left of
put
this.
a lot
Oh my
of board
god.
pressure down while Huma either waits for the Encore to end, which should happen after this turn.
He's got to live through one more
finds
turn.
A way to pivot around.
And he does have a fake out access possible, but he's going to drop. I mean, he'll lose Terapagos the following turn.
Your Rillaboom back out onto the field,
but at this point, it's like,
I don't
why
think you
stay
want
in
to
then?
switch in your Rillaboom because as soon as the Miraidon comes back, you need a way to remove
Okay,
that
Miraidon's coming in now.
Huma's in a really tough spot. Losing
No, Whimsicott is.
Turn 1 has given him much less flexibility, being down 3 Pokemon to 4. Whimsicott will swap onto the Iron Hands position, and now it's time for another Terra boosted eye.
Oh my god, he's just going to lose Terapagos like this.
Not enough for the KO. Takes it like a champ. That is now the last turn of Calm Mind. However, Whimsicott's right back on the field.
Whimsicott's on the field now, so he's just pinned.
Terapagos doesn't attack before the
but he has the...
connects
No, it doesn't matter.
Encore
Rillaboom's not going to
with
be able to do
that
anything about that.
It will be encored into Calm Mind once again.
I think this game is
while
literally
Huma
already
is able to
over by
pivot
the
here,
fact
will
that
get
this
the Rillaboom
Encore can
back
just
on
keep
the
being
field.
spammed
You
over and
still
over
cannot
again.
flinch that Pokemon. And Terapagos, you either switch out and you lose all the special attack and special defense you just built up.
Yeah, this is so brutal for the Terapagos player. I feel for you, man.
And then you just get encored into protect the next
Believe me,
turn,
I've been there.
Then you don't necessarily get every
That's the thing.
turn.
It's like, oh, okay, well, I'll just protect to get out of Encore, but then you get protected into
you get
it. So
encored into
Huma's
protect.
Terapagos is in just a really
Unless this Rillaboom can go for like a
position
mega
here in
crit
game 1.
quad
Whimsicott as
U-turn.
well, if the Terapagos somehow switches out for later. Light screen is
This
almost
Terapagos
up,
is just
so
screwed.
Whimsicott can still stick around.
Yeah, I've been
reset
encored
Light
to
screen
Calm
for
Mind,
later.
absolutely.
Huma's out.
It's like a
at this
Terapagos'
point in
worst
time
nightmare.
Is most likely to go for a double protect. It's a very risky play.
Should have swapped
here,
out turn
but
1, I guess.
Hypothetically, you can U-turn into that Whimsicott, get some damage down.
Needed to
get
be
the
able to live
Incineroar
that
back onto
Draco.
the field, and then the second turn, try and use
That's
the
the
Incineroar
issue.
to lock in a KO against that Whimsicott and hope that knockoff, despite the resisted damage, would pick up the
Oh,
KO.
having to
Making
admit
a
that he
very
messed
difficult
up and
decision
retreat
here.
out.
Will actually switch out that Terapagos, so it'll be able to come back onto the field and attack, but will it be able to accomplish anything without those critical boosts?
Yeah, without the boost, man, this is Sungjae's game to win, to lose.
In the back for Huma, so Incineroar replacing the Terapagos there. Whimsicott tried to go for the Encore, but of course it just swapped in, so that's not going to work.
All right, you got pinned
Here is
again,
now
Ace.
another
Let's see if you make good on your promise.
shot and intimidated. Because you're into the fire type means it does
mean,
nothing. Rillaboom can U-turn out to
I guess it allows him to get Terapagos in again, which means he can now go for a Terra Starstorm, and he can fake out the... I mean, he's pivoting well.
Cudgel from the opposing Ogerpon can deal back some super effective damage.
He can go for
with
fake
Terra
out onto that
Starstorm
Ogerpon.
Now that the Ogerpon has been terastallized. Whimsicott cannot go for an Encore in this position for the Terapagos because it hasn't used a move yet, and that Incineroar is going to be a Dark-type Pokemon, so any Prankster boosted attacks are going to
So you can just go
fail.
for...
I think you just keep Whimsicott on the field, though. At the
Oh,
end of the
Tailwind
day,
is up. So you can go
have
for
a
Terra
very favorable
Starstorm right now.
position. You don't necessarily want to be switching in your
Yep.
Miraidon to be
And
taking
then-
damage
and then
from
what?
the Terapagos or the Iron Hands, really. And Whimsicott does have access to Moonblast.
Terra
which will do a
Starstorm,
good
right, but
amount
then what
of
do you...
chip damage.
Right,
Terra
exactly. If
Starstorm,
you're
but then what are you
worried
going
that
for?
Ivy Cudgel's not going to get the
Not
KO,
Terra Starstorm?
especially
What are we
after the
doing?
parting shots
Click,
and
click,
intimidates,
click, click.
could try
Will-O
to go
Wisp.
for the Moonblast and
Oh, in
double
case he
target
switches
into
out.
that zone. But
He
Sungjae
called it.
actually swapping out
If
this
that's the Iron
Ogerpon
Hands, that's
offense, saving it for
insane.
later. Just too many intimidates. It's really hindering
Nope,
his
it's the
damage
Miraidon.
output. Now it's time for Miraidon.
But he was
to
covering
come
for
back
it. That was
onto
sick.
The field, resetting up that electric terrain, getting rid of the grassy terrain, and yet
Light screen is back up.
from this Whimsicott. So second time this game, Whimsicott's been able to.
This is going to do no damage. This is a really, really hard matchup for Terapagos. I forgot how much of a pain in the butt Encore Light Screen Whims is.
Calm Mind boost behind the light screen as well. He can take so many of those.
Jesus, this is just not looking good for this
Miraidon,
Terapagos player. I don't know what he's going to do into the next game.
Over time will not be benefiting from its secondary effect of lowering the attack of the opposing side of the field. But given that this Incineroar's only real attack is knockoff, setting up burns on
Come
the other
on,
side
Crush,
of the field
I
does
know.
make it
And this
easier
is
for
going to be a
Malphite
long,
to get
grindy
those
set,
critical
too.
KOs when it connects. One difficult thing about being an Incineroar player when you have both Will-O-Wisp and knockoff.
Here comes the
is
Draco.
that you have to get the timing
Boom!
perfectly.
Another
There's
hit.
the
Jesus.
opportunity for it.
Timing. Incineroar never gets the chances. Draco Meteor 2 for 2.
I mean, you may as well forfeit, man. There's nothing you can do here. You have a grass type into a grass type and a dragon type. Special attack drop? Nope. Another Terra Starstorm.
Of damage, and now Terra Starstorm from Terrapagos. We saw how little it did the prior turn.
Oh, it just did nothing.
The exact same thing, looking like maybe a 5-hit KO or something like that.
Looks like a 10-hit KO to me, man.
Boosts were so important to Huma at the beginning of this game. If you get to this end condition,
yeah, if he could have knocked out that,
your opposing Whimsicott has light,
he could have knocked out that Whims, but
special attacks pretty easily.
Yeah, this is so bad, Lil Whirl.
Nothing on Huma's side of the field can stop.
Nothing good going on right now.
Thanks to that covert cloak, you find yourself in a position where you just don't
God,
have
Songjae just is dominating.
Even though this Miraidon is throwing out those Draco Meteors and dropping its special attack as a result, Songjae still has all 4 Pokemon remaining, can easily switch that Pokemon in and out and bring it back in for the final KO. If the Ogerpon or the Iron Hands honestly doesn't beat it to it first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this Rillaboom's gonna try its best, right? You love having Rillaboom.
I mean, we'll get to see what happens. Fake out coming in. I mean, he can just constantly dominate the train war too. See, there goes Miraidon. Now that he's down to his last 2, there's no reason not to.
Flame just sitting in the back, waiting for its moment. A full health Iron Hands as well.
It's almost like playing.
How great of a position Songjae has.
He just got encored into attacking.
The encore into Terrapagos.
No protect.
Why would you want to take damage? You want to take damage so he can't click substitute or calm mind.
Yeah, he can't click sub or calm mind.
Encoring him, forcing him into that pitiful amount.
He should have clicked the substitute. Wait, does substitute ignore encore?
No bulky Pokemon in any scenario, and it looks like
wait,
it's a
chat.
5-hit KO onto
does substitute ignore encore?
Few turns left in
because why was he not clicking that turn 1?
Himahara is playing this out to try and figure out a strategy going into game number 2.
Oh, it doesn't?
The switch
okay.
Though, from Jongjae of that Iron Hands, as it will be able to deal super effective damage to that Terrapagos. And,
just checking. Thanks
really,
for the info, Ty.
Even though the Rillaboom's Woodhammer did about 50% of damage to the Iron Hands, you can easily remove that grassy terrain.
We can look it up really fast. Encore,
from grassy terrain that Woodhammer gets
right.
by switching in your Miraidon. So Songjae in a very commanding position to wrap up this game 1. I think Himahara just trying to get a little bit more
can hit through sub.
Figure out how much damage all these Pokemon do, and then figure out an approach for game 2.
And Whimsicott kind of run out of buttons to click here in game.
Wait, Ty said it can't?
Tailwind to boost the speed of the Iron Hands on the
you guys said it can't? It looks like it can.
Going to not pick up the KO. Terrapagos just barely hanging on through the Drain Punch. However, it will recover.
Encore can hit through sub.
Meaning this Terra Starstorm is not.
That's why he didn't go for substitute.
The Iron Hands barring maybe a critical hit or something. Doesn't even KO Whimsicott.
That for Terrapagos, I think.
Yeah, this is just like so sad. It's just like this. It's just like he's a piece of food being played with.
Earlier on this summer, are more accustomed to the choice specs.
Oh man, dude, this is just sort of a sad match. Poor Turtle indeed. I wonder. I mean, you have to hope that Himahara's got some sort of a backup plan for next game. I'm surprised he's still. Yeah, look, he locks the forfeit in now.
Himahara more opportunities to adjust in the moment throughout this competition. But
that was a bad game, man. He's gonna have to come up with something.
Just unable to keep up with the pace of damage that Songjae has.
Just too much damage being put out without Terrapagos being able to match it because the Calm Mind Encore interaction just makes it impossible to start setting up.
At the World Championships in Honolulu, you have to feel confident not only for just being up a game, so you have the flexibility in case you lose game 2.
Shell Smasher Hammer.
Victory that was over the Japan national champion. He has to.
Yeah.
Not only do you have to be confident,
you know, Songjae's got his Shell Smashing Hammer.
On paper, you have all the tools that you
shell
need
crasher,
to answer Himahara's potential outs against the Miraidon.
All right, well, let's see if Huma can come up with a backup plan, man. Then give away this Charizard, and then we're out of here for the night.
We saw that Draco Meteor connect and get the
we're just gonna see if there's anything he can do to strategize. Let's see if they'll show his team again, and we can think. I mean, basically, you have to eliminate the Whimsicott early.
That also shut down his opponent's strategy.
Yeah.
While he was still
you have to have something that can live through the Draco from Miraidon that's a physical attacker next to the Terrapagos. That's pretty much what you have to do.
Trainers rely on Pokemon like Rillaboom or Incineroar
that allows you to put pressure on the Whimsicott, and then you're freeing up your Terrapagos to have a bit of breathing room.
I don't need those Pokemon. Iron Hands is bulky.
I mean, you can bulk up through the light screen, but not if you're going to get encored into it and over and over and over again.
Yeah, this Whimsicott on Songjae's end is kind of just a glaring issue right now
0-1,
for Huma
man.
in game 1. And I don't want to sound crazy, Gabby. I know sometimes when we have double restricted
So we
formats, you
have.
say, oh, can I ever bring a
I mean,
game
we
where,
have. I mean, you
only
know that
one of my
the
restricted
answer is
comes
not
before?
Urshifu.
Is
The
there a
answer
chance
is
in a
not
single restricted format
Fluttermane.
Huma
He is
could
racking
leave
his brain
Terrapagos
for
home
options here.
because Whimsicott is such a
I think
hindrance?
you gotta lead like
You have to look at the
Rillaboom.
other options
You gotta
that
lead
would
like
fill the spot
Rillaboom
of that
and
Terrapagos in this
Ogerpon.
matchup. I don't
And
think
go
you
for
can bring
fake
your
out
Seafood Rapid Strike.
Ivy Cudgel.
There's just
Like
too
you need to
many
be able to
picks on
fake out the
opposing side of
Miraidon
the field
basically.
that, quite
Too many
frankly, shut
grass
it
and
down.
electric types on
Yeah.
the other.
So that Pokemon's ruled
You
off
know?
right out the bat. You do have access to
So
your own
what's
Fluttermane
Songjay
with
gonna do
Icy
to
Wind
play
as a
around
form of
fake
speed
out-
control that could be interesting.
Fake
And
out plus
and
Ivy
Thunder
Cudgel.
Wave. But with all the electric Pokemon on Songjay's side of
Here
the
we
field,
go.
and also
Oh,
the
he's
fact
gonna
that
go with his
you're
own
gonna be dealing
Ogerpon.
special attack damage.
Oh my god, and
Not
look.
as good as a position, but
Terrapagos
speaking of
is
special
back
attack
into it
damage,
again.
I don't see the Whimsicott on the field.
That's
The
first thing I
Whimsicott can
noticed, too,
shift
that
in here.
Miraidon and Ogerpon Hearthflame is the lead, so Songjay feeling
So
confident.
it could be
not
Volt Switch
predicting
plus
Terrapagos
1.
on turn 1.
Oh,
But
I
of
bet
course,
it's that.
Yumahara
I bet it's
has his
Volt
own
Switch from
Terrapagos and
Songjay and then a
Ogerpon Hearthflame
huge
on
hit
his
from the
other end, so you
Ogerpon.
have access to
That way
follow
you can
me,
switch
right,
into your
trying to keep that,
Whimsicott.
Terra Shell intact with Terrapagos. He just
Oh
loves
yeah,
that
he's
T1
it looks like he's double protecting
He
to scout out this
does,
turn.
but you still have to worry
Right?
about the threat of a Draco
You wanna
Meteor
scout out the
into
turn.
your own Ogerpon to get that KO like we saw in game 1.
That's right, yeah. Right
Look,
away
is it the
in game
plus one on the
Draco
Ogerpon?
Meteor connected
Yup.
And knocked out. No Terrapagos on this turn. Instead, it is Ogerpon Hearthflame with the Terra. Oh, it was on Songjay's end. They had the mirror
So
there.
it's a plus 1 over there.
Songjay
I
going
swear to
2
God,
for
it's going to
2
be
in
Volt
these
Switch
games,
Ivy Cudgel into this
terrestrializing
Terrapagos.
His Ogerpon instead of Miraidon. Ogerpon on
But
Huma's
luckily
side,
again,
will go for the spiky
Terrapagos
shield, so
just
any
scouting
attacks
out the
into
turn.
that
This
spot,
is going to be
not
really
doing
interesting to
damage,
see
and
if
Terrapagos gonna follow
Huma
suit.
comes
So
back from
no
this.
damage kind of gets Songjay to bait out his terrestrialization.
I like this play from Yumahara, honestly. You take a bit of a step back, you slow things down, but this is the kind
Okay,
of situation
protect into
where
that
you
slot.
can afford to
Yep,
go
yep.
for a double protect and see what moves that your opponent opted into. I believe we saw the Ogerpon and the Miraidon target.
So
down
now what do you do?
the
They both
Terrapagos
double into
there,
that
and
Terrapagos,
I
right? That's
agree
what
with
happened?
Songjay's assessment that is definitely the biggest Pokemon threat.
And
Yes,
you might
it-
as well, since Follow Me would just redirect it anyway.
Exactly.
If Huma comes back from this,
At the
I'm
end of
eating
the
a lime.
day,
Deal.
The Terrapagos was a huge part of Humahara's
Easy,
strategy
easy,
going
easy
into
money.
that previous game, and even though you have the better matchup against it
So I
on
mean, you
paper,
could just
I think
go follow
removing the
me,
restricted
right? Which
Pokemon
is
from
seems
the
like what
field
he's
is
opting
always
to
going
do,
be a
and
strong
then
play
go for
to fall
Calm
back
Mind.
on.
That way you
Yeah,
at
let's
least
see
live
what
one
happens
hit
here
in case he
game
goes for the
or
Draco.
turn two, I should say, of the game 2.
'Cause this could be
Yumahara
Draco here.
finally clicking the Follow Me to redirect
There it is.
this Draco Meteor.
Draco
but
knocks it out.
Unfortunately for Huma, not going to be able to
But
endure
now it's
the
not a Volt
Draco
Switch.
from Miraidon, and he gets knocked
I mean,
out yet
this
again,
is
just like game
what
1.
Huma wanted. This allows
Also,
Huma to go
like
for the
game
Calm
number
Mind and
one
start
here,
setting up on the
or not like
Terrapagos
game number
while
one,
taking a
we do
resisted
have
hit
the
from this
Terra Shell
Ogerpon,
still
as
in effect
hefty
here
as a
for this
resisted
Ivy
hit as this
Cudgel
is going to
from
be.
the +1 attack on the terrestrialized Ogerpon.
Oh my
It's
god,
not
I've been
very
there so many
effective,
times, it's
but
not
it
even
still
funny.
brings it down to half its health.
Resisted damage,
And there's the
bringing it
Calm
down
Mind.
to half,
That's a
and no
resisted
grassy
hit,
terrain on the
down to
field means
half.
He's not going to be able to recover.
So he
more
is going to get the
health
leftovers
besides the
recovery, even if he doesn't have the
leftovers.
grassy
So
terrain
he did
boosting
click,
it. But
Huma
he
did click
can
Calm
now
Mind
Terra
on the
with his
turn, gets a boosted
+1
special attack
and go
and
for a
special
hit safely.
defense.
Oh,
Crucially,
look at this, the
Whimsicott
Flutter
not here
Mane.
to encore it into Calm Mind.
In addition, we have the Fluttermane making an appearance as an adjustment from Huma. Will be activating its booster energy
Huma comes
to
back from
get
this, I'm
a
eating a
boost
lime.
in
Oh,
its
God.
speed. So this is going to be a Fluttermane that is faster than the opposing Pokemon on the side of
All
the
right.
field. Not only is there no Whimsicott to encore and to Calm Mind, there's also no Whimsicott to provide some tailwind support. So this Fluttermane could potentially use Icy Wind, drop the speed of the opposing Ogerpon and the Miraidon if it stays in on the field, opening up an opportunity for Terrapagos.
Yeah, that
to
Ogerpon is
go
hitting
on
way
the
too hard.
offense. That being said, though, there still is a lot of health in play for this Terrapagos, and depending on which Pokemon you anticipate your opponent targeting, trying to get
Let's
an
see what
early
goes
knockout
down
to
here,
match
people.
the
Come
knockout
on,
we
let's Let's get hyped for this.
Draco Meteor
Worlds.
would bring Huma back into the game. Losing
I really want to see Huma pull this off.
Attacking has just been huge in both games. He needs to make up for lost time.
Okay.
Right on switching out, so Huma potentially
Wims.
anticipating the swap since the Draco Meteor, what made it
nope, Iron Hands
to its special attack. So of course Miraidon had to swap out into Iron
Gotta be a
Hands
protect from
yet again.
Oh my god, it's a Moonblast into that slot.
Right
That's
now,
crazy.
Moonblast seems like it does perfectly.
Ivy Cudgel into the Flutter main
to
now.
the Iron Hands on the switch in.
No,
Now
into
time for the Heartflame for the Ivy Cudgel into Terrapagos. He never
Bro, it's
terrestrialized,
over.
and
Human knows it.
Terrapagos is down.
Head hanging low.
Terrapagos is down, which means Humahara is down to his final 2 Pokemon with the
Oh my god,
Incineroar
this was
and
just a
the
bashing.
Fluttermane. And while Fluttermane may be able to get a KO on that Iron Hands with a second Moonblast,
Jesus, people.
that Ogerpon
That is
Flame
just,
is looking
yeah, it's
real
just,
pretty.
Moonblast Icy Wind ain't doing
that's just
nothing
beyond
to
over.
Fire Ogerpon.
It isn't, and again, such a unique.
Also, Lil
adjustment
Huero, I got
coming
your
into
reference.
this
I love it.
tournament. That Pokemon making an appearance once
It's
again.
isn't it
Very
Dwight
popular
who gets
in the
him
past
both a
regulations,
turtle
but
smashing
providing some
hammer,
incredible support
a
here
turtle shell
alongside
smashing
of
hammer, and a
Miraidon,
turtle,
just
but then the turtle eats its way out of the box and
powerful
escapes.
Pokemon indeed.
I am a
And then
huge
you have
Office
the
fan.
Incineroar on
Let's
the
go,
field, of
man.
course.
Good day.
Endicott was the one holding Covert Cloak, so Fake Out is available into either of some.
Yeah, I know. I have
Maybe
no
go
idea
Fake
why
Out,
that turn went the way it did, because you could have switched in Incin and gotten Intimidate. You could have gone Terra on the Terrapagos and tried to live through that. Like, he must have been looking for some massive read. I don't know what he was thinking there.
Fluttermane to try and find enough time to pick up a knockout on this Ogerpon, but with the Fairy type Terastallization,
Looking for like a crazy huge critical hit or
will be
something.
able to resist those Fire type Ivy Cudgels. Will give it an opportunity.
Yep, there's the
especially
fake
with the
out.
flinch on the opposing side of the field to find this KO against the
Gotta
Iron
go for like a
Hands, but
massive
still, it is
Moonblast.
3 versus 2 in Songjae's
I mean, there's
favor
that.
with that Miraidon and an unknown Pokemon still to contend
But I mean,
with.
it's
Iron
over.
Hands goes down. I think Humahara just really did not want to risk a potential damage roll, seeing how Moonblast looked almost exactly 50% onto the Iron Hand. So Wade, use your Terra.
Fluttermane probably
for
outspeeds
the
here, but you're
Fluttermane.
definitely going to
That
go
Moonblast is
down
gonna be doing a
to
lot of damage as
an
well
Ivy
to
Cudgel now.
Miraidon. If it stays as Dragon type, or even if it terrestrializes out, a Terra Fairy Moonblast, we saw the Terra
Going for a
that
Thunder
Fluttermane,
Wave because that's the only
hold on to
option.
the metagame for so long. It's still a lot of damage.
It still is a lot of damage. The Miraidon also cannot protect this turn.
Yep,
but it
Thunder
can
Wave
be
time.
protected by a Follow Me from the Ogerpon.
Definitely Follow Me making so much sense.
I mean, that's
Resisting a
definitely your
Moonblast,
out.
but
You
no
got to go
Moonblast.
for it.
Instead, it's a Thunder Wave. Humahara is going to put his hope on luck at this point that Paralysis will be on his side in the future.
Boom! How much damage does this do? Instant knockout.
Incineroar never stood a chance. That's a one-hit KO. That could potentially be a game-winning hit.
That
It's
is absolutely a
just this
game-winning
Terra
hit.
Fairy Fluttermane standing in the way of Songjae moving on to the next round.
You got to just
of
hope that this Ogerpon
competition.
just stays
And
like that
while this
forever.
Moonblast certainly will be able
I
to
mean,
pick
you
up
are
a KO
faster.
on this Miraidon. Can the Ogerpon find it in return?
Ogerpon just needs to get paralyzed here like 10 turns in a row.
We haven't even seen, but Ogerpon, Heartflame,
Nope,
one of
it
the
gets through.
stories of the tournament, gonna use that boosted Ivy
Wow, Huma looks
Cudgel
so
into
sad about
Fluttermane
that. No
for
wonder.
the KO, and Korea's
That's it, people.
still alive. Sungjae Jung knocks out one of the favorites in the
GG's.
tournament.
Man, look how sick
in
that tournament
Humahara.
looks.
What a commanding top 16 victory.
All right, I want to hear this kid's interview, but
Victory. There's just
your boy is exhausted. It's time to give away this Charizard and get the heck out of here.
threatened in this matchup.
All
for
right,
Sungjae,
I think the
and
only, I mean, there's seven of you guys in chat. I assume it's Lil Huero, Ty, Ace, Bryce. I know we have an account going on in the house, Ratsy maybe. So there's only going to be 1 or 2 of you, but let's do this anyways, eh? The point of this was to give away this Charizard, and damn it, we're giving it away. Even if it's only to 1 person, I'm spinning this wheel. That's how I operate. Lil Huero, thank you so much for coming to stream, man. It was a pleasure. Enjoy your evening, brother, and enjoy Championship Sunday tomorrow. Alright, Ace, is it just you? I'm spinning it if it's just you. Unless you're not interested, we can save this Charizard. Bye-bye, Big Char. I think it might just be you, buddy. It's Sir Willio, he's still here! Nope, you gotta fight for it now, Ace. I didn't know Will was still here. Thanks for being here, Will. All right. Time to go. Who wins? Will gets the Charizard. All right, Willy boy, I'm setting it aside for you. Oof, GG's. All right, Charizard is set aside. Will, whenever you get a hold of your Switch, contact me through the Discord server. Or text me, because, you know, we're related. All right, you fabulous few out there. This has been an honor. Thank you for being here alongside this stream. We got a couple more matches left. I encourage you guys to watch and enjoy the rest of the world stream. I'll be back for the finals match of VG Masters tomorrow. I'm going to spectate and figure out who becomes the world champion. But I'm going to tune out for tonight, put the stream on in the background, and relax a little bit because your boy is exhausted. GG's all around. Great stream. Thank you for coming out, ladies, gentlemen, and people of the world. It's been an honor, and this is your boy Storm tuning out. I will see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Peace!